Recording has begun.
Okay, great. I have 4:05.
Okay, great. Thank you, Cheryl. And I'd just like to announce this is the start of the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting on July 6th, 2022 at scheduled to start at 4 p.m. And Cheryl, if you want to go ahead and read our preamble and the meeting decorum for us.
All right. Remote access to information and participation. In accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N3320, declaring a state of emergency regarding the COVID-19 outbreak, and Mayor London and Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency issued on February 25, 2020, including the guidance for gatherings issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health officer, aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their board and committee meetings to convene remotely via Microsoft Teams and will allow remote public comment via teleconference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by mail to cheryl.leger@sfgov.org. That's CHERYL.LEGER@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. As the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as it affects the legislative process. Chair Yankee, do you want to read meeting decorum?
Oh, you can go ahead.
Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave.
Great. Thank you, Cheryl. And if you want to go ahead and read item number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Let's do roll call. Member Wolf.
Here.
Member Wolf present. Member Hill.
Present.
Member Hill present. Member Neighbors.
Present.
Member Neighbors present. Member Highland.
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Stein.
Present.
Member Stein present. Member Padmanabhan said that she was going to be 10 minutes late. Member LaHood.
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Member Schmidt present. Vice Chair Wong. Vice Chair Wong. Vice Chair Wong not present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have a quorum.
Okay, great. So any agenda changes you want to discuss, Cheryl?
Yes, I do. Let's get to that page. Item number 7, file number 21148. I heard from both the petitioner and the respondent that they wish to postpone the hearing on this matter because no one from the San Francisco retirement system would be available to participate in this meeting. Both parties agreed to it. They agreed to it after I had started putting up the agenda, so that's why it's there.
Okay, great. And I think, Cheryl, that they had indicated that October worked for both parties.
Correct. Yes.
So let's make sure we make a note to get that, for sure on the October agenda, so we don't.
I've already put the email in the October agenda computer file, so it's there.
Okay, great.
Okay. I'm not aware of any other agenda changes. Are you, Chair Yankee?
No, I would just note that someone from the planning department asked, I believe, yesterday to have items number 9 and 10 continued as well. The complainant did not agree to that, and since that was within, it was less than 5 business days, that request was not granted. I replied back to, I believe it was Laura Lynch from the planning department, and informed her that, it's our expectation that she should be here and that only a vote of the task force at this point can authorize continuance. So we'll call those items when we get to them, and we'll see how that goes. So,
Okay.
I guess any public comment on or any discussion among members on the agenda first? All right, seeing none, any public comment on the agenda changes?
Jessica, do we have any public commenters?
I thought he was saying none. Yes, I was gonna say yes. No, there are no hands raised at this moment, so no public.
Okay.
And it's what, *3, I believe, for WebEx now, if someone wants to make public comment. So
Correct. And
Yeah, the
use the
queue
meeting ID. Let's just repeat the telephone number and the meeting ID. Public comment call-in number 415-655-0001. The meeting ID is 2481-301-0728 ##.
great. Okay. So if there's no public comment, we'll go ahead and close that and move on to item 1A.
Item 1A, findings to allow teleconference meetings under California Government Code Section 54953E as in Edward. The task force is expected to consider a motion setting forth findings required under Assembly Bill 361, that's AB 361, that would allow the committee to hold a meeting remotely according to the modified Brown Act teleconferencing set forth in AB 361. And that information was part of the attachment on the agenda.
Okay, great. Members, any motion to approve this or discussion?
Move to approve. Member Wolf.
Okay, moved by Member Wolf. Is there a second?
I'll second it. This is Member Stein.
Okay, so moved by Member Wolf, seconded by Member Stein to approve the attached resolution. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open that up to public comment if there's any. *3 to raise your hand.
I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay, so go ahead and close public comment. And Cheryl, when you're ready, we can go ahead and take a vote on that.
Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan? Member Padmanabhan still not here. Vice Chair Wong? Vice Chair Wong is still not here. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Moved by Member Wolf, seconded by Member Stein to approve the attached resolution. And the motion is passed.
And that was, I believe, 8 ayes and 2 absent, correct?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. So let's go ahead and move on to the next item.
Hang on a second. Sorry about that. I just keep quiet. All right, so we're ready for item number 2, Chair Yankee?
We are, yes.
All right, item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force June 1, 2022 regular meeting.
Okay, great. And members, any discussion on this? Any corrections, edits? If not, go ahead and someone can make a motion to approve them.
This is Member Stein. I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, great. So moved by Member Stein to approve. And was that Member Hill?
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, so seconded by Member Hill. And we'll go ahead and open that up to public comment and this is the meeting minutes for June 1st, 2022.
We do have one hand raised at this moment, so I will unmute that person back.
Good afternoon. It's David Pilpel. On all three sets of, hello. On all three sets of minutes, I have a number of really teeny tiny non-substantive suggestions / corrections. I'm happy to pick them up with Cheryl, and we can arm wrestle over the computer or phone and sort it out with perhaps with Chair Yankee's ultimate approval. For example, I'll just run through a couple on page 2 of this set of minutes. Item 2, the approval of the minutes from the last meeting. I believe public comment was taken first. And so I would move public comment and my public comment above, because it looks weird to say Member Wolf requested the minutes be corrected for David Pilpel's suggestions when I hadn't made them yet, according to the flow of this. Let's see, other stuff here. This set of minutes refers to the redistricting task force as RTF. I believe the subsequent sets of minutes refer to as the RDT. I think that RTF is better, but whatever. I would just try to make that consistent. And there was some other, perhaps more useful stuff. Oh, page 4, California Public Records Act 6253. I think I would say California Government Code, and then maybe put in parentheses California Public Records Act section 6253, and then to be consistent later on, Administrative Code, and put Sunshine Ordinance in parentheses, and just do that throughout the minutes. Blah blah blah. It's things like that. I don't believe I saw anything substantive, but I did want the opportunity, and again, I'm happy to take that offline with Cheryl with Chair Yankee's ultimate approval, if that works for a majority of members of this August body meeting in July. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public commenters?
I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay, great. Thank you. So members, how did you want to handle this? Did we want to have a new set of minutes come back, or do we want to just have Cheryl fix the non-substantive changes and I can give it a look over after she does them?
I'm happy for the latter. This is Member Stein.
Okay.
They seem pretty small and non-controversial.
Okay. So Cheryl, let's reflect that we're going to approve the minutes pending non-substantive changes. Does that sound good to everyone? Okay.
A point of order, Mr. Chair. Just, are we doing one set of minutes at a time, or are you?
Well, we're calling each item separately. So
Separately, thank you.
Yep, this is just the June 1st set. Okay. So I think we're ready for a vote then. And Cheryl, just before we do the vote, I would just note that Member Padmanabhan is present at 4:18 p.m.
Okay, let me just 4:18. Okay. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan, does she?
Aye.
Okay. Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Wolf? Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Wong? Absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. 9
Okay.
yes.
So 9 ayes and 1 absence. Okay.
And one absence. Okay.
Okay, so when you're ready, Chair, we can go on to item number 3.
Okay. Item number 3, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force June 7, 2022 special meeting.
Okay.
Minutes?
Members, any comments on these set of this set of minutes here? Any motion to approve them?
Moved by Member Wolf.
Okay, moved by Member Wolf to approve. Any second?
Member Highland, second.
Okay, moved by Member Wolf, seconded by Member Highland. And we'll go ahead and open up public comment to this set of minutes, and this is the June 7th, 2022 set of minutes.
And we do have David Pilpel, ready to make a comment.
David Pilpel again. So on this set, there is a pretty important suggested correction that I have that is somewhat substantive. On page 2, when you adjourned the meeting for failing to provide a video link, there was no opportunity granted for public comment. So I'm not filing a complaint. I'm not taking anybody to court. I just think it somehow it should be referenced that the action was taken, the motion was passed, the meeting was adjourned, but there was no opportunity for public comment. I certainly had wanted to. I can't go back in time. You know, if I could go back in time, there are probably other things I would want to fix, not this thing. But anyway, it may be worth just noting it for the record. Thanks for listening.
Chair Yankee, I can go back in my notes and look if there was a public comment.
I suspect that Mr. Pilpel is correct on that. I think we had some brief discussion that since it wasn't a technical meeting that we were in session, that public comment wouldn't have been appropriate, but that's neither here nor there at this point. I don't know, members, do we want to include some type of notation on that, or the fact that there is no public comment noted in the meeting minutes, is that sufficient?
So can we just say something in the minutes like public comment was not taken or something? It's fine with me. This is Member Stein.
I think Member Wolf, I believe you made that motion, so I don't know if you wanted to incorporate that, restate your motion with that.
Well, generally, a motion to adjourn is not debatable. There's no public comment on adjournment, so that was the only motion that was made. So I don't know how else to include it at that point. The point is that there was discussion because the meeting was not compliant. So we immediately adjourned it after figuring out what the issue was.
I'm not seeing other comments, so I suppose we could vote on the motion that's on the floor, which is to approve the meeting minutes. Not seeing any objection to that, so let's go ahead and do that. Cheryl, when you're ready.
Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Vice Chair Wong? Vice Chair Wong not present. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3. 9 vote in favor.
Okay, great. When you're ready, Cheryl, we can go ahead and move on to item number 4.
Item number 4, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, June 13, 2022, special meeting.
All right, so this is the last set of meeting minutes here. Any discussion on this set of meeting minutes? And if not, any motions on it?
This is Member Hill. I'll move to approve.
Okay, moved by Member Hill to approve. Any second?
Member LaHood, I second.
All right, so seconded by Member LaHood. I don't think we had any discussion on this, so we'll go ahead and open this one up to public comment now. This is the public comment on the June 13th set of meeting minutes.
Actually, I think I need someone else to second. I was not at that meeting. Sorry.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and have Member LaHood rescind her second. So Member Hill has made the motion. We have another second?
I will. This is
Okay. Great. Okay, so Cheryl's going to be moved by Member Hill, seconded by Member Neighbors.
We do have one hand raised for public comment.
Okay, great. So Cheryl, when you're ready for public comment, let us know.
Let's see. I'm ready. Do we have a speaker?
I need you.
Yes. Sorry. Didn't mean to talk over anybody. David Pilpel. So once again, just some non-substantive things. We will handle that per the prior direction, I think. I think the most substantive thing here is on page 2. After public comment, Member Wolf rescinded their motion. I think that should read, Member Wolf withdrew the motion. My view is that you rescind a vote when you're changing a vote, but when a motion is put and then not voted on, the correct word is withdrawn. Anyway, we can debate all of that offline, but I don't think there was anything substantive that was mischaracterized here. Thanks again for listening.
Okay, thank you. Any other public commenters?
I'm seeing no further minutes.
Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and close public comment. Any last discussion before a vote? Not seen any hands, so Cheryl, when you're ready, we'll go ahead and vote on this item.
Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye.
Aye.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Okay. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Wong? Vice Chair Wong absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have 9 yeses or A's.
Okay, great. And then Cheryl, when you're ready, we can go ahead and move on to item number 5.
Item number 5, Administrator's Report, Complaints and Communications. The thing about this report that I typically include in my administrator's report is the minutes for the complaint committee that took place third week in June, and I didn't because I didn't have enough time to get them done. There were 13 separate hearings at that meeting, so it was a lot of work just to get it done. Anybody have any questions? I listed all the task force committee meetings and task force meetings through the end of October. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 new cases. for the month of June. We went down in total SOTF complaints from last month. Public communications didn't get any requests from people in the community. We had 242 emails, not including the number of telephone calls or the emails that I get from people asking about administrative questions. So the list of emails is there. Anybody have any questions?
Sure, I'll just briefly add, Mark, note that member or Vice Chair Wong is now present at 4:30.
Okay.
All right, for this item, I just wanted to note that the IT committee is going to be meeting in July. I think that's already on there. And Member Wolf, who's chairing that committee, has asked that if we have any topics, any IT issues, that we make sure that it's brought to the committee's attention. I think last time we had talked about the Twitter account and getting that up. I know we've received some inquiries on that, so perhaps that's something that we could have the IT committee take a look at. I'm sure he has other ideas as well. So I don't know, Member Wolf, if you wanted to.
Yeah, the Twitter account is on the agenda. We have next request, website refresh, web conferencing update, order determine OD database, order determination database update, and that's it. Pretty packed agenda.
And so for now, I think that's that committee's going to be Member Hill and as well as Member Vice Chair Wong. But I'm sure if anyone is interested in also attending, they're certainly welcome to drop by, or if they'd like to become a permanent member, just let me know and we can get you on that committee.
Just remember, we can't have more than 6 members attending at the same time, or else it would be an official SOTF meeting.
More than 5, right? So 5.
5, right? 5.
Yeah. All right, great. Does anyone else have anything on the administrator's report? Not see anything. We'll go ahead and open this up to public comment if there's any.
Information?
I'm sorry, is there no public comment?
No, I can definitely repeat I was asking if you would like me to repeat the call-in information.
Sure, why don't you go ahead and do that?
Members of the public, if you're wanting to make public comment on this item on tonight's agenda, please call 415-655-0001 or star 3 to enter the speaker line and raise your hand. I'm seeing no hands.
All right, great. And Ms. Perkinson, I would just note, for me, you're kind of cutting in and out. I don't know if anyone else is getting that.
Yes, and let me just move my computer or let me get my headphones 1 second. Thank you very much.
All right, so not seeing any public comment on that item, so I think we can go ahead and move on to item, what is it, 5A, Cheryl?
Yes, 5A. There's no vote on the administrator's report?
No, there's no action taken. No actions taken.
All right. Hang on a second. Okay, item number 5A, report from the Rules Committee, review of Rules Committee discussion on the matter of the need to develop annual reports with full task force discussion regarding the recommended process for developing an upcoming task force annual report that provides highlights from 2018 to 2021 and a deeper review of task force activities and findings for 2022.
Okay, great. So this came out of the Rules Committee. I believe they met, a few weeks ago, and so I'm going to hand this over to Rules Committee Chair Neighbors, and she can get the discussion going. Oh, Member Highland, do you have a question?
Yes, real quick, Member Highland here. Chair Neighbors, Since that was your first committee, you may not know, but you can request a draft of the meeting minutes from our administrator for you to look over and approve before it makes it into the packet. So I had a few changes that I wanted to put in once we get into it, but just wanted to let you know that you can do that as a charge.
Okay. You want to send me? I guess we would. Can we take a look at them again at our rules committee meeting then and make changes then, or?
Well, it's actually changes to this report that we're looking at. So as we go through it, I'll just chime in where I see corrections.
Okay. So we met first meeting of the rules committee since September 24th, 2019. We had a very full meeting, and we've got some full meetings ahead of us as well. And we invite you to join us. As Member Wolf pointed out, being careful about quorum issues. You can take a look at the meetings minutes and see what we've covered so far. And I hope that you'll look at the agendas when we post them, because I think that there are things coming up at that meeting that are of interest to all of you. And there are issues that really impact all of us the way that we're doing stuff. And so you might want to be there and participate. And of course, we invite members of the public to join us as well. We were particularly interested in this meeting in talking about the development of an annual report. Before the meeting, Cheryl and I did a little digging around, and we found that in addition to the reports that we see on the website, there was a draft report that was written for 2016-2017 by then Chair Wolf, but we don't know if that was submitted or not. It's just draft across it. But at a very minimum, we haven't made a report to the Board of Supervisors or to the public for the years 2018, 2019, 2020, and 21. And I think we have discussed there why those reports are valuable, just as we've discussed here why those reports are valuable. So we can talk about it more if you wish. But I think some of the big pieces that came out of it, we're really interested in moving forward with a collaborative process with so many members who are amazingly talented and interested in participating to this report. And even since we met, we've gotten some folks email us with some little snippets and pieces that would be very valuable for that. In order to see what would be possible to do that, though, we wanted to check in with Mark Price-Wolf. So I've done that since our last meeting to determine whether or not how we can meet, how we can run a process for an annual report collaboratively, whether or not we can use Google Docs or other shared documents. And Member Highland, unless there's anything else that you want to point out, but that I was going to report kind of what my findings were on that and invite other folks to, okay. So one of the things that was really interesting, this is like kind of talking to DC Price-Wolf. Also, I did a lot of research into what other commissions are doing around California in terms of their use of Google Docs and shared documents and ad hoc committees and work groups. And I found that we can actually step on into the technology age here and utilize some supports like Google Docs in order to collaboratively write this report. There are some best practices around it. So one option would be to create an ad hoc meeting or a work group. But the best practice around that is still to keep it under quorum. Right, just as you would if you were to put it in a committee. And most people tend to do that because then you can be relieved from operating under the Brown Act. My guess is that we don't have an interest in operating without public input and without the public weighing in on what we're doing. So we could do an ad hoc, or we could just run it through a committee. The other piece of that is that offline, in between meetings, and with all members, what most bodies do is they use Google Doc for collaboration. Again, best practice is to adhere to a group of people who are less than quorum, working on those docs together, or if not, to divide it up in ways that there are definitely walls and barriers in between parts of the document so that you're not in danger of accidentally creating a serial meeting through Google Docs. And then lots of folks have really good ways that they deal with this on their website. I think the City of San Jose does a great job. What they do is they put up links on their webpage to the document, and each period of time that they want to renew it, they do version control. So the most current version is at the top of the list. Say you want to save it every single day at 5 p.m. or once a week at 3 p.m. or every other day at 2 p.m. Those versions are kept as well as links on that on the webpage. Google has version control built in, so it's not necessary to do that necessarily, but it makes it very clear to everyone who's tracking it what they can see. And so the more frequently you put up the versions, the more people can kind of get a sense and track what changes are being made. But at any time they can come in as view only and get a sense of what changes are being made and how things are happening. And then you can take public comment on those items as you move forward, just putting the most recent one or all of them in your agenda packet, depending on what you want to do. I think, let's see, it kind of sums up the research that I did, but I'd love to hear also, I think our general mode was that we want to work together on it and we want to see what we can do to support it and not just have one person stuck doing it, but really leverage all of our strengths and our aptitudes to make a really strong annual report. But I'd love to hear what Member Highland and Member Stein, the other two members of the Rules Committee, would like to add about that, or anything I've forgotten or anything you want to add.
This is Member Stein. I just want to check in with you slightly and add that I did, after our meeting, as we had discussed, and it probably is in the minutes, I went and tried to distill, what our discussion in more detail about what we thought could potentially be included. And I sent you a document, but I never got a reply from you, and it was over the holiday weekend, so I didn't know if you got that, which I'm hoping can be included in the next meeting to get more granular about here's potential data that we can maybe get. I also did reach out to Cheryl's contact at Next Request, but I haven't heard back from them yet about whether, what data might potentially be harnessable from those systems.
So Member Stein, I saw your email and you invited me to work on it together. And I wrote you back and I said, I'm concerned until we know what we're doing in terms of an ad hoc committee or work group.
No, I saw that.
Oh, you did see that.
I saw that, but then I worked on it by myself, and I just sent you the document to include. And in the section that would have discussed process, I just left it blank because I knew you were kind of looking into process, and that was the piece that I was hoping you were going to give some guidance on. So I just put everything else in there. I left the process blank, and it's just the document is there to potentially be included. But I did get that from you.
What do you remember, Highland?
Well, no, I think your summary was quite good. I think we also, we kind of looked at, I think all of us looked at past reports, and they kind of follow a sort of a fairly standard formula, if you like, including the last one, which I wrote in 2016 as acting chair. And we agreed that it'd be better to move away from something like that, in all fairness, is the report is sent to and read by very few people. That's the harsh reality. So I think this report, we would love to see it evolve into something more modern, more usable. I was even thinking, after our meeting, it'd be great to have this report somehow be on our webpage, even in the form of it could be like a ticker or a tracker. Departments that are appearing before us with violations, building department, 7 cases, such department, 4 cases. That could be like a scoreboard we could keep. And people could say, oh, what's this? Click on it, and then it takes you to a fuller annual report. I think it just shows us as being relevant with our finger on the pulse of what's going on in the city, et cetera, et cetera. So those are all sort of wish list things down the road. I'm not sure what body this report will take, but I'm fully behind pushing it into the modern era with something much more UX friendly and engaging. We talked about stories rather than stats or a combination, but this is a good chance to show off what we do. I think the fact that we've been silent for the last 6 years is not good. That we don't get too many forums to talk about what we do. So I'm all for us doing something collaborative. And Chair Neighbors, I didn't quite hear your full report from the DCA. Has he responded in full or not yet?
Yeah, we had a conversation about it, and he didn't have any concerns when I described that kind of vision of working in terms of the Google Docs. I know he's with us now. If he has anything to add,
that's great.
Yeah.
I will also add that, we did spend some time in the committee meeting talking about like what is the purpose of this, and there were multiple purposes that we thought were potentially of value, and that's also kind of addressed in the proposal that I'm hoping will eventually come to the full task force.
This is member one. Can I ask a question, actually?
Sure, go ahead.
I was wondering if you all had, in your research, figured out what happens with ownership of the documents. That's something I've been curious about, especially related to the Twitter account, which we're not talking about right now, but what happens with those Google Docs? Is there a process for like changing over the ownership and who it gets passed to then?
In my experience in doing this in other jurisdictions, other cities, there's definitely a process where you can turn it over. You can also set up, and this is what I tend to do instead, a shared server on Google Docs. I do that for every time I'm working with the government. And so everybody who is participating in that is an owner of that, and we that way could have staff really being the owners. Or another way of doing it would just be to have it, we could make a account. I do this for another association. We've just made a dedicated account for our work, and we create everything under that account as well. So we could do that. But I like the idea of doing one of the shared Google servers. I think that makes it pretty easy. And those are supposed to have the highest level of security.
Member Wolf, it looks like has a comment or question.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, with regards to the shared documents, I agree with Vice Chair Wong on the ownership of the document. Either way, the custodian is the custodian. At that point, it would be still a public document. But the city uses SharePoint, which is a Microsoft product, and they have a collaborative product or tool for the Microsoft Office 365 program. So, and I've used it before, not having a sfgov.org account, just as a guest with another city agency on a regular basis. So I think if our office were to create a new document in SharePoint and get the settings set up, then it could be done that way and be retained by our office.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wong, I see you still have your hand up. You have more comments?
That's residual.
Oh, okay. All right, any other Comment?
This is Mark Price Wolf from
Oh, go ahead.
City Attorney. You guys were asking. I mean, I don't have anything huge to add. Just that, I don't think there's anything in the Public Records Act or the Brown Act or Sunshine that would prevent the task force from using Google Docs or that sort of a process. You just have to be mindful of some things you've already been talking about. Who's the custodian? Whether drafts are going to be kept, and just how much transparency you want there to be with the drafts. But I'm happy to answer any more specific questions you have.
Great, thank you for jumping in there. So
I have another quick question.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
While we have DCA Price Wolf online, what about how task force members might work together and just be working on work product that is not quite ready for public consumption yet? How does that work? Like the board of supervisors does that all the time. You got a couple of supervisors working on a piece of legislation together. It's still public document because it's work product, but it's not quite ready for public presentation. How does it work?
I'm not sure exactly what you mean when you ask how does it work. I was thinking a couple issues come up for me is whether their meetings could actually become a public meeting if enough of them get together at one time to be discussing this particular document. So that might be one issue to think about. Or it could be considered, I think, a broad interpretation of a serial meeting where you all are talking about the exact same thing, but in one-off conversations, which would essentially be interpreted as a public meeting. I don't think that's very likely, but that's something to be mindful of. In terms of drafts, I think the Public Records Act and the Sunshine Ordinance allows or addresses the issue of draft documents if those are sought in certain circumstances. So it just depends on what records are kept and what are requested. And also context. I mean, sometimes the items supervisors might be working on might be withheld under other sections of the Public Records Act. So it's hard to say. Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so member neighbors, did you have any action you wanted us to take, or are you gonna get this a little bit more refined in the next Rules Committee meeting? Did you have a suggestion for us?
So we continue this to our next meeting for further discussion. As I said, if there are folks who want to join us there, or you want to join us in the process, let me know. As I said, we have to be mindful of being less than quorum, and we're already 3 very excited people who are working on this. But we have room for at least 2 more people who are all in. And then other folks who could be in other capacities that don't violate the Brown Act. We could carefully manage those inputs. So there's no reason, if you want to participate in contributing to the annual report, and we will absolutely be sharing drafts and updating you as we move along as well. So, but just let us know. No formal action, just communicate if you want to get involved.
That was a great update. Thank you so much to you and for Member Stein and Member Highland for all your work on this. I think it's going to be really exciting for us to get this together and do it in a collaborative fashion. So that's great information. So anything else on this item?
This is Member Wong. Yeah, I just wanted to chime in and say thanks so much for doing the research on this because it really helps out other committees of the task force.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take public comment on this item if there is any public comment.
One person has their hand raised. One moment.
It's David Pilpel. I think that was a fair description of what happened at the meeting and a good discussion that you just had. As a result, I'm thinking, I apologize. I'm thinking, but I'm not volunteering. I'm thinking that now with there are like 6 entities now. We've got the full task force, complaint, compliance and amendments, EOT, and now rules and information technology. So that's 6 different bodies. It might be useful if, again, not volunteering, someone made a list of those bodies and which things are parked in each place, both in terms of continuing jurisdiction and things that are, more project oriented, maybe short term, maybe, wish list, things like Member Highland suggested. And to the extent that one or more individuals are taking the lead on them, sort of, who's got which thing, and, whether it's improvements to the complaint process or developing this year's annual report, updating the website, doing outreach in the community, yada, yada, yada. There's a list. Or I guess in my head, I see a list, but yeah. All right. Anyway, that's my suggestion, is having some way to inventory all the various things that are happening or that you want to make happen, so that those things actually do happen and we're not back discussing this 6 months or a year from now without much progress. And that would be unfortunate. Anyway, those are my thoughts at this time. I'm going to go away for an hour or two and come back to your item 11. So have fun. Good luck with the cases. Thanks for listening.
All right, thank you. Any other public commenters? Doesn't look like I see any hands up here, so. We'll go ahead.
There are no more hands
Okay,
raised
great.
at this time.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. One just popped their hand up. One second. Let me unmute them. Caller user number 3, you are unmuted.
Thank you very much. Let's see, let me start my timer so that I know how much time I have. My name is Winship Hillier, and the task force members, you have adjudicated several of my complaints over the years. And the first of them was file number 20100, and that was adjudicated on October 6th of 2021, exactly 9 months ago, in my favor. And I'm calling because we're still waiting for an order of determination.
Excuse me, Mr. Hillier, this is not general public comment. This is just public comment on the report from the Rules Committee. We'll get to general public comment very shortly.
Sorry, bye.
Yep. So if you could hold that thought. Did you have any comments on item 5A?
I don't.
Okay. So last call for public comment specifically for item 5A. Okay. Looks like there's none, so we'll go ahead and close public comment for that.
Yeah. The last user does have his hand still raised, but I have no other hands raised at this time.
Okay.
If you pressed star 3, you can put your hand down for this moment if you'd like.
Okay. So since it looks like we're running just a little bit ahead of schedule here, and we want to make sure that everyone has a chance to be here by 5 o'clock, why don't we take a quick 5-minute restroom break or whatever else anyone needs, get a glass of water. We'll come back at, let's say, 5:04 if there's no objections. Okay, great. Let's do that then. All right, welcome back, everyone. And Cheryl, just to make sure everyone is still here, or we have quorum, when you're ready, let's just do a quick roll call here.
Member Wolf? Member Hill?
Present.
Member Hill present. Member Neighbors?
Present.
Member Neighbors present. Member Highland?
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Stein?
Present.
Member Stein present. Member Padmanabhan?
Present.
Member Padmanabhan present. Member LaHood? Member LaHood present. Member Schmidt?
Present.
Member Schmidt present. Vice Chair Wong? Vice Chair Wong present. Chair Yankee?
Present.
Chair Yankee present. Member Wolf is present now?
Present.
Okay, great. So we're all here.
Okay, perfect. All right. So when you're ready, Cheryl, we can go on to item number 6.
Item number 6, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
All right, everyone, this is the time for general public comment. So if you'd like to give general public comment, you can go ahead and raise your hand by pressing *3.
We have one hand raised. I will unmute them now.
Okay.
Hello again, members of the task force. My name is Winship Hillier, and as I was saying before the break, you have adjudicated in my favor file number 20100 last October 6th, 9 months ago. And I think I heard Chair Wolf at that time say that the record for the longest that a complaint had gone without an order of determination at that point had been 5 months. So we've really been waiting a long time. Part of that complaint was hived off or split off and adjudicated later. A couple issues were finally determined in February of this year, but that's still 5 months ago, and we really need it. The Behavioral Health Commission, against whom the complaint was, has made some changes. They've started putting public comment after each item or before each item on the agenda. But they're still doing a lot of the same things wrong. They're still publishing meeting notices within the 72-hour window. They're still got items on their agenda, and this is of particular significance. They've got items on their agenda that are boilerplate, that are not specific enough for a member of the public to know from looking at the agenda whether or not they should attend the meeting if their interests are affected. And that's something I'm particularly concerned about because there's like 4 of them. And it does not help, I must say, it's not until now that I start scrutinizing your agenda, but your agenda for today or tonight has item number 12, which is exactly one of those sort of boilerplate items that calls for announcements and reports on his or her own activities. These are exempt from the notice requirement of the Brown Act, but they're not exempt from the notice requirement of the Sunshine Ordinance. And so I think there need to be listed there in place of those specific items. I'm particularly concerned with the Behavioral Health Commission because they do this and they've been doing it for years and they don't want to change. They're not going to change unless you issue an order of determination, which will allow me to complain about further instances of this abuse. So really need you to do that. You did also adjudicate about 7 other complaints in my favor in April of this year, 3 months ago. And those are also of significance because we haven't had orders of determination on those. And there's supposed to be a monitoring period of indefinite length that starts with the issuance of the order of determination, and those orders have not issued either. So please issue them. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on, just to answer the question that you had, we addressed this in a meeting earlier this year, and you may not have been in attendance to it, but I want to make sure that it's clear that we affirm the fact that our order and determination actually is immediate after we take the votes, not contingent on an order of determination written, document coming out months later. While we're still working to memorialize all of our actions and orders of determination, the fact that one hasn't been sent out doesn't mean that our order isn't valid, and so it's very, very much valid in those cases, and we've already determined them. So I would, kind of hand this off to Compliance Chair LaHood as something that she could potentially take up in one of her future meetings to take a look at your cases, Mr. Hillier. We obviously can't get into discussion right now about them, but there's no need that we're not waiting for that to act on them. So I think you've shared your thoughts on us, and I think that's what Compliance Chair LaHood needs to get those matters agendized, right?
Yes, we're happy to look at that.
Okay, perfect. Okay, great.
Can I just interject one thing, Chair Yankee?
Sure.
We also, like you said, we don't wait for orders of determination to be issued, and I do send out emails to the parties when there has been a motion in whatever action it is taken. I always send it out at the end of the very next day. So people are now that we have that policy, are aware of what is now memorialized in this email.
That's correct. Yeah, that's a good point. For those who haven't had a case maybe adjudicated in the last few months, that our administrator does send out, usually the next morning or certainly sometime the next day after our meeting, an email to all parties to memorialize the fact that we did take an action and that order is in effect. So no need to wait for those orders of determination to be posted to the website for them to be considered, active and that our expectation is that folks comply. And I see briefly Member Wolf here.
So I just want to say for older complaints like Mr. Hillier's case, people can certainly request a similar type of communication that our administrator is now sending out, even in the interim of there not being a written formatted OD. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a great point. So Mr. Hillier, if it would be helpful to you to have our administrator send an email out with the actions that we took and the orders that we made to both you and the department, please contact Ms. Leger offline, and she can work with you to get that out so that you at least have something that you can show them. Of course, yep, and you can of course point them to our meeting minutes as well, which are all posted on our website. So that's another option as well. Okay, let's see. Is there anyone else who is waiting to give general public comment?
We have one additional member of the public wanting to make a public comment this time. I will unmute caller user number 5 right now.
Good evening. This is anonymous number 3. I wanted to give a story about a recent records request I made to the mayor's office. So there was a report in the Mission Local a few months ago about how Hank Heckel, who also happens to be the Sunshine representative for Mayor Breed, was engaged in some sort of conversation with the Department for Children, Youth, and Their Families, and they had come to a conclusion that the Summer Together funding just couldn't happen because of the behest payments ordinance. And because of this, I made a request to the mayor's office to give me all of their communications about this ordinance and Summer Together with DCYF, and internally they're strategizing about this ordinance, etc. They produced to me 3 emails, and they claimed that the other records were attorney-client privileged. And I immediately filed a complaint because I knew that they weren't. And this was a lie. There were a bunch of other records that they had labeled with the word confidential, but they were not a communication with a city attorney. They were just strategies between the mayor's office and other departments discussing what the effect of the behest payments ordinance would be. And and they, by the way, as soon as I filed a complaint, then they started turning them over, as often happens. I bring this up because Hank Heckel and the mayor's office and other custodians have asked you that when they claim a privilege like attorney-client privilege, you simply have to believe them. That is not the law. The law does not say that. You are allowed to ask questions, and if you don't believe them, you can rule against them. I have shown before at this task force the mayor's office's lies. She will continue to do so in public records requests as long as you don't hold her to the law, and you should. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else waiting to give public comment?
I do not see any further hands raised.
All right, thank you. So we'll go ahead and close general public comment. All right, so moving on, as we discussed earlier, item number 7 was moved off of this agenda, so that will be held into the October meeting. So I believe we're on item number 8. So Cheryl, when you're ready, we can go ahead and have you read that.
Okay, just a second. Item number 8, file number 22004, complaint filed by Karaoke Uhuru against the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and complete manner. On January 18, 2022, the complaint committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and to refer the matter to the task force for hearing with the recommendation to find violations for Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 6721B as in boy, for failing to produce records in a complete and timely manner, 6721C as in cat, for failing to refer the petitioner to the correct person at the Sheriff's Department, and 6721E as in Edward, for failing to send a knowledgeable person to the hearing.
All right, thank you. And let's just make sure that we have both parties here. We typically have them raise their hands, I believe. So if you're the respondent or the complainant in this matter, if you could go ahead and raise your hand.
We do have one person with their hand raised. It's user 5.
We check in and see who that is.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and we have Sergeant Ware as well.
Okay. So if you go ahead and unmute them,
yes,
and we'll make sure that they're the parties here.
User 5, you are unmuted. And Sergeant,
I am not sure why I have been unmuted.
Okay, let me mute you back. And
it looks like if you could press *3 to unraise your hand.
I was just about to say that. Thank you so much. Sergeant Ware, you are unmuted.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So do we have, I'm the complainant here, Mr. or Miss Aruru?
We have a John, I'm trying to see his last, Templeton in the room.
That's another case, Jessica.
Okay. And that is the an anonymous user 2 and David Popal in the in our queue, our attendee list.
Okay, so it does not appear that Mr. or Ms. Uhuru is present for us right now. Let's see here. Well, you know what?
Let me unmute. I can unmute user 2 to see if they are.
Sure. Let's go ahead and try that.
Hello, user 2. You have been unmuted. Would you mind identifying yourself and see if you were a respondent? Hello, we can hear you. Looks like they might be unattended.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and have Complaint Chair Schmidt go ahead and give us a summary of this case, and then we can decide what we want to do. So let's start there. So I'll turn it over to Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty straightforward matter. The only detail I'd add is that most, I believe, of what the petitioner was seeking was just something that the police department would not have had. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm convinced that they have nothing, but that seems to be what actually happened here, and that the police department should have, given some adequate guidance to the petitioner as to who to talk with at the sheriff's department to get what they were looking for. Now, I'm also guessing maybe that the petitioner is not here because they did find out that what they were looking for would be somewhere else. And so maybe they chose not to pursue this petition to today. That's all. But anyone on my committee, including Member Stein, please add anything that you wish.
I thought that was a good summary. This is Member Stein.
Thank you, Member Schmidt and Member Stein. And Cheryl, just to double check, we did not receive any communications from the complainant on this, did we?
No, we did not, Chair Yankee.
Okay. So, members, thoughts? How should we proceed on this item?
Typically, on an item where the petitioner is not available and they have not provided any indication or sent any communication that they would be absent, typically we table the matter and close the file, and then I alert the petitioner that they have 60 days in which to decide if they want to reopen their case.
Right. Member Highland?
Member Highland here. Ms. Cheryl, did I know when you send out notifications, we inserted some language saying, please confirm, please email, please RSVP. Was there any responses to that from this petitioner?
No.
Nothing. So just crickets for everything. Okay. Thank you.
This is Vice Chair Wong. I think for our typical process, I would move to close the file without prejudice due to absence of the petitioner.
Member Highland here. I'll second that.
Okay, so moved by Vice Chair Wong, seconded by Member Highland to close the file without prejudice per our complaint procedure. Any discussion on that? Okay, not seeing any. We'll go ahead and open that motion up to public comment. Do we have any public comment on this item, Ms. Perkinson?
We do have one hand raised. Sergeant Ware is has his hand raised, and he is, and they are muted.
Okay.
I don't have any comments. I don't know how to unraise my hand.
Oh, *3, please.
Oh, *3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and that was the only hand raised at this time.
Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and close public comment on this. Is there any last minute discussion? If not, we'll go ahead and move to a vote. Not seen any, so go ahead, Cheryl, when you're ready.
Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Moved by Vice Chair Wong, seconded by Member Highland to close the file without prejudice per our complaint procedures.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll go ahead and move on to item number 9.
Hang on a second.
Chair Yankee, Member Highland here. Is anyone else having issues opening up item 9 other than me? Both item 9 and item 10 I cannot open. The links don't look active. I see Member Hill nodding his head as well.
Part 1 of 4, 2, 3, and 4 at the bottom of the opening paragraph. Those are the active parts.
Yeah, those are working for me.
Yeah, okay, those, all right.
Yeah,
The
the
attachments is in blue, but it's not
still.
working. All right, got it. Thank you, Member Wolf.
Yeah, Cheryl, maybe in the future when we have them broken up, can we put those the part in blue that's actually the link? So if it's broken up to multiple parts, just so everyone kind of knows where to click.
I think a better suggestion is to take out the word attachments right below the description and just make it clear that perhaps include a sentence saying the attachments are below part 1, 4. What do you think?
Combination.
I'm sorry, you said something, Chair
Both. Take out the word attachments, but
yeah,
make the clickable parts blue. Perfect.
okay. Yeah.
Okay. So I think we know that Mr. Templeton is here. So if, we could go ahead and unmute him, and then let's see, do we have someone from the planning department available? If you could press *3 to raise your hand so that Ms. Perkinson knows to unmute you.
I do have something to say about the planning department. They did get in touch with me saying that they may not be able to have someone present for the hearing. I informed them that they have to. Somebody has to be available. This was Laura Lynch I was communicating with. So that happened on Friday when I was uploading the agenda.
Okay.
Thursday, rather.
You know, Chair, I don't think I had you read the entire file, so why don't we do that real fast first?
All right. On May 17, 2022, the complaint committee, moved by Member Stein, seconded by Member Wolf, to find that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and refer the matter to the task force for consideration of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 6721 by failing to provide records in a complete and/or timely manner, 6715 by failing to allow public commenters to speak at a public meeting, and 67.29-7 by failing to maintain records in a professional and businesslike manner.
Okay, so let's get the parties unmuted here if we can. So please press *3 to put your hand up if you are a party to item number 9. This is file number 22027, complaint filed by John Templeton against the planning department. So Mr. Templeton, if you could press *3. And if there's someone here from the planning department, if you could also press *3.
Mr. Templeton is unmuted at this time.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Yep, we hear you, Mr. Templeton.
Oh, good. Okay. Is the video available?
Video?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I don't believe video is available for people who are not panelists.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, as some of you
One
mentioned,
moment. We're not quite ready yet. I'm just seeing if we just want to make sure you're unmuted and double checking. Do we have anyone from the planning department here?
I am seeing no hands raised.
There's someone in the chat.
Oh.
Saying planning is present.
Thank you so much. That's Jonas Ione. There we go. Let me unmute them.
Okay.
There. Thank you.
Okay, Jonas, I think you should be unmuted now. Can you confirm?
I am. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Excuse me, Chair Yankee, how much time are you going to allow each presenter?
Yep, I'm going to get to that right here in a second. Okay. So just to give a quick summary here of the way this is going to work, we're going to have The complainant gets 5 minutes. If there's any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant, we'll have them speak. Then we'll have the respondent have 5 minutes. If there's any parties on behalf of them, do they get time to speak then as well? We'll do a question and answer session. Then we'll do 3 minutes rebuttals. In rebuttals, it'll begin with the respondent, followed by the complainant, and then we'll have our chance to deliberate and formulate a motion. So that's the basic framework for this. So before we begin, again, this one looks like it went through the complaint committee. So if we could have complaint committee chair Schmidt give us a summary on this one.
Yes, gladly. And this is the first of two cases involving Mr. Templeton. The second case will be right afterward, and it's against the Historic Preservation Commission. And there's no real distinction in terms of the underlying facts in the two. I would say they're just the same complaint against an entity and its sub-entity, but two separate complaints. Okay, what this comes down to, I know there's a lot in the file here, but I think if you sort of separate the chaff from the wheat, there's a lot here that doesn't come within the jurisdiction of the task force. And so, there's a lot of allegations, et cetera, but for what we can look at, in terms of I think the core matter here is failure to produce. And I would note that in the record, there have been the documents coming out slowly that were responsive, and they appear to be quite late. You want to look at whether there's a claim for a public meeting speech. Public comment violation. I think it's an October 20 meeting last year where there's an allegation that 3 speakers were denied the ability to speak. And then there's also you want to look to see if there's evidence of a failure to preserve documents. There you go. Member Stein, this was your motion, and it looks like Member Wolf was a second on it. Do you have anything in addition on this?
No, I think that's good.
All right, thank you very much for that summary. So at this point, we'll let the complainant, Mr. Templeton, present to us. And so, Cheryl, when you're ready for Mr. Templeton, please let him know.
Mr. Templeton, are you ready to begin speaking?
I'm ready. And I would be a backup singer for the complaints chair and narrow it down to 4 emails that are in the file, emails since 2006. I noticed some of you had problems opening the attachment, which I did also, but I'm going to reference the file that was sent by the department, which is called emails since 2006. And so we'll be going to, if you want to write these down, page 65, page 142, page 77, and page 5. And then we'll reference a couple of emails that weren't in the file that would have been in the file. So the first email on page 142 of this file was on October 15th. And as I said in a message to the chairman of the Historic Preservation Commission, Plan to follow up my remarks at the last HPC meeting with requests that the following be placed on the agenda. And then I list 3 things, including a proposal from established community institutions to complete an African American context statement, which meets the approval of the African American community. And I specified 4 people in the email that were copied. And so 2 of those people called in to the meeting on October 20th, and 4 people called in. 1 person got through, but the 3 of us who called about this, which we had given notice of 5 days before and sent in the written testimony, were not allowed to speak in public. So we brought attention to this. We got another email from the chair where she promised to put it on the agenda. And so if we go to November 24th, which will be page 65 in that file, we give a link to a file for a context statement that we did between 2007 and 2009. At the end of it are 11 articles that talk about the deficiencies in the city's preservation segregation. And at the end of it is a story that talks about the grant that we were awarded to pay for the context statement. And so she was allowed to view this document as part of the consideration of placing its consideration on the agenda for January of 2022. So the next file that we want to bring up is page 77, which was the, I guess, the login file for the November 29th conference call. And we noticed that Director Hillis was on the call, even though he didn't acknowledge himself, and we weren't aware that he was. And I just want to note that for future reference. So, and then on page 5 of the document is a email between Mr. Aonen and Shenbore's son, where he is asking if you have emails from John Templeton. This is on April 19th, which is 5 days after the receipt of the complaint from the Sunshine Ordinance. So what's not in that file?
Chair Yankee, his time is up.
Okay.
Point of order, Chair Yankee, this is Member Wolf. I just, before we move forward, I'm not quite sure about the references to the page numbers, because I'm not able to follow. And the page numbers in the documents don't have our usual P in front of it. So I'm not quite sure, I'm not able to follow what the complainant had just presented.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was having trouble with that as well. Mr. Templeton, can you open up our agenda on the web if you have access to it? Do you happen to have a copy or a way to get there? If not, I can try to direct you there. Well, can we unmute Mr. Templeton, please?
Emails 2006 to present.
I'm sorry, Mr. Templeton, you were muted, so I couldn't hear what you were saying. So let me start again. Are you able to find our posted agenda on the web? Or do you have a copy of it with numbers that we added to the bottom of each page?
No, I don't have that. I couldn't open that file.
Okay. Can you navigate to our Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website to find the posted agenda? I don't know if you're at a computer, if that's something you can do.
Highland here. You can just look at the email that Cheryl sent you with the meeting information. That should do it.
The link is right there.
Oh,
I posted a link in the chat.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Templeton, I think there's a few options there for you to take a look at the link. So if you could let me know when you get the website open with the agenda.
The agenda, okay. Okay. Now, when it has attachments, nothing happens.
Right. So if you scroll, okay, do you have our agenda up?
I'm looking at it.
Okay, great. So if you look at the bottom, I know the attachments link isn't working, but if you look at the bottom, it says part 1 of 4, part 2 of 4, part 3 of 4, and part 4 of 4. Those should be clickable. If you could try those and see if those will open for you.
On the agenda file?
On the agenda file, yes. It'll be under the part that says A hearing on the complaint, and underneath it, you'll see those 4 parts. They're bolded and capitalized.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So if you go ahead and click those, because it was such a large file, Cheryl had to split it up into 4 different files. And so if you open up just any of them, for instance, you have the first one.
Okay.
Now at the bottom, it has a page. So if you open up part 101, you'll see that the first page is actually 134.
Okay.
So if you want to maybe take a moment, I think we were all struggling to try to figure out what you were referencing. So I'm inclined, if you want to take a moment to try to find what emails you're looking for to draw our attention to, and then maybe you could give us we'll give you a couple more minutes here to reference that for us. So go ahead.
Well, sure. One of them is on page 141.
Okay, so 141.
Yeah, where this is where Diane Matsuda says this will be scheduled soon.
Okay.
All right. And as I find them, I'll.
All right. So 141.
Update you.
Just to say quickly, Chair Yankee, Thursday when I was scanning and uploading the materials, we had gotten new Xerox machines, which hadn't been used and had to get set up. And so once they were set up, I noticed that the page numbering was different. There was no P, it wasn't bolded, it wasn't in it wasn't in the format that we typically see. So they're going to work on that for my purposes, but just to get the agenda up and out, that's what I had to use.
Okay. It looks like there's still some numbers there at the bottom that we can refer to.
Okay, good.
And that 141 is in the part 1.
Right.
Okay. So I think the others should be in. In part 2. No, this doesn't seem to be. Okay, the others are also in part 1. And so you want to look at page 230, which is the testimony that we gave on October 20th. That was blocked.
Okay. So I have page 141 and 230. Are there any other?
Oh, you'll have about 3-4 more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good
thing I narrowed it down to 4.
Did you have additional pages, Mr. Templeton? You wanted?
Well, I'm looking for them now.
Oh, you're still looking.
Scanning
Okay.
through it. And then on 237 is the October 6th testimony. And on 240 is the African American Freedom Trail resolution from the Board of Supervisors. And on page 283 through 286 is the 2-year gap in the records of the Historic Preservation Fund Committee. So to save time, I can describe what the others were again, if anybody has any continuing questions about those, but I think those would be ones that you need to visually see. The last speaks to the issue of actually preserving records. The gist of the case, and I want to be brief like the complaint chair was, and confine it to your jurisdiction, is that in between 2006 and 2009, we actually had to come to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force in order to get a grant agreement to do a statement. And over the last 15 years, the planning department has tried to hide the work that we did in order to pursue a different project. And beginning in September, it became an issue because when it was brought up, we said, well, look at what we've done before and look at the contract. And Director Hillis, who was the signatory on the contract, has never produced a contract. So it's really two very basic issues. He didn't produce a document that he should have had. And when we look back into the records from 2006 to 2008, the actual records were missing.
Okay.
And as it relates to the hearing, it's just a matter of fact that we weren't allowed to testify. So I think for your purposes, you don't really need to address why it happened. It happened. And when we met with the chair to address it and asked to be on the agenda, she basically gave us a bait and switch to support the work that the planning department had done.
All right, so Mr. Templeton, let's go ahead and move to the respondent at this point. And then what we'll do is we'll be able to have the opportunity for members to ask questions, okay?
Before you do that.
And I should have some people on the line too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, call for persons or witnesses.
Okay, so if we have any persons or witnesses to speak.
Well, I can't see the phone, so I don't know.
Right. So I'm gonna ask them to press *3 to go ahead and raise their hand. So if you're a person or witness to speak on behalf of the complainant in this matter, please press *3 to raise your hand, and we can get you unmuted and have you have the opportunity to speak.
I am not seeing any hands raised, although we do have several people in the list.
Mr. Templeton, we're not seeing any hands raised.
Oh, there's one. There's one. Archbishop Franzo King has his hand raised. Let me unmute them now.
Okay, so we'll have 3 minutes for each person or witness on behalf of the petitioner. So Cheryl, when you're ready, please let us know.
Excuse me, sir. I did not get your name, Archbishop. Excuse me.
King, K-I-N-G.
Are you ready to begin, sir?
I'll speak after Dr. Templeton.
Oh, you go right ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, my words are very few to support and acknowledge the value of what's being said by Dr. Templeton and to support his advocacy.
And I would note that Archbishop King was on the November 29th call.
Yes.
And he also has a letter that's in the files.
Mr. King, did you have any further testimony to provide?
No, just to make reference to the letter that we submitted, and as I said, in support of the act of Dr. Templeton.
Okay.
In the position that we're taking.
It looks like we do have another hand raised, so I can unmute them now.
Sounds good.
Caller, it says user 8. The beginning number is 885. Let me unmute them. Hello, caller.
Hello? When you're ready, go ahead and let that caller know when they can begin.
Okay. Excuse me, caller. Can you give me your name, please?
My name is Dr. Aude-Boignon.
Can you spell that for me, please?
A-U-D-E. Last name is B as in boy, O-U-A-G-N-O-N.
Are you ready to begin, ma'am?
I am. I'll also keep them short.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, my name is Dr. Aude-Boignon, and I met John Templeton about a couple years ago through his role as an aggregator in the scientific community. And I've gotten a chance to learn a great deal about San Francisco history from his deep, deep work and insights and research. And today I just want to really, again, as was said by the previous commentator, just highlight the value and deep importance of Dr. Templeton's scholarship, insights, and advocacy around these issues. We had a chance to work together on a history project. I'm a scientist and medical student up at UCSF, and I think as part of the national discourse that sort of swept our country in 2020, a lot of public institutions really were reckoning with legacies of racism, and I was very thrilled to be able to bring in Templeton to share perspectives during a reparations event hosted up at UCSF, and it really sort of brought a deep, rich perspective that really enlightened the UCSF community. And I just want to stress just the critical role of independent historical thinking in public life, and just the importance of independent resources and historians for the Black community, and sincere and deep gratitude and support for John Templeton's work.
Are you done, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other parties who wish to speak on behalf of the complainant?
There's an additional hand raised. Their phone number begins with 468. I will unmute them now.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. What is your name?
My name is Matthew Thomas.
Sir,
sorry about the feedback. My
if you
name is
turn down
Matthew
either
Thomas.
the phone or if you could either turn down the phone or the computer.
I'm on a phone.
Okay.
Okay, are you ready to begin, sir?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
My name is Matthew Thomas, longtime resident of San Francisco. Some of you may know me from being former director of the San Francisco Urban League when we had an urban league in San Francisco. Most recently, I was president of the San Francisco African American Chamber of Commerce until 2020. And currently, I happen to be in Atlanta working for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, founded by Dr. Martin Luther King in 1957. John Templeton and I have worked together for over 30 years. The Black community refers to him as our in-house historian for everything related to African American history. About 10 years ago, I came across a solicitation for research in San Francisco's African American history. I brought this to the attention of John. He told me that he and Miles Stevens were being retaliated against by the planning department, and that they would not award the contract to him. Although he had just been recognized in the Washington Post and the New York Times that year as the expert on San Francisco's African American history. Most recently, his research was pivotal and very important to what I was doing at the time with the San Francisco African American Chamber in blocking a project labor agreement which would have done great harm to Black-owned businesses in San Francisco. In that effort, he took on factors blocking Black contractors from participating in the city's growth, and that eventually led to the movement to overturn Prop 209. I just wanted to call in and share with you that I'm very disappointed in the way that the planning department has treated John. I just expected more from that organization, and I wanted to let you know that SCLC backs John 100%. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else to speak on behalf of the complainant?
I just see the last three callers with their hands still raised. So if you guys want to press *3 to unraise your hand. But other than that, we do not have any additional callers with their hands raised.
So we'll go ahead and move on to the respondent portion. So if we could make sure that we go ahead and unmute the respondent. I believe it's Jonas Ionin.
Yes, he is unmuted now.
Okay. So Mr. Ionin, it's now your opportunity to give an introductory statement. You have 5 minutes, and Cheryl will let you know when she's ready for you to begin.
Thank you. So personally, I also acknowledge the value of Mr. Templeton's contributions to the African American community. I can't really speak to granting or not granting contracts. I don't think that's under this task force's purview, nor my own as the custodian of records for the planning department. So I'll just simply briefly respond to the allegations that an agenda was not posted in a timely manner for the Historic Preservation Commission. It was in fact posted in a timely manner for both the October 6th and October 20th, 2021 hearings. It was posted electronically as well as on our website. And there apparently we were under the impression, both myself as the secretary to the Historic Preservation Commission and the chair, Diane Matsuda, were expecting public comment under general public comment by Mr. Templeton and a few other folks for October 6th and October 20th. I forget which is the date that is the one that actually Mr. Templeton argues that he was prevented from submitting public testimony over the phone. But as the secretary, and I think this committee is very well aware, if someone calls in and fails to raise their hand by pressing *3, we simply cannot acknowledge those people during the public comment period. And I believe that's what happened. And we've all sort of struggled during this pandemic with electronic hearings through WebEx or other platforms. But if someone doesn't raise their hand by pressing *3 or doesn't call in to the event or has technical difficulties, it's really impossible for us to acknowledge them. So on those days, we did expect public comment from them, but we couldn't acknowledge them because no one was raising their hand under general public comment. As far as the timeliness to produce documents, we've plead essentially no contest to that allegation. We acknowledge we were late in providing documents under the California Public Records Request Act. There was some confusion in-house as to who was going to be responding to those documents, and as a result, we produced them late. But since we have fully complied with the record request, and I will simply end there unless there are specific questions, because I'm sort of unclear as to the other comments and allegations that have been made today as far as record requests and our responsiveness to them.
Okay,
That's
thank
it.
you,
Thank
sir.
you.
And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent here? If so, please press star 3 and raise your hand.
We do not have any additional hands raised.
Okay, great. Okay, so members, this is our opportunity now to ask questions and try to get clarification on any items. So if you guys want to go ahead and put your hands up, we'll get started. Okay, I see Member Schmidt and then Member Padmanabhan and then Member Wolf.
I have a couple questions for the petitioner, Mr. Templeton. This is Member Schmidt. The first thing is about your allegation that public comment was denied. I know that we just heard that there may have been a sort of a technical issue that may explain.
Well, you might recall that he didn't say that during the complaints meeting.
Okay. Can you tell us sort of what you did? I believe that this is October 20 we're talking about.
Yeah, October 20th. We emailed in real time that I couldn't get through and that Al Williams couldn't get through. Okay. And so we didn't really get a response until the next day. And you'll see an email from Diane Matsuda saying, I don't know what happened. And that was the reason why we had the meeting on November 2nd. And on November 2nd, we were told that if we produce the document, that she would be willing to put it on the agenda. So if you look at the written testimony for October 20th, our request was to put the Invisible Pioneers document up on the agenda. So over the next couple weeks, it became very apparent that they were trying to do everything possible to keep it from being placed on the agenda. And so that's the sequence of things that has happened between now and March.
So on October 20th, you were in the hearing you were on the internet and you were attending the hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time that general public comment was announced, what do you recall you did in order to
I remember hitting star 3 over and over again like a lab rat.
Okay, got it. Okay. And that's your understanding about the other two, I believe, gentlemen, that you also say that they were denied public comment. They also tried to get in by pressing star 3. It's your understanding?
Well, I haven't asked them that specific question, but one of them is the president of NAACP and the other is a public affairs person. And so both of them, attend public meetings on an ongoing basis. So I would presume that they would be pretty, familiar with how the city does things.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have for you on a different topic is, and this is in the interest of having the task force do what it can for you. Are there documents that you believe are still out there that, even though there are documents that may be coming in, trickling, whatever, do you think that there are other documents that you requested that you still would like to obtain that come within the scope of your request?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, my opening remarks were cut off when I was specifying 2 emails that weren't in that original submission. One of the emails that wasn't in the original submission was the actual records request that I did on March 28th. And so the significance of that was that the chair had asked, instead of doing a agendized hearing before public committee, she asked to meet with me in person. And so before this meeting, I filed the request. I checked with the Sunshine Ordinance staff in advance and said, what is the format for getting this material? They promised me this information in November. They haven't gotten it. So the March 28th records request was not only sent to Diane Matsuda, but to Ms. Leger, to the city attorney, to the city controller, but it doesn't show up in what they submitted. So part of the issue is that I sent it on March 28th. She comes to the meeting on April 7th, says nothing about it. And then I follow up and say, well, where's the information I requested? So that next day I get a email from Chanbori's son that says, oh, this is April 7th, and you made a request that's dated March 28th, but the 10 days have come, and we want an extension of 14 days. Well, it's clear that they didn't get it till April 7th. So why would they say they got it on March 28th when all they could have said was, oh, we got it April 7th, 10 days go from here. But they're trying to cover for her. That's because she didn't send it to them.
Got it.
And then said, oh, we need 14 more days. Now,
they
don't actually request the information until April 19th.
You said there's still remaining documents out there that you're waiting for. That's what I wanted to know from you for purposes of what we're doing here today.
Yeah.
I now have a question for the respondent, which is just on one subject, and it's different than that. I noticed in the documentation that in response to the request, it was stated that, quote, Rachel and Matt are no longer with the department, therefore we can't produce their emails. Does that, do you recall that communication?
That communication wouldn't have come from me, but that very, very possibly could be the case.
And do you know if it says Rachel and Matt are no longer with the department? Are they working somewhere else in the city?
I would not know that for certain, but in some instances, we're able to produce emails for persons who are no longer with the department. And if it's been such a long enough period of time where their emails are not retained by the city, then we cannot.
Okay, so what you're saying now, and that's where I was sort of going with this, is that you do, at your department, you do seek out emails that may be in the record, even with former employees. That's what I think I heard from you. Is that correct?
Yes, that is. But I believe these two particular employees left the department at such a time where their emails are no longer being preserved by the city.
Okay. I was trying to figure out if there's some sort of standard policy that, that which I would have an issue with. That
no, we try to do an e-discovery on the back end for key terms, words, and names of employees, as well as for instance, if the request is coming from Mr. Templeton, using his name as a keyword to search for documents.
Great, thank you. That's all I needed to know. No more questions for the witnesses.
Okay, thank you, Member Schmidt. Let's see, who do we have? Member Wolf.
There's somebody else before me.
It looks like Member Padmanabhan lowered her hand.
Okay. Let's see. I'll start with Mr. Ionin on page 142. There is an email from someone to Mr. Templeton, and it's been not properly redacted. It's white. So it looks like there was nothing typed in there. But it's obvious that it stops, that there was something before the narrative that is in there. Do you see what I'm looking at?
I'm trying to go to that page now. You said 142?
142. Subject line, it just says Sea Cruise Reservation. And then underneath the header there is a complete white space. And then right underneath it, and you can see kind of a tear line. And it says, didn't see any book orders or tour reservations. There's nothing above that, and it doesn't say, I can't tell who it's from. I don't know whether this is from Mr. Templeton or whether it was from somebody and it's been whited out, redacted. But if you're not familiar,
I don't know, I can't.
If it's not yours, then I'm going to ask the same questions of him.
Yeah, I have no idea why that appears that way.
Okay, Mr. Templeton, on page 142, please.
Is that the first part?
Yes.
Let me go to that right quick.
And I'm not sure if the formatting got messed up, but it's obviously, it looks like something is missing from the beginning of that paragraph. And the same thing for the one below that.
Yeah, I guess it's from Tim Fry to Candace Suhu. And Tim Fry is the person who told us that we couldn't bid for the contract in 2012. So we found a number of unflattering or disparaging terms toward us throughout these documents. So it could have been an effort to get rid of one of those. And this is a response to the article that I did in the San Francisco Chronicle that is part of why they were retaliating against me.
All right, so my question is so in the first one that's dated October 1st, 2021, do you see that?
Which page is that?
142.
142. So this is Alex Westhoff.
So is that from you to Alex Westhoff or the other way around?
That's from me, yeah.
From you. So right underneath that, there's some white space.
Mm-hmm.
And then it begins in the middle of a sentence, the narrative. What happened to all that other narrative?
I don't know, but this was one of the issues because when we gave the presentation on September 29th, they didn't follow through with their commitment to take our cruise. So this was sort of the beginning of the dispute here.
My question is, it just want to find out who redacted that part.
I didn't.
You did.
Yeah,
okay.
this is from their file.
This is from their file. This is what they sent you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And the same thing with the one underneath it, dated May
Yes.
4th, 2016?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all questions.
And then right above that relates to the earlier question about the material that we didn't receive on May 24th on page 141.
Yeah, all I'm interested in is the redactions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Schmidt, do you have another question? I see your hand still up.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So I'll go now. Mr. Templeton, I had a question for you. Which portion of the meeting, it sounds like the October 20th meeting, did you intend to make your public comment for? Was it part of general public comment, or was it for a specific?
It was a general public comment.
For general public comment, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, any other questions, members? Oh, I see a member Padmanabhan.
Yes, so this is for Mr. Templeton. So have you received the grant agreement?
Not from the planning department or the Historic Preservation Commission, and Rich Hillis was the signatory on it. So it should have been in his email, but we never got any of his emails in the submission. We also didn't get the files related to him becoming director of the planning department, or the files that we requested on Diane Matsuda becoming chairman of the Historic Preservation Commission, or the records on their utilization of African-American businesses.
Well, I have one more question, and that is for Mr. Ionin. What is your records retention policy?
As it relates to emails?
As it relates to email, yes.
We retain all substantive emails that are related to a specific case. It's difficult to catalog emails that are not related to a specific case. However, as in my response to committee member Schmidt's questioning, for this particular instance, we did an e-discovery on the back end using key terms and words. So in order to not miss information, because as stated, some of the planners that were involved in and around the African American context statements and its early conceptions are no longer with the department, so we couldn't approach them personally for their emails.
And so you were not able to locate the grant agreement too?
We were not able to. It was, I believe the grant agreement was not directly with the planning department, but Mr. Templeton was provided that. I believe either he already had it or it was through another office that provided it to him.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, as far as the general public comment testimony is concerned, I heard Mr. Templeton say that he repeatedly pressed *3. And unfortunately, when you do that, you press *3 and you raise your hand, and then you press *3 again, it lowers your hand. So that may have been, I mean, I'm just suggesting that could have been the problem. I don't know.
Mr. Iman, this is Chair Yankee. I had a question for you related to that. Do you provide instructions, either verbally or written, regarding the actions necessary, like pressing *3 or whatever it is, to make public comment?
Yes, we do that at the beginning of the hearing, and it is written on our agenda, the instructions to press *3 with the call-in number and the access code.
All right, so I found the agenda while this was going on for that particular meeting, the October 20th, 2021 meeting. I see the call-in number on it, but I don't see the instructions to press *3 on it. And so that's why I wanted to know if you were verbally announcing this, since it was not on the agenda itself.
Yes, I verbally announce it at the beginning of every hearing.
Okay. And Mr. Templeton, do you recall hearing those instructions?
Yeah, that's what we followed.
Okay. So you did hear them, but for some reason, it seems that you tried following through on those instructions, but were never called on to provide the public comment. Is that correct?
And like I said, it happened to other people too. So
right. Okay. So all three of you tried pressing *3 and then were never called on. Yeah. Okay. I see a question from Member Hill.
Thank you, Chair Yankee. I was actually just going to make a comment that I also just listened in on the public comment for October 20th. There was one speaker who spoke. The totality of public comment was at the beginning of the meeting. Was about 2 minutes, and I did hear the secretary of the the clerk of the meeting did suggest that they should hit *3 to unmute themselves. I will also just suggest it went really fast. It was like, verbatim, please press *3, seeing none, we'll move on. Public hearing is closed. So I just wanted to provide that commentary since I took the time to listen to that.
Member Hill, do you know how was it really that quickly? Like how many? I'm trying to get it.
Yeah. No, it was there was a lady that spoke and made public comment, and then the words that were spoken were, "Is there anyone else for public comment? Please press *3. Seeing none, we'll close public comment and we'll move on to the agenda." And that is not an exaggeration or non-exaggeration. It went exactly that way.
I guess this is a good question for the members, since we can locate the audio and it's available. Would it be helpful for any of us to have Member Hill maybe play that for us if he turned his speaker on so that we could hear that portion? Members, do you think that would be beneficial? Yes, no? Member Hill, if you have it, could you play it for us?
Sure, absolutely. Give me just a moment. Let me make sure that it comes across.
Okay.
I'm just going to change my audio options here. Give me just a moment. Can you still hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, give me just a second. I'm going to make sure that the volume's turned up here. All right, here we go.
The huge and the diesel
Can you hear that?
generator, along with other measures to mitigate the impact of the observation wheel.
This is the first comment.
We are concerned that the noise and fumes from the generator are still continuing, and that not all mitigations, including those related to lighting, have been put in place. In addition, loud music has been added to the observation wheel. We don't recall a sound permit, but at any rate, the loud music is intrusive on the park atmosphere and should be turned off. You should have received our letter with much more detail and photos illustrating this issue. We request that the Historic Preservation Commission hold the Recreation and Park Department to the commitments that they've made. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for general public comment. Need to press *3. Seeing no additional requests to speak from members of the public, general public comment is closed. We should move on to department matters. Item 1, department.
Were you able to hear that okay?
Yep. That was very helpful. Thank you. Okay. Do we have any further questions before we move on to rebuttals? All right. I'm not seeing any hands. So let's go ahead and move on to rebuttals. So Mr. Ionin, you will go first in this instance, and Cheryl will let you know when she's ready, and you'll have 3 minutes to provide a rebuttal.
No rebuttal.
You have no rebuttal? Okay.
You ready, Mr. Ionin? You ready, sir?
I believe Mr. Ionin stated that he did not have a rebuttal.
Oh, he didn't.
Correct.
Oh,
No
okay.
rebuttal.
Okay.
Mr.
So then we'll go ahead and move on to Mr. Templeton. So, Mr. Templeton, Cheryl will let you know when she's ready for you to start. So 1 moment.
Mr. Templeton, are you ready to begin?
I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. As the members asked, we have not gotten the information. We only got one shipment of materials in April. The day before the complaint hearing, we got an email, but when we clicked on the file, the list of documents was not there, and it included a lot of the material that we were specifically looking for. So we haven't gotten that material. We also haven't gotten the material on utilization of African American businesses. We haven't gotten material on how Rich Hillis became director of planning, or how Diane Matsuda became chair of the planning commission. So the records requests have not been complied with. There is still a huge gap in the agendas and minutes for 2 years from the Historic Preservation Fund Committee when Director Hillis was the custodian of records. The copy of the grant agreement that we have was a print file that John Lau found, and he scanned to us. So there's apparently no electronic record of that grant agreement. And the one that we were sent only had one set of signatures. So the actual formal document that would have been submitted into the records has not been provided to us. And so the significance of that is just documenting the work that we did and that we completed what we agreed to do. So essentially, the city isn't honoring its contract by not finding its contract. And the one thing that the Sunshine Ordinance is very explicit about is that the city should be able to produce its contracts and financial records in very short order.
Is that it, sir?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Templeton. So members, it's up for us to deliberate and formulate a motion at this point. I see Member Hill's hand up.
Sorry, that was from previously. I'll lower my hand.
Oh, okay. Thoughts on this, members?
This is Vice Chair Wong. I'm just going to put out there, I think there's there's clear violation given that there was no contest to violating 6721 for failing to provide records in a timely manner. So I think we definitely have something there. Certainly also 6729-7 for failing to maintain records in a professional and business-like manner, given that there appears to be, several years missing in those agendas in the packet that we've received. I feel like what's potentially up for debate with all of us is 6715 for failing to allow public commenters. So I think that's where our discussion most likely lies.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wong. I speaking for myself, I'd agree. I think that obviously there's a 6721B violation. And I think it's also very concerning that agendas seem to be missing. So I think that's obviously a violation there as well. I appreciate Member Hill playing the sound for us. I think that was informative for that portion. I see Member Schmidt's hand up, so I'll turn it over to him.
Yeah, I'm pretty much with you all on that, and just that implied is that we, we want there to be an existing order that they continue to, do their due diligence to produce. So, because I think there's some outstanding documents that Mr. Templeton's entitled to. And I also agree that it's hard to know which way to go on the public comment thing. I could even see pulling back on that because it does sound pretty ambiguous as to whether there was something that we call a violation. That's all.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. Vice Chair Wong, did I see your hand up again? Is that?
Yeah, I guess I also wanted to note, I think probably Member Wolf was getting at justification for withholding or properly redacted records as well. I don't know if you want to speak to that, Member Wolf.
So yeah, but the point is I don't know where those documents came from because they were, from what I'm looking at, they were in the petitioners section of records that were provided. So that's why I tried to qualify, whether they were received that way by the petitioner or whether the respondent actually knew or had them redacted for a specific reason. My concern is that it's in white space instead of forgive me, in a black space, as redactions are usually done, and so that you can actually see where the redaction is. Here it looks almost like it didn't exist on the page, but it obviously for that particular passage begins in the middle of a sentence. So obviously, where's the rest of the sentence prior to that? So the question is if those are the records that the petitioner had received, then I would say, yeah, then I would say there's a violation there. I haven't been able to find a copy. This is a pretty large file. I haven't been able to find a copy of that particular message in the respondent's part or anywhere else in the file yet. So I'll stop there. But for the sake of a better explanation, I think that there's some issues with that redaction there. And if I could just take a moment on the public comment side, I found that listening to the recording, and thank you, Member Hill, for doing that. That's that to me it's compelling. It doesn't take due diligence to assure if anyone is on the line, and to have a little patience and maybe repeat again and again and again, much in the same way we do, to assure that public commenters in the queue are ready to go. I mean, public comment is the only opportunity for members of the public to address the body business of government. To not give them every opportunity, especially during conditions that we're dealing with now, where everything is remote. And as I complain all the time, there's too many different platforms. People don't know how to use them. Some platforms are using 2 platforms, like experience with Microsoft Teams and the WebEx phone bridge. Okay, 2 completely different systems. You know, I just find it to be not good to slow your meeting down and assure that the public has every opportunity to speak, and not try to rush through it. So I'm compelled by the recording, and frankly didn't get to hear the rest of the recording. This is just a snapshot, so I'll give the benefit of the doubt that maybe at the beginning of the meeting it was fully explained. Doesn't mean that everybody that was wanting to speak on a certain subject was there at the beginning of the meeting, much as we note here. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right, I see Member Padmanabhan.
I actually do agree with Member Wolf on public comment. One, because I think the recording was pretty evident that not enough time was given to potential public commenter, but also that Mr. Templeton said that there were 2 other people who were not able to make a public comment. So I do believe that there was a violation. I think it was 67.15. Thank you.
This is Chair Yankee. I had a question for Member Hill. I think it would be helpful for me personally if you were able, if you still have the audio up, could you perhaps play the introductory part of that item to hear what type of instructions were given out at the outset? To me, I think would be helpful. This would be the part before the first public commenter.
Thank you, Chair Wolf. I'm sorry, Chair Yankee. Give me just a moment, and I will play it from time 00. Give me just a moment.
Well, while you do that, I'm just going to go off on a little different subject here. If we're going to, just to note to everyone, if we're going to consider a violation of 6729-7, I would note that pertains specifically to the mayor and department heads, and that the complaint itself did not name the department head of the planning department. Not that we can't include it, but I'd be careful that if we formulate our motion in that way, that we make sure that it's the department head specifically named, since 6729-7 only applies to the mayor and department heads as individuals, not necessarily to the department as a whole. All right, I'm sorry, I'm done. I was just trying to kill some time for you.
No, it's okay. Let me see if this, if you can hear this, please let me know.
Thank you, Commissioners. First on your agenda is general public comment. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the items reach to the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. This is your time to press *3 to be added to the queue. And when you hear that your line has been unmuted, that's your indication to begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Okay, I think that's where you were, yeah. I actually, I actually, hearing that, I actually feel that was a fairly comprehensive set of instructions.
Yep.
I'm not convinced that there's a violation based on those.
Yeah, thanks. They're still voting, so I'm still watching. Okay, all right, I'll call you later.
Mr. Templeton, I think you're unmuted. Mr. Templeton, could I ask that you mute yourself? We heard part of your phone call there. Thank you. Okay. I was going to say, I actually feel that those instructions are fairly comprehensive at the beginning, are very similar to the set of instructions that we give. So I know at least 2 times for that agenda item, there were instructions to press *3 once at the beginning, and again after the first speaker spoke. perhaps may have been better to give a few, extra seconds as a best practice, but I'm not sure that the information was necessarily withheld. I see Member Highland.
Yeah, Member Highland here. I was actually going to speak against the other members, saying that I thought that the instructions were measured, not rushed. And also, if I'm not mistaken, people had up to 2 or 3 minutes while the first speaker was speaking to still raise those hands, hit that button, right? So it's not like the window opens up for a split second and then you can do it. So I think it was noticed adequately. I think it was reminded again adequately at the end. I have no problem with this as far as, and I know Mr. Ionin is an experienced leader of meetings, and I think what he did was professional and appropriate.
Yeah, this is Chair Yankee. I would agree with you, Member Highland. I think that was, exactly what I would expect as an introduction, and that would have afforded any member of the public, several minutes to press *3. And it included the extra reminder at the end, which I don't even think is technically necessary, but very much appreciated. So I think the effort was made to afford members of the public the opportunity. But that being said, personally, I still do see the violations for the other matters that we discussed.
Agreed.
Did someone want to make a motion? I mean, it sounds like there might be some disagreement. We can split it out into two different motions, if that makes folks more comfortable.
This is Vice Chair Wong. I will make a motion to find violation of Sunshine Ordinance Section 6721 for failing to provide records in a timely manner, and Section 6729-7 for failing to maintain records in a professional and businesslike manner.
Member Wong, our Vice Chair Wong, just two quick clarifying. Do we want to say 6721B specifically?
Yeah, I believe so. Yep, that's the one.
And then
I apologies, Chair Yankee. 6721, 6729-7, and you.
Right. So Vice Chair Wong said initially 6721 just generally, and I asked her if she wanted to narrow that down to 6721B.
B, yeah. Okay, that's what I didn't hear. Okay.
And then who did we want to name Vice Chair Wong? We want to name both the planning department and the director or department head. I'm not sure what because for 67-29-7, that only applies to the department head. At least in my reading of that subsection.
Yeah, I think, I guess, yeah, we can just specify a general department head, since I don't actually know who the head of the planning department is currently.
And then did we want to include a subsequent order as part of that?
I'll let you formulate that, Chair Yankee.
I mean, I would just suggest that we say and order the department to begin, or to supply the remaining records within 5 business days or 5 days, something. However you want to word that. I'm not sure which way we've said it before.
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
Okay, so I think this is what I have. Let me know if I'm wrong. Okay, so we have finding a violation of 6721B for not providing records in a timely manner, and 6729-7 for not maintaining and preserving in a professional and businesslike manner all documents and correspondence. Specifically in this case, I believe was agenda, past agendas. And then to order the production of records within 5 days to the complainant. and that we're naming both the planning department and department head. Did I get it all?
Yep, that sounds correct to me.
Okay, Cheryl, did you get all that?
Moved by Vice Chair Wong, seconded by.
We haven't done that. I haven't asked for a second.
Okay, find a violation of 6721B for failing to provide records in a timely manner, and 67.29-7 for failing to maintain records in a professional and business-like manner, including all documents and correspondence, and order the department to supply responsive records within 5 business days to the complainant.
I think it's helpful if we say include that the agendas were what was missing or not maintained in a professional business manner.
Yeah, I believe it was between 2016 and 2019.
I think 2006 and 2009.
Oh,
yes. That's what I had written.
2006 through 2029?
2009.
Okay.
And then Cheryl, did you have that it's both, we're naming both the planning department and the planning department head?
Okay. Okay, it's in there.
Okay, so that's the motion. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, seconded by member Schmidt.
Seconded by Dean, okay.
Okay, great. So members, do we have discussion on this or should we move to public comment on this item? I see member Highland raising his hand.
Just wondering if we should name, is it Rich Hillis by name?
Oh, is that who it is?
I think so. Perhaps Mr. Ionin could confirm that.
Rich Hillis is the current director, yes.
Rich.
Okay, so Cheryl, let's go ahead and put his name in there.
Department head, Rich. Mr. Ionin, if you could confirm the spelling of Mr. Hillis's last name.
Hillis.
All right, great.
That's
Thank
right.
you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Any other discussion before we move to public comment? I don't see any, so let's go ahead and do public comment on this item. You can press *3 to be added, to have your hand raised and be added to the queue.
Okay, we have Archbishop Franzo King still with his hands raised. I'm not sure if it's from previous or not, but I will unmute him.
We typically don't take public comment from those individuals who already spoke.
Okay. Oh wait, well we have we have a new person. It's anonymous caller, user number 7. So I will unmute that person.
Okay.
1 second. You are unmuted.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. I wanted to speak mostly towards the records preservation issue. So I'm looking at the planning department's retention policy on their index of records. It does obviously state that retention type is permanent for the planning commission's agendas, and it's supposed to be retained on-site for 2 years and permanently off-site. It also, however, mentions things like, let's see here, contract agreements and MOUs for 20 years plus the term of the agreement. It also mentions administrative records in general, on-site until the purpose is served and off-site for the remainder of 2 years. So I'm not sure if those kinds of things were mentioned. I thought they were. There might be some more violations of the records preservation law. And regarding what Chair Wolf stated about redactions, you may want to, in your referral to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, ask them to send it back to you for additional violations of 6726 and 6727 if they are not giving every redaction with a key. Each and every redaction has to have a citation to a legal justification. And maybe you can't make that determination right now, but your Compliance Committee might. And I know in this other times, if the Compliance Committee notices something else, sometimes you guys say, well, they can't refer it back for more violations. So maybe you just want to make it clear that if the Compliance Committee does notice that, they can refer it back to you for potential additional violations of 26 and 27. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Do we have any other public commenters?
It looks like another anonymous user has raised their hand.
Okay.
I will unmute them now. Anonymous user number 2.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Peter.
Yeah.
Are you ready to start talking?
Yes, let me know when you're starting the timer, please.
Go ahead.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and PO Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I have certainly agreement with what you've got so far, but I have apparently you've decided to drop from this motion the 67.15 based on an early in the meeting mention of what to do to get into the queue for speaking. And what I want to say is there's a number of issues I think that are very significant. We have won a case that had to do with a violation of our right to speak, and we have a lot of experience on public meetings and so on. There have been a number of failures. Those failures could be because of something happening with the technology. That happened to us once. We luckily, it was the full board of supervisors. We contacted the office, which was still open. They had a problem, but eventually got through, and the clerk of the board asked the president of the board, Shaman Walton, or mentioned what had happened, and he basically backed up, reversed a vote, reopened public comment, and took public comment, and then went forward with the rest of the meeting. So that's one way of handling problems that might not come up instantly. But there's a very serious problem with respect to phone calls. There's no way for the phone caller to have any idea what his status is unless he absolutely and perfectly correctly remembers whether he pressed *3 or not in time for the public comment. And furthermore, there's no way for him to know unless he's paying continual and constant attention and the system works right. There's no way for him to know whether he's been lowered. His hand has been lowered when he wasn't pressing anything. Your testimony, I thought, was very revealing. At one point, your planning department person said, unfortunately, repeated pressing of *3 can lower the hand. Well, there's nothing in any of the instructions that I've seen nor heard today that indicates if you press *3 once, you're raising your hand, but if you press it repeatedly, you're lowering your hand each alternate time. And that can be extremely confusing, especially if you're being in a big rush like Dr. Templeton said he was doing. That's another complete confusion. To talk about just whether the technology works, yes, it fails, but also who is operating it, how it's being operated, whether there's been inattention or unexplained oversight. There are human elements that are always present, and I also ask you to ask what's been recorded. Most if not all of these technologies record everything.
Thank you, Speaker. Do we have any other public commenters for this item?
At this time, there are no other users in the queue.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So members, it's with us. Is there any last discussion before we vote on this item? If there's concerns about additional items, we could always someone can make an additional motion after this vote if we so choose. I see Vice Chair Wong.
On really quickly to anonymous number 3. For the consent meeting, we actually considered sending back a file for finding further violation in our last meeting. So just wanted to mention it is something we are aware of.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wong. I don't see any other hands raised from members right now, so I think we're ready to go for a vote on this motion. So Cheryl, when you're ready, please take the roll.
Okay. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Everybody voted aye.
Great. Thank you, Cheryl. Members, were there any other last motions or comments on this item before we move on? I see Member Padmanabhan's hand up.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to find a violation of 6715.
Okay, did you want to be more specific in that?
For the meeting on October 20th, when I think not enough information was provided to the public commenters, and I do believe the petitioner had informed the planning, I think the clerk of the body, or that they were going to speak. So I do feel that there was a violation. I don't know how much more. Do you need anything else?
Oh, do we want to say, okay, so violation of 6715, would it be A? Is that what you're looking at? Every agenda should provide opportunity, or
67. Yes, A.
For failing to provide enough information to the public commenters on the meeting of October 20?
On October 20th, yeah.
Okay. So that's a motion out there. Do we have a second for that motion?
So this is Member Wolf. I'll second the motion, but I think the motion needs to be fleshed out a little bit. We can't just make a general motion, because then it makes it hard to, who do you hold accountable at that point? So I think it needs to, I think Member Padmanabhan, you need to name someone. And frankly, despite Mr. Ionan's position on the commission's responsibility of facilitation is actually on the chair. And I think it's incumbent upon the chair, if the chair notices that there may be some inconsistencies during a meeting, no matter what it is, it's really up to the chair to be the main facilitator and to assure that not just the chair, but everybody else who's also a decision maker there to make to assure that the rules of order and the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance is carried out appropriately. But in the interest of I agree. I think there was some anomalies there, and I'll give the motion a chance. So I'll second it.
Are you recommending a restating of some sort?
I'm recommending that the motion have somebody accountable, and my suggestion is that while it's not if the meeting facilitation with like the gavel had been passed to someone else, like Mr. Ionan, to facilitate a portion or the entire meeting, then the question is who's the responsible party to assure that the ordinance is being carried out appropriately, like we do with all our other motions, and we just did it with the one just before this, to identify a person who is accountable to that.
So, Member Padmanabhan, who did you want to name in your motion?
Actually, I have no idea.
Well, my suggestion is that the chair of the commission is the ultimate arbiter, the facilitator, and it's really their responsibility, and no less every single one of the other commissioners, to assure that the meeting is running appropriately.
Okay, let's go ahead with the chair of the commission then.
This is Chair Yankee. I would just have concerns in this item naming that, because we noticed the planning department, the chair of the commission had no opportunity to come before us and defend himself or herself against those accusations. And so, maybe there's a very good explanation or other story, so I'm not comfortable naming someone who was never noticed of this violation as part of it.
Well, but department head Hillis was not either. And we just approved a motion naming him in absentia.
I'm just expressing my opinion. You're certainly welcome to formulate the motion how.
I would prefer to just leave it general at this point.
Well, then I'm going to remove my second. I can't see a passing a motion without it being directed to somebody to make a change to fix it. To just make an announcement that somebody did something wrong is not enough. So I'll remove my second, unless you wish to revise the motion.
Second.
Okay, so moved by Member Padmanabhan, seconded by Member Schmidt, and so this would just be the planning department in general. You're naming Member Padmanabhan?
Yes.
Okay.
Member Highland here, just a point of clarification. This is regarding the meeting that we heard the video, the audio on. Is that the same thing?
Yes, that was the October 20th.
October 20th.
Okay, thank you.
That was the meeting we heard the audio on, yes. Okay, so Cheryl, can you restate the motion for us just so everyone knows what we're discussing and voting on?
Moved by Member Padmanabhan, seconded by Member Schmidt, to find the planning department in violation of 6715A for failing to provide enough information to the public commenters at the meeting of October 20, 2021.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. All right, members, any discussion on this item? I see Member Hill, Member Wolf. So Member Hill.
Thank you, Chair. I feel like that misses in the technology. Let's just assume that no one person was blatantly trying to not allow someone else to speak, but taking the facts on the taking everyone's testimony on the surface, that it was let's say it's a miss in the technology. 3 people showing up to provide public comment, and for some reason, all 3 of those folks, even though they said that they were going to show up and they did, were not able to make that comment. I believe us not taking some type of action on that or making some type of statement could also leave like an open door for essentially anyone or any committee or any public group to blame the technology, and as a reason for not calling on the public. So I'm particularly interested in this motion, but I also agree with Member Wolf that just like blanketing saying this is a responsibility of the planning department. I don't know if saying something like the members of the the members of the Historic Preservation Commission specifically, since that's the group that we're talking about here, might be helpful, so that we can direct this towards specifically the Historic Preservation Commission might be helpful. But I do believe that if it comes down to technology, and the city is ultimately responsible for the technology for making this and for the vehicle for public testimony, that if that for some reason that technology fails, then I believe that falls on the side of the public. I'm sorry, of the group that is holding the public hearing.
Okay, thank you, Member Hill. I see Member Wolf next.
Yeah, along the same lines, this is not against the planning department. Planning department, the commission doesn't belong to the planning department. The commission belongs to the mayor. The mayor creates these commissions, or the voters create the commissions, or it's created by a charter amendment or an ordinance. These bodies are meant to be the oversight for the department. So it's not the correct focus in the motion. The planning department really has nothing to do except to bring the business that needs to be approved, that the planning department needs in order to be able to do its work. It needs permission or approval from the commission. So I would say, first of all, it's not planning. It's not even a planning commission here. It would be a historic preservation commission. And because this happened, some time ago, and these seats, have turnover over time, then I would put the focus on the commission itself, and which would include all the members of the commission. So that way there's some focus. And that way, if in the future this happens again, perhaps to somebody else, then the complaints and amendments, or somebody else who wants to file a complaint because it happened to themselves, has some focus on it. It's just a very general statement. It's almost like a resolution, which I don't think serves us at all. So I would urge that the motion be recrafted.
Okay. May I suggest we add the Historic Preservation Commission to the motion?
Chair Yankee, you're muted.
Thank you. Member Padmanabhan, is it going to be the Planning Department and Historic Preservation Commission, or are you replacing the Planning Department with Historic Preservation Commission? Oh, I'm sorry, now you're muted.
I will replace the Planning Commission with the Historic Preservation Commission and all its members.
Okay, and I think that was Member Schmidt who seconded it. So,
right.
If I could interject, the next case is the case against the Historic Preservation Commission. So there could be a motion at that time against that entity. That would seem like one way to solve that. And then the remaining question is, well, do we also hold the planning department responsible here? Yeah, I'm still seconding. I don't withdraw my second.
Okay, so you accept those changes?
That out there for the moving party. I mean, the maker of the motion.
So this motion will work if the planning department is included for this case, I think.
You naming both then, Member Padmanabhan?
I'm going to leave it as the Historic Preservation Commission.
Okay. So it's Historic Preservation Commission only being named in this motion. Okay, and I think I saw member Neighbors wave her hand.
Ironically, I could not find my how to raise my hand button. Interesting. Maybe I need more instructions. It sounds like the concern about the motion is that it names the planning department instead of the planning commission. Is that right? So would it be possible to, instead of it, since we haven't heard the historical preservation case yet, and we're still focused on the issue of the planning. Wait, that's not right. I think that you have to name the original. Well, it was the planning department. It was. So maybe also those who, but it's the commission you're making a motion about in terms of public comment, right? So would you be comfortable replacing planning department in your motion with planning commission? And would that make it? No, that would not make it better. But it's the planning.
This was a meeting of the Historic Preservation Commission, the October 20th meeting. So yeah, I don't think it involves the planning commission as an entity.
The clip we heard was just historical planning commission. Why did we hear that in the context of this? Yes. I will back up because I see another hand that looks like it's going to explain to me.
Member Wolf?
Yeah, let's just be very clear. I didn't recall that the next item was against this exact body. So the current respondent is the planning department. Planning departments don't have public meetings. The commissions do. Any public meetings that the planning department has are for other reasons that may have like a passive meeting or something like that. But in this case, I don't think it's applicable. I think the records request that we just passed, that one absolutely was applicable. But I think the introduction of the public comment actually is misplaced. It's not really meant for it, really not here. The planning department provides staff to the Historic Preservation Commission and maybe a host of other commissions, much in the same way the clerk of the Board of Supervisors provides us with staff in the same kind of way. So I would opt that this motion be withdrawn because this issue will most likely be brought up in the next item, because the next item is about the commission that actually performs the meeting.
Yes, I think I'm going to withdraw the motion.
Okay, so Cheryl, please note that the motion has been withdrawn by its maker. All right, do we have any? I see a couple hands, but I think Member Wolf and Member Putnam already spoke on this, so I don't want to. All right, Member Hill? Oh, no, you're good? All right. I don't see any hands up, and we didn't take any action. So I think we can go ahead and move on to the next file. I don't see. All right, all right, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next item, which is going to be item number 10.
Item number 10, file number 22028, complaint filed by John Templeton against the Historic Preservation Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.7, 67.21, and 67.29-7 by failing to post an agenda containing a meaningful description of each item of business to be transacted or discussed at the meeting, failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner, and failing to maintain and preserve all documents in a professional manner. On May 17, 2022, the complaint committee moved by Member Stein, seconded by Member Wolf, to find that the task force has the task force has jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and to refer the matter to the task force for consideration of Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to provide records in a timely manner, 67.15 by failing to allow public commenters at a public meeting, and 67.29-7 by failing to maintain records in a professional and businesslike manner. There are two parts for records in this particular item. That's where you'll find your records, part 1 and part 2.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. And before we hear a summary of this case, I just want to make sure that we have, I'm assuming it's the same parties, but just to verify, so Mr. Templeton appears to still be present. And then if we could verify if Mr. Ionin, if he is going to be the representative for the Historic Preservation Commission. So can you confirm that, Mr. Ionin?
Yes.
Okay. So it sounds like we have the same physical parties here who will be speaking on this item. So let me turn this over to, it looks like this went through the complaint committee as well. So complaint committee chair Schmidt, if you want to give us a summary of this one and perhaps talk about how it differed from the last case.
Summary is, I think you all know the whole case by now. And I think that any way it would differ, we've already sort of talked about with regards to parties, individuals involved. So I've got really nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to follow the same format as we did it the last time. So Mr. Templeton will go first. So Cheryl, when you are ready for Mr. Templeton to begin speaking, please let him know and then he can begin.
Mr. Templeton, are you ready to speak?
Sure. Like as just been mentioned, everybody's familiar with the outlines. I would just point to page 750 in the part 1. And it shows that on April 8th, I got the records request response, and where they invoked 14 days. However, the letter to the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission was on March 28th. And subsequently, I actually pointed out the discrepancy and asked them if they wanted to correct it, and they didn't. So the only difference in this case is that the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission was explicitly the person who got the records request, and she did not act on it in a timely fashion. This follows up on the November 29th meeting where they specifically promised us that they would find the grant agreement. And so that would relate to not maintaining records in a professional fashion. And I would sort of agree with the folks who believe that the motion on the failing to allow us to testify properly goes in this item as opposed to the second one. I would just also note that it should be recognized because it was consequential. There's a email where there was a discussion of $100,000 being available to us, but it didn't happen because they didn't produce the grant agreement in a timely fashion. So the failure to produce the records and the failure to testify had real world consequences. So I think it is important to reference it because we gave them 5 days advance notice. They knew the specific names of the people who were presenting. And also the next day, the planning director also used technology as an excuse because he couldn't find the tape of the September 29th meeting. So I think we should not give folks a quick out in terms of saying, well, the phone system did it. And just going back into history, when we had the first Sunshine Ordinance order determination in 2007, they came in and blamed the receptionist. So the order says, well, the receptionist should keep records on where the meeting is, when the real issue was that they changed the meeting so we couldn't attend. So I think we should close that loophole of just saying people didn't know how to use star 3, because I remember hitting that button and being very surprised that I wasn't getting through. So something was amiss at the time that I tried to get in.
You have 40 seconds, sir. Is that the end of your testimony?
And just the last thing is that it's really, I don't think your policies require you to figure out why it happened. I think, the fact that it did happen is the proper thing for you to notice.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do we have any parties who wish to testify on behalf of the complainant?
We have 3 hands raised.
Okay.
I will unmute Archbishop Franzo King first.
Well, thank you so much. I must say this has been a marathon of an occasion, and I want to thank you for your diligence and your patience to deal with something that I believe is not only going to favor the Black community, but the Great Bay Area altogether. And thank you so much for your diligence. And Dr. Templeton, God bless you. We thank you for being that voice that can be heard in the wilderness, crying for peace and justice for people that have too long suffered without it, but would have no hope if it wasn't for the men who are very caring as yourselves. So God bless each and every one of you and every work of good endeavor.
Thank you, sir. Before we continue, DCA Wolf, you might want to mute yourself. I think we're hearing your conversation.
I'm muted.
No, DCA Mark Price Wolf, not you, Member Wolf. All right. Let's see if we can go ahead and hear from the next party.
Anonymous user 2 has been unmuted.
Can I have speaker 2's name, please?
I'm not clear. What are we talking about now? Is this item 10 or what?
Yes, it's item 10.
Okay, let me know when to start then, please.
Go ahead, Peter.
Wait 1 second. One second. This is the parties who are testifying in support. This is not general public comment. So, Mr. Warfield, are you a party to this case?
No, we're not a party at all. That's why I was asking. I heard public comment, but we're not a party to this case. We're not even particularly familiar with the documentation.
Okay,
but we certainly responded to that issue of whether or not somebody has a fair opportunity to make public comment. That's what.
Okay, we're not on public comment yet. We're on the part where parties can provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent. So I think you're going to want to wait for the public comment portion.
Yeah. Yes, okay. I will. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and have Mr. Warfield go back on mute. Do we have anyone else who's a party who would like to provide facts or evidence for this case?
That looks to complete the queue. There doesn't seem to be any further hands raised in those two.
Okay. Is there a way to go ahead and force the lowering of the hands so that we know that when we call public comment that it's new hands being raised, not
I
residual?
believe there is a way, but it doesn't look like it's allowing me, even though I'm the host. It's very strange.
You should be able to put the pull down menu under attendees who raise their hand and clear all.
Okay, yeah, let me do, yes. I have it up at a different, I had two different windows open, so yes, I will do that now.
Okay, while you do that, we'll go ahead and have Mr. Ionin speak 5 minutes as the respondent in this matter.
Thank you. I mean, as the two cases are very similar, my response is going to be the same as the previous. However, I would like to clarify only that I suggested there may have been a technical issue with the platform as one of the reasons why Mr. Templeton and two other persons were not able to speak under general public comment. In my experience, 99.9% of the time, it's human error. I mean, as demonstrated that we were able to receive general public comment from one person at that hearing on October 20th. And again, I'll just restate that if the person's not raising their hand, I can't call upon them. But otherwise, all of my responses are the same as the previous case. So I'll just rest.
Okay, thank you. All right, so members, this is our opportunity to ask questions. And I see Member Schmidt's hand up.
Not a question, but I would like to ask through the chair that a question be raised to Mr. Templeton, which is, Mr. Templeton, is there anyone else that you believe may have intended to give testimony on your behalf that may possibly have not been able to get through?
One person.
Pardon?
One person.
Okay, and who is that?
Guy Washington, who's the Western Regional Coordinator of the National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom, and he was part of the meeting where they moved the meeting without notifying us back in 2007.
You had a discussion with him before
Yes.
this, and it was your understanding that maybe he's trying to give testimony. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
I had a question for Mr. Templeton. Mr. Templeton, did you or any of the other individuals who tried to give public comment send an email or somehow document that you got passed up? I mean, at what point?
Yeah, it's in the records. It was an email that we sent in real time saying we can't get through. Al Williams sent me an email saying he couldn't get through, so I passed that on to them.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could you point me to where that is?
Oh boy, I don't know if I can find it, but yeah. Let me see. Maybe in the other record.
In an effort to save time, I will, I guess, state that he did, but during the course of a hearing, I'm not generally checking my emails. I've got too many other buttons to push.
Okay, so he did send something during the hearing that said that public comment was not working.
I believe it was during the hearing, but I distinctly recall receiving an email stating as such.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think it's in the file for item 9. But,
okay. Well, that's fine, Mr. Templeton. I think that
Yeah.
answered my question. Members, any other questions on this? Should we go ahead and move to rebuttals on this one? All right, sounds like we'll go ahead and move to rebuttals. So the order is reversed. So Mr. Ionin, you'll go first, and Cheryl will let you know when she's ready.
Mr. Ionin, are you ready?
Yes, no rebuttal.
No rebuttal. Okay, let me stop. Mr. Templeton, are you ready to speak?
Sure.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, because we didn't get a chance to testify, then we didn't get on the agenda. And, you know, we still have a situation since 1968 where the city has never nominated an African-American property for the National Register. So, it was a very consequential failure. And it's sort of like, you know, plane falling out of the sky because a boat dropped. Well, the boat might have dropped for no particular reason, but, you know, plane dropped out of the sky. And so it was a real turning point because we weren't able to do that testimony.
Does that complete your comments, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just didn't want to cut you off. Okay, so members, it's time for us to deliberate and formulate a motion on this item, if any.
Not supposed to wipe your hands on your apron?
DC Wolf, we can hear you. All right, there you go. All right, members, any motions for this item?
This is Member Hill. I will make a motion to find the Historic Preservation Commission in violation of 6715 subsection A. Sorry, my first real motion. For not providing members of the public proper opportunity to speak during public hearing. Did I say that right?
Okay, that sounds like a starting place for that motion.
And I will second it. This is Member Padmanabhan.
Okay, moved by Member Hill, seconded by Member Padmanabhan. Members, any discussion on this motion? I guess, all right, so I'll make some comments on this one. And my concerns remain the same as they were before. Is, you know, I have no doubt that Mr. Templeton, you know, wanted to make public comment and wasn't able to do that. I don't think that's in dispute. What I struggle with personally is saying that someone violated the law, particularly this whole commission. For all we know right now, there's someone in public comment, or as this meeting's been going on, that's been hitting *3 and taking off *3 and hitting it again. And, you know, for you know, and that would be terrible if we miss them, right? I certainly want to make sure, but did we all just commit a violation if tomorrow someone emails us and says, you guys didn't let me speak, right? So I struggle with this one because I'm not sure I saw any action that was necessarily against the law. And that's what we're trying to find. Did someone do something against the law? You know, I think that there could possibly be process improvements. I think we might want to consider, you know, making some suggestions or have them maybe come back at a future meeting and talk about the technology or something along those lines. But do I feel that every member of the Historic Preservation Committee violated San Francisco law in that meeting? That's what I struggle with. Just as much as I don't think all of us here are violating the law right now. If tomorrow Cheryl gets an email saying someone tried to press *3 and didn't get a chance to make public comment, I'm not sure what the members of the Historic Preservation Committee in real time could have done to have afforded Mr. Templeton the opportunity and the others who wanted to make public comment the opportunity to do so. So I really struggle with this one because I want to make this right. I don't want to see it happen again. But nonetheless, I don't see anyone on the Historic Preservation Commission as being a lawbreaker. And that's what we're technically finding. We're saying someone violated the law. So that's where I'm at on this. Member Hill?
Yeah, I this is the problem with the technology, y'all. Like, if someone had said, if we were all sitting in a room, and having our public hearing, and maintenance had locked the door, so that the public couldn't come in, of course, and the commission wasn't responsible for that. Then of course it wasn't. And there's members of the public who are trying to get in, but they can't because the door is locked. Then, did the commission violate the law? No. But, is the public standing outside not being able to get in because the door's locked? And now who is responsible for that? In a very similar situation, like if the technology isn't working, I do find it difficult to believe that that you have multiple folks who are emailing during the meeting, listening in on it, saying that they can't get in, and at the end of the day, there's no one to hold responsible for that. I guess it's unfortunate that we can't hold Cisco WebEx events responsible, for the technology not working, but I just feel like that this is like it is it is an issue with the technology, and it's a challenge in the time that we're the time that we're living in right now. And if we say that there's no one responsible for this, then I also think that that's a problem, because then I could just always say that the door was locked, and then there's no one responsible for that. So that's the personal challenge that I'm I'd love to hear from other folks, because this is something that every public meeting is having to address, and if we don't give our public every opportunity to be able to speak, then what I guess the other comment I would just have is does Mr. Templeton still have something to say? And therefore, can they be given the opportunity to say that? Have they been given the opportunity to say that at a future hearing, if it wasn't particularly timely to that particular meeting? Thank you.
Thank you. I see Member Schmidt, Member Neighbors, and Member Wolf.
Okay, I'm pretty much in agreement with both of you. I don't know if I'd go so far to say struggle, but I think this is a real close call. And Terry Yankee, I think I understand exactly what you're saying. However, I support the motion because I believe that we have identified at least one method by which the people who are running the meeting, they could have a backup. Like, say *3 is not working. Well, they could have been like, aware that people could email them. They could even say to people, look, you know, we got a backup here. Maybe we have a different phone number. People can call a live person. I think that they weren't looking at emails, and they could have set up a backup of some kind, just like, you know, the door was locked. It's somewhat of an analogy. So that's what I think in this day and age where we have these remote meetings, you got to make sure that people can get in to give public comment. So that's why I support the motion.
Chair Yankee, I think you're on mute.
Okay, member Neighbors.
Yeah, I agree with all three of you. And have come to a different conclusion myself. I absolutely am listening to the recording. That was super helpful. The letter of the law was met, and it also didn't ring to me that it was disingenuous in terms of merely meeting the letter of the law. We know, because we hear these cases so often, and we're so fortunate to have our public reminding us how difficult it is to deal with the remote meetings. We've learned best practices for ourselves. But it seems like, you know, violation is one tool we have to teach people about those best practices. But also education is another tool that we have. Annual report is another tool that we have. We don't use those other tools as much as we could. This, you know, could be an opportunity for us to be thinking about, you know, if what is really important is making sure that people like Mr. Templeton are heard at every public meeting, then is a violation going to be likely to persuade the planning department and others to do that? Probably not. We've seen some repeat offenders after some violations have been found and different things. But education might, and sharing best practices might. So I'm in agreement with the spirit of what we're saying here. I just feel like in order to get to the outcome that I assume we all want, which is a real change in behavior of the folks running these meetings, that a violation is not going to do it. And we need to put in the work to make sure that we're distributing best practices, because we put a lot of time into learning those best practices.
Thank you, member Neighbors. Member Wolf.
Yeah, I want to just focus on some facts here. One, this particular body has members from multiple branches of government and other departments. It isn't all appointed by the mayor or by the board of supervisors or what have you. So there are multiple people that are here that are responsible for their respective folks that appoint them there. Second, can somebody clarify for me, and maybe I'll need to ask the petitioner again, if Mr. Templeton and his group had notified the Historic Preservation Commission ahead of the October 20th meeting, and documentation would be essential for that evidence. And then the last point I'll make on this, did the Historic Preservation Commission, if they received it and considered Mr. Templeton and his folks time to speak on the agenda, or did they recognize that he and others would be present at that meeting to make public testimony? And if so, you know, making yourself known that you're going to be present, you know, for something very specific that pertains to the jurisdiction of that body, I think would demand a little attention to make sure those folks are there and that they're able to actually connect or not. I mean, we have difficulty even just in this meeting of folks, you know, continually asking if they're connected or if we could hear them or not. And people fumbling around for their mute buttons, either to turn them on or turn them off. So I'll stop there. But the clarification, I'd like to get some clarification on that advance notice of their attendance for the October 20th meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Templeton, I'm not sure if you heard Member Wolf's question, but I don't know if that's something you could address briefly for us.
Sure. Well, I just put the email in the chat. And yeah, I guess the important thing is to see it in the context of things. And in the first part, I actually give a timeline, which some of the members asked for at the complaint committee. So October 20th has to be seen in the context of what also happened on October 21st when the planning director said, "Oh, I can't find the video of the September 29th presentation," or even yesterday when the planning department said, "Oh, we can't attend the meeting because so the pattern of behavior that Guy Washington was going to talk about from 2007 has basically been lynching by red tape. So you have a meeting scheduled, it's moved. So this has been going on for 15 years. So you really can't look at it in terms of just that one meeting, but and that's why I put together the timeline. So you say, okay, well, this happened on the 21st. Then on 21st, they asked the planning director, well, what happened to the video of the September 20th? Oh, that we know you record. Oh, I don't have it. So there's this pattern of blaming technology for things that are very consequential. So it's not as if nobody. These are things that actually influence policy and outcomes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, if I could just follow up for a second. So I apologize, Mr. Templeton, that we're focusing on, or I am focusing on this one particular meeting, but I understand. I've read through the timeline. It's just trying to pick out the different parts and different sections where I would think that there may be a violation is part of my job, but it also demanded to have a little focus from you two to be able to help me find those particular points. There's just a lot of information here, and I appreciate all the time and effort you put into it. I just the key thing here is if it's happening at one meeting, and if there's a continued effort that's happening at other meetings, we some feel that sometimes the order determination is enough to say, okay, this has happened, this has been happening, and by highlighting a specific incident. That said, I saw the email that you put in the chat. It was dated October 15th. It was not addressed to Mr. Ionin, who's the secretary or the clerk for that particular commission. It was I can get back to it now if this will let me. Yes, here it is.
Committee member Wolf, if I may interject,
yeah.
At this point, we fully acknowledge that we were expecting this group to come and testify under general public comment. We don't argue that point. In fact, we were surprised when they didn't come. But I would like to clarify two things, that this general public comment is the first item on our agenda. If at any time during that hearing, Mr. Templeton and his group raised their hands by pressing *3, we would have assuredly reopened general public comment to afford them the opportunity to speak. Okay, there was no attempt by myself, the chair, or the commission to prevent anyone from speaking. We do this on a regular basis, recognizing the technological difficulties associated with this pandemic and this platform that we all are struggling to use. At any time, in fact, on that hearing, if you look at the agenda, there are several other items where we would have taken public comment, And if, again, Mr. Templeton had pressed *3 and raised his hand, and those others, I guess, at least one other person who wanted to speak, we would have most certainly afforded them the opportunity to speak under general public comment by reopening it through the chair. And the only last point of clarification is that the Historic Preservation Commission is fully appointed by the mayor.
That's not what the website says. Website says all members are nominated by the mayor and supervisors and city departments on San Francisco historic preservation goals, policies, and programs. They're nominated
the Historic Preservation Commission or the Planning Commission.
Right. I'm
the
sorry.
Planning
They're
Commission
nominated. No, I'm reading from the Historic Preservation Commission website. I'm sorry. It does. There's a second sentence that says all members are nominated by the mayor and subject to approval by the Board of Supervisors. So,
right.
So you're right. So it's a combined commission where if the Board of Supervisors didn't agree with one of the nominees from the mayor, then the mayor would have to go back and nominate somebody else.
That's true of any commission.
Right.
The commissioners have to go through the rules committee and then confirmed by the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, so I'll stand corrected on that.
It's really not significant to this.
It is right. So, but be it as it may, there is turnover from time to time. My concern is that they, because it was known that they were going to be coming, and this has been a long-standing issue going back many years. You know, it's not like they just showed up at your door and, you know, and if they didn't show up, maybe they changed their mind. I mean, they made a considerable effort, and it was known to the commission chair. So that's why I'm asking for this clarification, so I can understand what exactly was happening prior and during the meeting. I understand that if somebody were to interject in the middle of a meeting and say, hey, wait a minute, something's wrong with the technology, I really wanted to speak in public comment, or I wanted to comment on this particular item. If you're open to that, great. Okay, I appreciate that. I've seen lots of commission meetings where that doesn't happen. That person is considered to be interrupting the meeting and generally is dismissed. So so I'll just stop there. I didn't quite hear that part in any of our discussion here tonight on this item, and I'll let others have a chance, and then I'll come back if I need to. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Wolf. I guess I'll go now. I think Member Neighbors very eloquently summed up where I'm at on this. I would wholeheartedly support any motion on this to educate, to issue a public report. There's a lot of tools we have in our belt besides finding violations. We can issue reports. We can, do a lot of outreach training. But I still really struggle after hearing that recording to say that every member of the Historic Preservation Commission violated the law. And I understand, I think Member Schmidt brought up a great point about, well, they could have backup systems and such. And I think that's great. That's a great suggestion. In fact, that's maybe one we should have ourselves. But nonetheless, I'm not sure that not having a backup system means that the Historic Preservation Commission violated the law. I mean, we don't have one right now. So, technically under that line of thought, we're all violating in having the exact same violation because we don't have a backup system. We didn't start this meeting and say, hey, if your public comment's not working, email such and such and make sure that Victor or Cheryl or someone's monitoring a live email box. And I think it's a great suggestion. I'm not discounting that by any means. I think that's part of what we're trying to work with in this totally new digital age, right? That we've had, at the time of this meeting, right, it was 2021, so less than 2 years for sure of trying to run meetings. And even as we're seeing, even this meeting, right, we're sitting there still trying to figure, mute out and whether we're on mute and so forth. And so I think there's better ways to convey our suggestions and to have them improve the processes and to have other departments improve than to simply say, you violated the law. Because at the end of the day, I don't think they violated the law. Do I think there's room for improvement? Yes. There's room for us to improve on this, and we're constantly working through that through every meeting. But needing improvement doesn't mean that you're a lawbreaker, right? And so that's where I struggle. I don't think that we're breaking the law right now. I don't necessarily think that the Historic Preservation Commission broke the law during this meeting. I do think they can improve, and I think we can improve, and I think, you know, that's where we have a lot of our committee meetings to talk about that, and we've issued memos and so forth. And I think this is, you know, I think as member neighbors point out, maybe this is a great thing we put into the annual report, right? We talk about things like this, and maybe we should have backup systems or someone monitoring the chat or some type of, you know, hey, if this isn't working, click this button, and there's some type of, you know, additional instructions for how to work through it. But I found the recording compelling. I don't think any member of the Historic Preservation Commission knowingly meant to restrict public comment. So that's where I'm at. I see Member Hill's hand up. Yeah, I'll get you next, Member Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. So I recall I remember my first motion that actually failed because it was a motion that was actually kind of similar to this, where I was trying to make a recommendation to the Port of San Francisco that they improve language on their website to, you know, to ensure that you know, that when someone makes a public request, public records request, that they get a response back from somebody letting them know that they actually received that, because it was sent over email and we didn't have means, you know, there's no means of doing that. So I made that suggestion, and so I'm a little bit confused right now, because it sounds like to me that, like, you know, I agree that, like, saying something like we find you in violation, you know, is strong. But you know, on the flip side of it, I feel like that's a little castrated here, because I don't have the ability to, unless someone can correct me on this in a port of order or something, don't have the ability to do anything else except for find someone in violation through a motion, because you know, the writing letters and putting something in a report, or, you know, talking about it, you know, to people, isn't strong enough, and you know, so I'd be very willing to withdraw the motion if I could also just get an understanding of, like, what can we do, what can we actually do in follow up to this, to go to the Historic Preservation Commission or somebody and say, you know, we would like to recommend that you do this. You know, if it's just me sending an email to somebody, I'd be happy to do that as well. But I'm a little frustrated because it feels like that either we can, like, find somebody in violation or that's it. So, you know, if someone could help me understand, like, what power do we actually have to affect change, I would certainly appreciate that.
All right, I see Member Wolf and then Member Schmidt.
So I want to also, you know, this isn't the only complaint on this particular item around the public testimony part. There were information, there was public documents that were requested, but the question, I think we cannot dismiss the number of years that Mr. Templeton and his group have been engaged with the city. And so, you know, this isn't just like, and the only reason why I said I was focused, you know, kind of we're focusing on this one particular day, was I'm just trying to get my head around that particular day and if there were any other repeat issues. But when you read the timeline, which is very explicit and expansive, there is some ongoing patterns that are happening here. Now, in Mr. Templeton's request, in his filing of his complaint, he stated that we were promised that our issue would be placed on the agenda of the Historic Preservation Commission in January. but that did not occur, period. And then he asks a question, which agency would have jurisdiction for that? The Ethics Commission? Question mark. Okay. The issue, and he makes a statement, the issue would be a willful misstatement by a commission chair. Okay, so that is not necessarily within our jurisdiction. What a commission chair or a body decides or decides not to put on their agenda or not, that is not necessarily part of the Sunshine Ordinance. If there was an item that was on the agenda that wasn't described properly, didn't provide a lot of documentation, that's a different story. That's a whole nother ball of wax that actually fits within our jurisdiction. So just want us to be clear when we're talking about this that we're getting all the right parts. And so if there were multiple instances of this happening that happened on October 20th, then that's what I'm having difficulty in finding in the documentation versus the ongoing request to be put on an agenda and it not happening, and all kinds of excuses for it not happening. So that way we're not just focusing on October 20th. If there's a pattern of this happening, then it brings a little more gravity to the public comment section. But I also, again, just as I started out this comment, I just want to make sure that we're not forgetting that there's other components to this complaint, that it's not just that public testimony part, that there's a whole list of documentation that was asked of the commission and whether all those documents had been received or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf. I see Member Schmidt.
Yeah, to Member Hill, I hope he doesn't withdraw the motion. If so, it's fine. I'll just hopefully either make the motion or someone else will. The second thing is that I had assumed that there would be maybe a separate motion for the documents, because the documents here I think are, pretty significant, and so maybe that's the next motion. I don't know, but just wanted to note that, and I know that's what Member Wolf was getting to at the end of his comments. That's all.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. Member Hill, do you still have your hand up? Okay. I guess just real briefly, if anyone else wants to talk, feel free. I kind of look at 6730C, and it says the task force shall advise the Board of Supervisors and provide information to other city departments on appropriate ways in which to implement this chapter. And so I think that, providing information on appropriate ways to implement this chapter gives us the ability to issue, what we find to be appropriate ways, just like it says, to issue this, but without, I think, necessarily finding a violation. That's where I'm at. I would vote for a motion like that, but as far as the actual finding of a violation, I just can't get there myself. But are there any other?
6730, Chair Yankee.
I said 6730C.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's go to public comment on this motion. So it's *3 to raise your hand if you'd like to provide public comment on this item. This would be for anyone who did not speak as a party. So if you spoke as a party, unfortunately, you cannot provide public comment. Ms. Perkinson, do we have anyone ready to provide public comment?
Apologies. Yes, we have. I did clear the hands, and we do have 2 hands raised. I will unmute Mr. King first.
Did Mr. King provide?
Mr. King?
Yes.
Did Mr. King speak as a party to this? Item is the last item. Cheryl, can you check?
Yeah, Archbishop King did speak. for the
Okay, so
second.
unfortunately,
Mr. Templeton.
So the second, we have an anonymous user number 2.
Okay.
I can unmute them as well.
Okay.
They're unmuted.
All right, let's take the first speaker. May I get your name, please?
I don't know if I'm the first or what. This is Peter Warfield.
Okay, Peter, go ahead.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association. Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and also P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. We're not a party to this complaint, as I think I said before, and we have not studied the material, but certainly we have had a lot of experience with public comment and problems with public comment. So the first thing I'd like to say is there a record of what was happening at the meeting? As I understand it, most, if not all, of the platforms that provide the methods by which you can have a remote meeting record basically everything. And there may be a recording that will show you whether or not those hands were raised or attempted to be raised. That, I think, needs to be found out, because whose word do we have that this was not working? Well, we have the words of the people who tried to get in, but we don't have really an explanation of what happened from the organizers of the meeting. And I think that somebody has to be held responsible. Somebody has to have the responsibility of making it work. And I think that Member Hill has exactly the right concept, and some of the others as well, that there's a responsibility here. If you are driving a bus and later find out that you hit somebody and injured or killed them, well, maybe you didn't see anything. Maybe you didn't hear anything. Maybe you didn't feel anything. Maybe you had no idea that the person was in your path. But there is a question of hit and run, whether you had a responsibility to know what was going on and to control your vehicle. The damage that's done here is to silence the public or certain members of the public. And I think that there has to be a serious active effort, not just, oh, we didn't do anything wrong. No, there has to be an active effort to make things work. And if they don't work, to stop things and fix them. You know, if you're in a meeting and the microphone doesn't work or you can't be heard, people will typically say, who are running the meeting, excuse me, would you lift up or lower the microphone? They don't continue when it's not working, at least when they're aware of it. But if there are problems that come up where they're not so aware or not at all aware, then maybe they have to do something more active to enable public comment to have a fair chance. And we still don't seem to know what the problem was that caused the omission of the members of the public who wanted to speak. I think at one point this time, well, I thought I was getting a 30-second warning. I think the responsibility has to be.
Thank you, Speaker. Are there any other public commenters?
Sounds like that's it.
There is no more public comment in the queue.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Perkinson. Members, do we have any final discussion items on this, or should we move to a vote? Not seeing any hands. Go ahead and call the roll, Cheryl.
Okay, are we calling roll on Member Hill's motion?
Yes, did you want to restate it?
Yes. Moved by Member Hill, seconded by Member Padmanabhan to find the Historic Preservation Commission in violation of 6715A for failing to provide members of the public an opportunity to speak during public comment.
Correct. That's the motion.
Okay. Member Hill.
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Padmanabhan.
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
No.
Member LaHood, no. Member Stein.
No.
Member Stein, no. Member Highland.
No.
Member Highland, no. Member Neighbors.
No.
Member Neighbors, no. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Nay.
Vice Chair Wong, no. Chair Yankee.
No.
Chair Yankee, no. The motion failed.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Members,
Can I have a count of the roll, please?
Sure.
Member Schmidt, Member Padmanabhan, Member Hill, and Member Wolf all voted aye. Member LaHood, Vice Chair Wong, Member Stein, Chair Yankee, Member Highland, Member Neighbors all voted no. So that was 1, 2, 3, 6. So that was 6 no's, 4 ayes.
Thank you, Cheryl. Okay, members, do we have any other motions to make on this item? Member Wolf?
Yeah, so here because the documentation is somewhat more or less the same, the question here is, and I don't think we got enough into the meat of it, is whether the complainant had received all the documentation requested, which is more or less the same, from the commission, independent of the planning department. And so that's, I think we would be remiss not to address that. And so if I missed something along the way during this, during the testimony, then I appreciate a clarification.
So, Member Wolf, are you asking Mr. Templeton if are we looking at perhaps different documents than we heard in the prior case they're looking for?
Well, the prior case was a different respondent.
Right. So Mr. Templeton, could you let us know, number one, are you asking for the same documents, but you asked for them from 2 different sources, or are they 2 different sets of documents from 2 different sources? So obviously the prior case was about...
There are documents that are specific to the Historic Preservation Commission that I have not received.
Okay. And could you elaborate on which documents from the Historic Preservation Commission you have not received?
Well, we asked for, well, first we never got the grant agreement, and it was the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission who promised to get that for us. Secondly, we asked for the files relating to her becoming chair in January, because in the emails she said to us that she wanted to have us on the agenda before her term ended, and then there was an abrupt change. And so we wanted to see why there was a change in putting it on the agenda and what that had to do with her getting nominated. But like I said, we don't have to have a reason for asking for it, but that's specific to that commission.
There are no documents associated with the nomination and election of a chair. We simply can't provide them with something that doesn't exist.
But Mr. Bayonne, and the point is he's asking for communications, and there were communications about that subject. That's relevant.
Communications about what subject?
As he just explained, that he had some conversation with the chair, that he would be placed or possibly placed on an agenda before that chair's term ended, and then it didn't happen. So were there communications with other people that person may have had, and Mr. Templeton's requesting those communications?
If those communications were not in writing and
If
in
they
our
were,
possession, we can't provide them.
well, if they were on text messages or on social media, or if there was a phone
Right.
log.
If I agree with you
there was-
100%. If there was any way we could provide them with that information, we would have. In this particular instance, there are no communications associated with that in a written document form.
This might help. This is Chair Yankee. Mr. Templeton, I'm looking at page 725. This is in part 1. This appears to be the request, at least a request. I'm not sure if it's the complete request, but it seems to be a request that you made to Diane Masuda for a variety of things. I'm not seeing items in here related to, for instance, becoming chair.
Oh, that was a second request.
Is that included in this packet?
Should be.
But Mr. Chair,
It would be actually it would be in the file 9, and it would have been under our second amended response, because sort of like the January 6th committee, as we got information in, then we made more requests. So we made about 3 additional requests, and those would be in the amended responses.
Mr. Templeton, do you know what page? I'm sorry, it's difficult to jump back and forth, so I don't see. I don't see them in the ones related to.
I don't think I could find it in any short order of time, but let me look at it.
Right, because I'm just trying to narrow down what documents. So I'm looking at, like I said, on page 725, which is the one related to the file that we're currently hearing. And so it's talked about the notes, messages, memoranda following the October 3rd, 2007 tour of National Register candidates. And then it ends with, then there's several other ones in the final point 5's notes, messages, memoranda related to October 6th and October 20th testimony. So I'm just trying to find those additional requests so that we can make sure that we fully cover what it is you're looking for.
Let me scan through it.
Thank you for making that clarification, Chair.
I'm sure. May I make a suggestion? I know Cheryl needs a break every so often. We've been in these for a long time. What if we took a 10-minute break, let Cheryl stand up, do what she needs to do, and then that gives Mr. Templeton some time to try to search for these documents. So maybe when we come back, we could pick up from there. Does that sound like a good plan to everyone? Sounds good? Okay, so let's do that. So Mr. Templeton, we're going to recess here for 10 minutes. That's going to give you time to go ahead and find those documents for us.
Okay.
And then we'll pick this back up at 8:35.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Chair Yankee, were you guys waiting for me?
We were, yes.
Okay.
So when you're ready, Cheryl, let's go ahead and start with just a simple roll to make sure that we're all back before we pick up where we left off.
Member Schmidt. Are you on mute? Member Schmidt?
Aye. Present.
Present. Okay. Member LaHood?
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Padmanabhan?
Present.
Member Padmanabhan present. Member Stein? Member Stein? Okay, we'll wait a minute. Member Highland?
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Neighbors?
Present.
Member Neighbors present. Member Hill?
Present.
Member Hill present. Member Wolf?
Present.
Member Wolf present. Vice Chair Wong?
Present.
Vice Chair Wong present. And Chair Yankee?
Present.
Chair Yankee present. So the only person we're waiting for is Member Stein.
Yep. But we have a quorum, so we can pick up where we left off. Okay, so we picked up where we were, Mr. Templeton. You're trying to find some references, I believe, in our records that you submitted to the additional requests for documents. And so hopefully you've had an opportunity to find.
It's in the chat.
Could you, just for the record, state what page that's on? You found it?
Actually, I found that in my email because it was quicker, so I wasn't able to find where it is in the but it is part of the amended replies, maybe the first or second. But this is the document where I pointed out the error discrepancy in the dates and asked them to correct it, and at the end of that, then I spelled out the additional request.
I mean, we're typically not supposed to be using the chat to share information in these meetings because there's certain people who, let's say, are on the phone and don't have access to the web platform. So we like to, make sure that it's also in the documentation that was submitted.
It's there, but in terms of time, just in terms of finding it. But we were specifically relating to number 5 in the additional request.
So this is the thing you put in the chat at 8:28 p.m. And this looks like it's from you. Mm-hmm. Subject clarification of dates and delivery.
Mm-hmm.
And the recipients to this were CPC records request at sfgov.org, Victor Young at sfgov.org, Cheryl Leger at sfgov.org, and Ashley Mockett at sfgov.org. So what is CPC records request at sfgov.org?
That's the person who sends out the records. So that's a direct response to their custodian, I guess.
Is this from the planning department?
Yes.
And Ashley Mockett, can you describe who
with the Ethics Commission?
With the Ethics Commission. Okay. So my concern with this would be if this just went to CPC records request, which you stated is the planning department, this particular file is about the Historic Preservation Commission.
Well, it covers both.
So my concern would be if we're looking at, holding, someone in the Historic Preservation Commission responsible for not responding, I'm not sure that this email that you posted that I read into the record was ever received by a member of the Historic Preservation Commission. The ones in the record that I was referring to, it was very clear that you sent it to, Diane, who presumably is a member or the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission, but I don't see her as a recipient of this particular email that you pasted in.
Well, this is the person who responded on her behalf, so that it would be their responsibility to let her know, particularly since it calls on information from her. So
Yeah,
they would have to let her know in order to fulfill the request.
Okay, I see Member Wolf's hand up.
No, that was from before.
Oh, that was from before. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Looks like Vice Chair Wong.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that after doing a cursory search through the packet that we have, I don't see that email. So I'm not sure, or can we even consider it if it's not part of the packet in that case?
I'm quite sure it's in there because it went to Ms. Legere, so she would have put it in there somewhere.
And then I guess I would have, this is Chair Yankee again. My question would be if these look like they're subsequent requests. So should we, and I guess this is kind of, since we're in the deliberation stage, I'm kind of addressing this to the members. Is this almost a different request, perhaps a different file? We're looking at the original request, which I think was.
Well, it references the original request.
Right, but then it adds additional items to that request.
Yeah. And a lot of these additional items are items that I haven't received yet.
So, Mr. Templeton, did you receive any response from this email that you sent on April 29th?
On the day before the May 17th complaint, I got a email that had a list of some of these items, but when I opened the file, the actual files weren't there. And I sent Ms. Legere a note to that effect that, they said they sent the files, but the files weren't actually included.
Okay. Member Schmidt, maybe I'm wondering, did you discuss this in the complaints hearing? This, for lack of a better term, I'll call it a supplemental request to the initial request.
Well, it actually wasn't in order because it arrived the day before.
I understand. Mr. Templeton, let me just direct this though to Member Schmidt here.
I don't remember, but I do know that the idea of there was a listing of documents that was it was supposed to be a bunch of openable attachments, and he got the thing, and apparently they weren't actually attached. So that's part of his documents claim here. But I don't know what exactly. Maybe the other members remember.
Do you recall Member Stein, Member Wolf? I'm not sure if you were in that.
I don't recall it. I was under the impression that this was, I haven't reviewed the minutes, but I seem to recall this was a fairly rudimentary jurisdiction.
I mean, I'm just wondering at this point if it would perhaps, and I wish we could resolve this, but I'm wondering if this is something that maybe should go back to complaints to sort out the supplemental and see, which file does this belong to? Is this historic preservation? Is this part of the planning one, which is the prior one? Was there responsive records to the first one, the first set of, requests, and are we waiting for ones from the second? It's
Yeah, neither one. They haven't completed for either one.
Mr. Templeton, could you give me the date of the email that you're referring to again?
April 29th.
Of this year?
Yeah, 4:31 Pacific time.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is Member Wolf. I just want to say that I first thought that maybe these two items should have been combined together, but they were obviously for two very independent entities. It sounds like for this particular item that the planning department was acting as the quote unquote representative of the commission to fulfill the records request.
I'm sorry, that was April 8th, you said, Mr. Templeton?
29th.
April 29th, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So Cheryl, while you look for that, maybe I'll direct this to Mr. Ionin, I'm sorry. Maybe you could speak on this. Can you tell us the status of this request that was sent on April 29th? And Mr. Ionin is muted. I don't know if we did that or if he put himself on mute.
I have something for March 29.
Ms. Perkinson, can you verify that Mr. Jonas Ionin we take off mute? Okay.
I have unmuted him.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Ionin, you may have been speaking and we were unable to hear you. So it sounds like there was a follow-up request for additional documents made on April 29th of 2022. Can you speak to that and let us know the status of that? Have those documents been sent, or where are we at with those?
I have to tell you, Chair Yankee, I don't have what Mr. Templeton is saying he sent me.
Looks like it went directly, Cheryl, to your direct email, not the SOTF one. I don't know how that works on your end, if they all go in the same box or not.
It's not that they go in the same box. It's that I'll double check.
If I may.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Vice Chair Wong.
This is Vice Chair Wong. I think the closest I could see in the pack that we received is page 765. It has most of the same recipients there, but the message is, it looks like it was cut off. Mr. Templeton's message was cut off.
Is that in the item for 9 or 10?
This is item 10.
In part 2, right?
Correct. So what we see is actually a response from Chanbori-san to Mr. Templeton. The response is on May 2nd. But also it looks like the request was made on May 2nd. So I'm not sure if the April 29th one is the same as this or if it's different. And it does include a couple of what looks like responsive records, which are two of the calendars for J. Rahim in 2011 to 2012, and then 2015 to 2016. So I think that is responsive to what's at least one piece of what Mr. Templeton was asking for. But again, I do not see that April 29th email in our packet. So just checking again with the task force if that is something we can consider.
Okay, I'm looking in my personal email and I don't see anything in the month of April or May.
Well, you look, Member Schmidt, you have your hand up?
Yeah, to that question, I don't think, well, at the Complaints Committee, I know in my mind, I did not consider any kind of follow-up request. I thought that the first request was pretty comprehensive. And I wouldn't, because if there's a petition, a complaint, that complains that something happened before that petition. So if you then make a subsequent request, I don't think it can be part of that petition. And so that would have been my thinking. So I think if he's got a complaint about a different request that came after the complaint we're looking at, that's got to be dealt with separately. That's another deal in my mind.
Now on page 767 is the email where I spell out what hasn't been received. And that's also the page where the email is that talks about the October 20th meeting.
Okay. All right. So members, how do you think we should proceed with this one? It seems that there may have been multiple records requests. It seems like some of them may not have made it into our packet. Thoughts?
Well, can I say something?
Sure.
I don't have a record either in the file that I created for Mr. Templeman or in either of my email strings, either my SFGov email or my personal email that I get from people who write me or whatever. I've also looked in the trash. I don't mean to be derogatory at all. I'm certainly not going to discredit Mr. Templeman, but I have no record of it.
All right, thank you, Joseph. Member Schmidt, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm satisfied to make a motion of a violation of 67.21B. There's certainly delay here, and it's even admitted. And I think there are documents that have not been produced, and examples would be the grant agreement and those documents that Mr. Templeton has said were supposed to be enclosed as attachments. So failure to produce and delay. That's my motion.
I'll second that. But just a question, Member Schmidt. Should there be additional records to be delivered that have not been delivered? Should that be part of the order? Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay. Because if we're going to do this, then it's going to get sent to compliance and amendments, and they're going to need some guidance as to what what's left to be disclosed.
This is Chair Yankee. May I make a further suggestion along those lines? Since it seems there may have been multiple requests and some of them may have even had emails back and forth, looks like potentially after even the complaint hearing, we want to maybe specify the request made on such and such a date. And then if Mr. Templeton wants to make complaints for subsequent email requests that were sent, that those are separate, because I think that's a good point. Compliance and amendments going to have a hard time figuring out what's being ordered from which of, it sounds like at least 4 requests, because this says 4th amended. This one on page 7.
Yeah, the request would have been in the 4th Amendment reply. So wherever that file is where it is.
Right. So Mr. Templeton, what we're struggling with is that essentially we look at each request as its own separate, entity, right? And so it sounds like there may have been numerous requests for records, and some of them are kind of blending together. And so it's going to be very difficult for us to piece out and figure out which record goes with which request. And so I'm just trying to structure this in a way that makes it clear for us as we follow through that you're getting the records that match up with which requests, and those that aren't potentially part of that first request, you can file separate complaints on or follow up separately, so that, when these files come before compliance, they know what exactly they're trying to sort out.
Yeah, so page 767 sort of covers what hasn't, and that's on May 24th. So that would have been after the complaint committee. So that would be the one that would specify what hasn't been received yet, because that was a direct response to their assertion in the complaints committee that everything had been sent, and so I specified now this hasn't been.
Right. No,
so that would cover the waterfront.
Right. I understand that it's a comprehensive list of everything that hasn't been produced yet, Mr. Templeton, but I think some of what you're saying wasn't produced is from subsequent requests that you made. Right. So we're trying to figure out the first request that you made, not all the amended ones, but the first one, what hasn't been produced from that initial one.
Mm-hmm.
And then it sounds like there were subsequent, because it sounds like you amended it numerous times to add more documents, and that this conversation continued past the compliance of the complaint committee hearing. Member Wolf?
Yeah, I wanted, if we can streamline this a little bit so we can get some closure.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if Mr. Templeton can go back based upon the record that he had submitted for tonight's hearing, and break out just the list of documents that he requested, which ones were received, which ones were not received. And then we can schedule a meeting with one of the standing committees, either the complaint committee or compliance and amendments, whoever wants to agrees to do it, to just confirm that with the respondent. So there's some corroboration over which ones have been received, which ones haven't. Things get lost in the sauce, either in email or what have you sometimes, but just to make sure that all the we're all on the on the same page here. And then after that is confirmed, then compliance and amendments has some marching orders. They have some guidance as to what is left over. I think that's all we're really needing right here.
Member Wolf, would we be considering all the amended requests?
Well, it depends upon when the complaint was filed and when the amendments were made. If the amendments were made after the original complaint to us was filed, then the amendments don't count.
Yes. So I'm looking on page 723. This is part 1. This is the complaint summary intake, and it says date filed with SOTF is 3/28/2022. So when we're looking at requests that are from April and May, those are after the initial one was made. So the only one that I can find that was made by 3/28 or before is the list of records that's on the request on page 725.
Okay, because that's all that we kind of have authority to be able to consider. We can't consider, requests that are made after a complaint has been filed. Unless they're follow-ups. It's not for new information. It's for like ongoing, like, hey, where's my stuff kind of communication.
Well, that email that was put into the chat clearly asks for new categories of records that were not included in that initial email on 725, on page 725.
Okay, well, then I'm just giving you my opinion. The task force, needs to vote on something and should consider that there were subsequent requests that for items not in the original request at the time of the complaint was made to us.
I mean, I know there's a motion on the floor, and this is kind of how I would recommend, but certainly anyone else feel free to chime in if you feel differently. I think there's a motion to find a violation. We could say it's a motion to find a violation for documents requested on March 28th, 2022. Right, that's the email that's in our packet that was sent with a very clear list of items. That can obviously, be sent to compliance and amendments. They can figure out it's an itemized list. So that's very easy to say, did you receive item number 1? Yes or no? Did you receive 2? Yes or no? And then, we can instruct Mr. Templeton that anything that he asked for after March 28th, 2022, if he has not received them, needs to be filed as a brand new complaint with us, so that we can segregate those documents out from this initial request and keep them separate. Does that sound to everyone like a way to keep this straight? I don't want to make it too confusing for any follow-up.
Membership.
Can I add just one thing?
Mr. Templeton, please, just one moment.
We just clarify that this just goes to missing documents contained that would respond to the initial request.
Okay.
And that's, if we want to be specific, as far as I know, they're the unproduced attachments, the grant agreement, and anything else that would be on page 767.
767 includes that's the problem, Member Schmidt. 767 includes things that he hasn't received from subsequent requests. He lumped them all together.
If it's on 767 and it was in the original,
I see what you're saying, and it relates to the original one.
Yeah, if it's responsive to the original request, then it's got to be produced if it exists, of course.
Right. Okay, Cheryl, I think that kind of helps clarify the motion. Maybe you can read it back so we know what we're looking at.
Was that Dean's new motion or?
Dean's motion.
My first.
And Member Wolf second.
Yeah. I'll try to restate it. I move that we find a violation of 6721B for failure to timely respond to document requests in order to go back and produce, including only those documents that would respond to the initial request. Such as,
if I may, Member Schmidt, it's really probably better to say is what was submitted at the time of the complaint, of the intake of the complaint.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Member Wolf?
So that the records disclosure shall include all the items that were submitted with the complaint, the intake for the complaint when the complaint was filed. So essentially, I guess it's like on page 725, I guess. Yes, because that's what was included in the original communication to you, Cheryl.
Member LaHood and I actually everyone to the Compliance and Amendments Committee. Is that clarified enough so you can track it on your end?
Yes, that we will consider any changes that came in before the complaint was filed, but not ones that came in after the complaint was filed.
Perfect. I think we're good now. Okay, so that's the motion. I think we have it. Any further discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and move to public comment on this. So if you'd like to make public comment, please press *3 to raise your hand.
We have a person in the queue. I will meet them now.
Okay.
Hello, do we have your name?
It looks like they left the meeting, actually. So we do not have any hands raised.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there he is. Yes.
Yes. Sorry, it's David Philpell. Oh. Something happened with WebEx. Now it's giving me an attendee. Oh.
That's very strange.
All right, now I've got calling user 2, Jonas. Okay, whatever. Technical. Okay, sorry. I was away for a while. I'm back. Can you just quickly motion? Oh, sorry. Can you restate the motion and then I'll tell you if I've got anything on it?
Moved by member Schmidt. Who's got a? There's an echo. Jessica, can you fix the echo, please?
Yes, I think it was Philpell's Peter. I muted him, but I can unmute him once it starts up again.
All right. Moved by member Schmidt, seconded by member Wolf to find a violation of 6721B for failure to timely respond to the document request and order that the committee go back and produce those documents that will respond to the initial request. That the records disclosure shall include all the items that were submitted with the intake of the complaint.
Commission as opposed to committee.
What?
You said so. Oh, well, you said something about committee. What committee is that?
It's not. Let's name the commission. It's the Historic Preservation Commission.
All right, that the Historic Preservation Commission go back and produce those documents that would respond to the initial request, and that the records disclosure shall include all of the items that were submitted with the intake of the complaint. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Philpell again. The good news is I have no comment on this because I'm still waiting for item 11. Have fun.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Philpell. Do we have any other public commenters?
That looks to complete the queue.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, I think we're ready for a vote unless there's any last minute comments. All right, seeing none, Cheryl, if you want to go ahead and take the roll on that.
Okay, let's see. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan.
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill.
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye.
Okay, I think that was unanimous. So, Mr. Templeton, Mr. Ionin, thank you both for joining us, for sticking it out with us. We tried to work through this. Mr. Templeton, I note that this is going to go to the Compliance and Amendments Committee. They'll be making sure that everything does get turned over, that we ordered to be turned over. But I would note that anything that was not initially in your March 28th complaint, documents that you may have requested after that date, if you haven't received those other documents, those should be filed as a brand new complaint with us, since they occurred, those, documents requested and those occurrences happened after the initial complaint. So you might need to work with Cheryl to file something separately for those. So thank you, everyone. And thank you, members, for sticking it out. I think we made some good progress on this one. Okay. With that being said, Cheryl, I think we're on to our next item.
Item 11, further consideration of efficient changes to complaint process. This is something that was brought by Member Schmidt.
Okay, so I know we have a big backlog, and Member Schmidt and Member Stein and their committee did a lot of work on a variety of proposals, so I'll turn it over to them and let them present.
Yeah, I knew that this would be toward the end of the night, so I'm going to try to be quick here. End of the hearing. I don't know if I would expect that we can sort of field everything tonight that this contains. So I'm myself open to the idea that maybe it's got to come back, etc. Because in a way, there may be a lot here. Going back, around the time that I got these messages from Anonymous, Sullivan, I was sort of thinking in a way similar to them about this process. I initially sort of started with this task force. I was trying to avoid process and bylaws, all that kind of stuff, and just stick to sort of what's the lawyer supposed to do. The lawyer's supposed to do the substantive law. But then as time went on, I started to get this sort of disconnect between this very backlog situation that we're looking at, where we've got 170 cases that are waiting, and then looking at the process that has been set up for this task force, where we have all these committees, we've got these very long hearings, and there's a disconnect to me between that and looking at the text of the ordinance, the Sunshine Ordinance, most specifically 67.21E. Let me just sort of, first I'm going to say, I pretty much put it all in the papers. So I'm trying not to repeat myself too much from what's in the papers. We had a 6-part proposal that we considered. We considered it over a couple of hearings. This was when we just had myself and Member Stein as part of the committee. I took a lot of what these members of the public who are very involved, what their ideas were, and also some of my own ideas, and we spun it into 6 parts, as you can see, and we just pass the 6 parts as possible changes. And they don't interconnect really. So we could do one, we could do it could be sort of pick and choose kind of situation. Let me just say that if I had to boil this down to the smallest way that I see what I feel like I'm trying to solve here, is that the 67.21E has 2 very significant words in it at different places. One is the word shall, and the other is the word may. And in thinking this through, I feel like somewhere along the way, somebody took the 2 and they switched them. And now the shall, which was supposed to create limits on time, et cetera, seems to be treated as may. But at the end of 67.21E, what may relates to is that we may have hearings, but it seems to me that looking at the way things are scheduled here, somebody decided that's going to be shall, because every single case that comes to this task force goes to hearing, and not just one hearing, but 2 hearings. One, a committee hearing where, really nothing's finally decided because it can all be reversed, and then the task force. Thus, we have at this point a major backlog, and I believe that looking at that backlog from the perspective of a member of the public, I think that these people, they see the ordinance and they see that they may be able to get a response within a reasonable period of time. But unless they can, stick around for the marathon, like Anonymous, I've seen some complaints go through that are 2 years old with him. Unless they can stick around, we're putting something on them that they've got to wait around for a whole year, 6 months, a year and a half to get resolution. And one, it's not in accordance to the law as I read the law. 2, it's just not right that they're in that situation right now. So these are proposals that they may create major changes in some instances. Some of them are less significant, but they're intended to help this situation that I know that I've been a broken record about the backlog, but I just try to look at that from the perspective of the people involved in this process, and that's why it's bothered me. And looking at the law and what it actually says, I felt like maybe there's some solutions in just going back and looking at the terms of the law. I think, what I know I quoted member of the public Warfield, who has told us many times that we need to look back at 67.30 and realize that this task force has 7 different ambits of its jurisdiction. But we spend 80 to 90% of our time on just petitions. And if we could somehow figure out a different new way to reduce the time we spend on complaint petitions. We could then expand the time we spend on the 6 other areas where we're just not doing that much. That's the plus to even if we were to reduce the time we spend on complaints, we take that time and do the other things. And so, you know, this was back in February when we passed this. It was like 170, 175, where that was the number I got out of the administrator's report back then. It's still about 170, 175. And there's another uncounted statistic that I think I don't know how you would count this, but I think there's another number that we need to think of, which is the number of people who give up because it's taken too darn long. How many of those are out there because they've got to stick around for a year? There's got to be a significant number of those people who we can't count, we don't count, etc. Let's think about them. So 6 parts. We could talk about it tonight. We could talk about it later. I feel like let's put it out there and also see what the public has to say. There you go. Member Stein made, she was very involved and extremely helpful. She had a great part in, certain elements of this. May have some things to add to what I just said.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have too much to add. I would just say that for me, the first point is really potentially the biggest revision in our process if we do something like that, which is to really kind of reconsider what we're doing in committee and how cases might be decided that don't necessarily need to go to the full task force. The other little statistic that I had pulled out for Member Schmidt from an old report that was done is that on average, at least 10 years ago or so, our cases are heard like 2.6 times. So they're kind of heard fully in the committee, then they're heard again fully in the full task force, and sometimes they're continued and heard again, at another task force meeting or another committee meeting. And it just seems redundant in a way. And so we started to think about things like, could committees just send things straight to consent calendars if they seem straightforward? And we've definitely had cases like that. Or could there be some kind of several eyes from the different members looking at something and making a decision and deciding this doesn't need to go to a hearing because we agree that this is a violation or not. And I think it could really reform the process and make it a lot more responsive for petitioners who are trying to just get their information. So to me, number 1 is the most momentous and probably the one that we should argue over the most. But I think the other 5 points are also important for the full task force to consider.
Thank you, Member Schmidt and Member Stein. That's a great summary. I think that's an excellent discussion for us to have. So let's see what everyone has to say. So I see Member Wolf's hand up.
So I have a little different perspective of this, and because it has to go back to times when this didn't happen, because we've never been in a backlog like this before. It was only one other period of time when there wasn't a member of the disability community serving, and the task force could not meet for about 6 months. That was the only other time that there was a backlog, and Member Highland was around for that period of time. I think we just have to look at the math and our capacity. We can only do 5 to 6 complaints per meeting in this meeting per night. We only meet 12 times a year. So if you had 5 to 6 complaints per meeting, the max you can have is 60 to 70 complaints per year that can be heard, or in any, kind of 12-month period. And that's it. We don't have the capacity to do any more than that. We got looked over for more staffing. There's not enough resources, and there's not enough time among us as volunteers to be able to be able to manage all the additional complaints. The bottleneck is right here in this meeting. We can take all the complaints we want and then, expand the committees to hear all of them in pre-meeting for jurisdiction or what have you. But it's not an efficient way to work. So the backlog, this particular backlog, came with the influx of nearly double or more complaints from a handful of petitioners. And there was no limit to how many can be taken in. So we just took everything in. So we have to find some way to say, I'm sorry, but no, we can't take any more, and redirect folks to the other two venues, which is the Ethics Commission or directly to the courts. And the ordinance specifically speaks to that. So the only other way beyond that is to then limit the number of complaints per person per year until such time that the task force obtains more staffing and resources. We need to really start using the consent calendar process, which is designed to reduce these kinds of backlogs, where there is kind of a confirmation of non-compliance, so they don't have to have a hearing. It just all gets into a consent calendar. It all happens pretty quickly. This whole thing it just ends up showing and reflecting on this task force as being inefficient. So without creating some sort of limits, because that's all we have, then we're just going to continue to have more backlog. It's never going to stop. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Member Wolf. I see Member Neighbors and then Member Highland.
I could not disagree more with the argument that I just heard about putting limits to people bringing complaints to our task force to clear the backlog. I'm actually surprised to hear it. It's fundamentally not what we're about. I was excited to see this proposal and have felt seen the same kind of exhaustion of hearing repeat cases, especially as a member of the Compliance Commission. We'll often hear them again there. But what's been so interesting is that the first time, we hear something to find jurisdiction, we've heard like the whole case, right? We've heard the whole case. I mean, at that point, something we've been trying to do is to write really specific motions. So by the time it gets to this task force, that motion is like, if you've done your homework and you've read it and you look at that recommendation from whoever's found jurisdiction, this should be a very short discussion. But it's not. We still perform a very long and drawn out discussion, almost to the point that it does look performative. Folks have made their cases, they put their information together, and we drag ourselves and them through these processes over and over until the wee hours of the morning sometimes. It's disrespectful to the public. As I've said before, I think it keeps us from attracting new, vibrant members to this task force, because who wants to stay up until midnight, like 2 or 3 nights a month, and then not feel, as we heard from Member Hill, that they're actually doing something that they can walk away out of those meetings and say, yeah, we got a lot accomplished tonight, right? When I saw this proposal, to me, it really encapsulated everything I've been thinking. I mean, maybe there's a quibble here or there when I think about folks who struggle a little bit to put their packets together. But I can see a vision where if we have somebody who's struggling with a packet, we have a pathway for that, right? We see a packet that's not, we can't really make heads or tails of. There's a place where there's support for that. Like that is really what the ordinance is about helping people get clear, bring their complaints to a point where they can get them resolved, educate folks to make sure that they're complying with sunshine. It's not just about finding violations. And if the violations piece can be an expedited piece, which I believe it can be for all the reasons that our members have spoken about, then I'm excited to put time into considering this proposal, and I hope that we can do it expediently and clear our backlog quickly, and then start using all the tools that the ordinance affords us to make more sunshine.
Thank you, Member Neighbors. Member Highland.
All right. Yes, a lot of great points in this document, and I think we all saw the consent calendar working nicely for the first time earlier this year. Just to give you guys some history, the last time we had this many cases backlog, then the current chair, Allison Washburn, allowed the complaint committee to hear the merits of the case and to actually dispense with cases at that level. That's the only way we got through this. And then when former chair Wolf took over, he preferred that the complaint committees only determine jurisdiction and forward to the main task force and not hear the merits of the case. So difference of styles, different times, different needs. We can and we should discuss whether a complaint committee, and we had several complaint committees. Every committee had a complaint component, 2 or 3 cases. You have to hear them out, hear the merits, determine a ruling, and then do the other 2 EOT or the other 2 compliance cases that you had, let's say. That's the only way we got through this log. So we could re-examine that. In addition to some of the proposals by Sullivan and Anonymous, we could reactivate these subcommittees to actually hear the merits of the case and move them on, and not necessarily move them to the full task force. One of the things we offered to people back then was, look, we have a huge backlog. If you want the full task force to hear it, it'll probably be 6 to 9 months. Or if you feel that you need this right away, we think it's black and white, we can dispense with this in the complaint committee, we will do that. So that should be something we can maybe mull around and look at what we feel we can do. Maybe the DCA can rule on that. Got to look at our charter. Can and should we use a subcommittee to look at the full merits of a case? So I'll just throw that in the mix. I'll talk about this excellent work that we're looking at in this document. That's it for me.
Thank you, Member Highland. All right, I'll call on myself. I think there are just a lot of really great ideas in here. I totally agree with Member Schmidt about the time component somehow being lost. I think so much of what you need with the public record has a time component, right? If you're trying to, deal with any number of things, and we've heard a lot of them, the construction going down your street, you've heard the Great Highway, animal deaths at the zoo, right? These are things that, if you're not getting to hurt till 2 years later, who cares? I mean, at that point, you might not even need the record. So we need to figure out a way to get that time component back in here, because I think that's just so vitally important, because people shouldn't have to wait a year or 2 years or even several months for that matter, I think, to get these, right? I think we're here to expedite things, and sometimes we slow it down even more. I think Member Neighbor said, for some performative type reasons. Personally speaking, I think that we kind of piloted the consent calendar, and I think that can be much more expanded. I think that the idea of having committees say, look, this is very clear cut, we've heard the merits, consent calendar it goes, right? I think that makes a lot of sense. And I don't, and I would fully support moving in that direction. On top of the ones where, right now we've kind of limited it to the ones where the, respondent being the city, right, is already saying, yeah, you got me, I committed a violation. But there are ones that are still so clear cut. We don't need to start all over at the beginning. It's duplicative. It's a waste of the public's time. It's a waste of our time. It's a waste of city resources. And I think for us to go and ask for more money for a budget, which, as Member Wolf stated, didn't get approved, I think we need to show that we're being as efficient as possible with what we have. And I think that's an excellent way to do it. Having everyone sit through 2 hearings just isn't helpful. So I would love to see that. I think it's worth, considering the distinction that Member Schmidt pointed out between making a determination and having a hearing. I think, there might be cases that we might need to have a discussion about, but it doesn't mean we need to have a 5-minute presentation from both sides and call witnesses and all of that. It might just be that, that the facts of the matter are pretty much not in dispute, but we just need to figure out, hey, between us, how do we feel comfortable applying the law? Right? So that's not really a hearing. That's more of a determination, right? We don't need to drag everyone in for it. That's, the committee could say, hey, we determined that this happened, but now the full task force needs to, figure out, based on these facts, is this or isn't a violation, or how do we apply this section of the law? Or is this something we need to kick up for an annual report or some other reason to get better clarification in the law? So I think that's an excellent point that was made as well. And then lastly, the thing, I think about as well is how many cases we hear over and over again coming back through compliance and back to the task force, right? So if someone were not to comply with our ruling, right? So they initially have their first committee hearing, right? Then it goes to the full task force. Then we kick it back to compliance, who will say, yep, they really didn't follow through. Then it goes back to the task force. So we're now at 4 hearings if someone doesn't want to comply, right? That's 4 months, even if it was one after another, right? And so we know that's not happening. So we're talking that it extends. And so to me, that makes me wonder. And as I was looking through the ordinance, and I looked at 6730D, and it says, in addition to the powers specified above, the task force shall possess such powers as the Board of Supervisors may confer upon it by ordinance, or as the people of San Francisco shall confer upon it by initiative. And so, there are certain limits to what we can do, I think, amending the ordinance and how it has to go to the voters. But it sounds like very specifically that we could ask the board for additional powers, right? Not amending the ordinance, but maybe there's some type of additional enforcement mechanisms that we can brainstorm on to say, hey, if we went to the board and said, if we could only do X, Y, and Z, that would help us enforce these things. Because I think a lack of enforcement is also leading to problems, right? Because if people came and we made an order and they knew that, hey, that order really had to be followed, that gets rid of the going back to compliance and coming back to us. And that's shaving 2 additional hearings off of it. So maybe we think about something. Maybe that's something we'd consider with the annual report. If only we had these additional powers or responsibilities or however you want authority, we could dispose of cases better. Or when we do hear them, that we'd be taken more seriously, so that the members of the public aren't being kicked back and forth, right? And then even if we do make a referral, now it has to go to the DA or the ethics, right? So that's a 5th hearing that they're going through. So if we can consolidate some of that with us as well, I think that could help with some of the time. So anyway, those are my thoughts. I'll lower my hand. So it looks like we have Member Wolf and Member Neighbors again.
So I just want to say, just in response to Member Highland, the reason why we changed it from the way former Chair Washburn did it was because all the decisions were being made by 3 people. So the public or those parties didn't have the pleasure of the other 8 members to have full input on those items. Determinations were coming up through committee to the full task force and just being passed. That's not good democracy, especially when you have 11 people that have been appointed to pay attention to these items and having that brain trust to make sure that all the bases are covered. So there was a lot of agreement about that. So it wasn't just my idea. I didn't just put my foot down and say we're doing it this way. Okay, there was discussion about that. Now the 45-day rule applies. That's in the ordinance. We can't change that. But it doesn't require somebody to have a hearing. That's the difference between the may part and the shall part in 6721E. The may part is for the petitioner. It's the petitioner's choice whether they want to have a hearing or not. And we've heard from various folks that basically said, I submitted my complaint, just make a determination. I don't need a hearing. And there was a lot of consternation about how that should work. But they were absolutely right. The shall part is for the task force after determination is to be made, that the task force shall order the respondent to comply. Okay, so we can forego a lot of hearings if petitioners decide that this is pretty straightforward, doesn't need to have a hearing. I just want a determination, and that's that. There is a reconsideration process that the respondent can use if they want to appeal that determination, and then you can have a hearing on that part. But that could help reduce things quite a bit. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. I see Member Neighbors, Member LaHood, and then Vice Chair Watt.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief because I know I already spoke, but that's exactly the piece that is so interesting to me, and the piece that I don't think we need extra powers to do that. I think that power of not having a hearing for every single case is right here. And if we get a chance, I know we're all doing all this talking back to you, Member Schmidt and Member Stein, but I would love to hear more about the idea that you put forward. I think it came from Member Stein about having members read cases sequentially in order to ensure this kind of building of the brain trust as you hear those in that kind of scenario you laid out where there wouldn't be a hearing for every case, but a case might go through a pathway of being determined what's next for it in this committee. So I'd love to hear more about that if we give you time to talk when we're done asking you questions.
Okay, Member LaHood.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the slice that we're dealing with at CAC, where sometimes we'll have people come back for more than one hearing, and then if there's still issues, we send it back to the full task force. Since the task force has already made an order of determination, we know what they're supposed to be doing. In some cases, maybe we would need to come back, but in so many others, it's very clear what the next steps should be. And I'm wondering if we could come up with a system where if it's purely willful noncompliance and that's usually what we are kicking back, that maybe CAC could just hand it back to the chair, and the chair has the authority then to send it to ethics or send it to the Board of Supervisors. And maybe that's something we build into our original order of determination, which is if there's noncompliance, here's what will happen next. And instead of having to come back, we know what will happen if compliance doesn't happen. And things could sort of move that way. And then it's all going one direction, not this back and forth.
Good suggestions. Vice Chair Wong.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in and say I think the work done here in this proposal is awesome. I think there's a lot of really great ideas, and I love that we are thinking about this as a full task force, as well as bringing in members of the public to weigh in with their opinions as well, and their suggestions as well. I think the one thing that does concern me that I think Member Wolf has brought up is that our task force is made up of members that are specifically appointed, from specific organizations. And I think that needs to be part of the consideration as we move this proposal forward. Like, do we need to include a lawyer? Do we need to include a journalist? Do we need to include someone representing the disabled community? These are things that make me a little hesitant in dividing up the task force for, the foreseeable future. I think they're like, we're definitely in like a massive backlog, and I think we do need solutions for that. But you know, what happens when we go back to kind of a standard or more manageable amount of cases coming to us? So just wanted to throw that out there as well.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wong. Could I ask everyone just real briefly to check, see if your hand's raised from the last time, or if you want it re-raised again? So I see Member Highland physically raising his hand, so I'll call on him.
Okay. Just wanted to address the brain trust issue. It is a good discussion to have. And going back 10 years ago, it wasn't the same 3 people making decisions, because that complaint committee task went to all of the subcommittees, right? So in addition to the 3, EOTC or complaints, or rather compliance items you're hearing, you're also hearing 3 brand new, fresh complaint committee items. So in that sense, everyone got a chance at working on those issues. Averaging out, I would say the full brain trust was applied in dealing with that backlog. One thing we could implement is, at the subcommittee level, we could say it has to be unanimous vote that we're going to go a certain direction. If it's not, it could get kicked up to the full task force. In other words, if one of the members feels that it's not black and white or clear cut enough, by voting no on a motion, that could trigger it to go to the full task force, because they feel that it's worthy of a fuller discussion. That could be something we could institute, or that could just be something we do in practice. I don't know, but I think there's ways of making the subcommittees do the bulk of the work to help us and not be duplicative. That's all I was going to share.
Thank you, Member Highland. Yeah, I'll kind of speak a little bit on that too. I like the consent calendar because it always gives someone who does have concerns the ability to pull it off and say, hey, we do need to have a further discussion on this. And I would even envision, even if someone were to pull it off the consent calendar, it doesn't even automatically means it gets a hearing. It just means it even gets a separate vote and discussion, right? It doesn't mean because someone pulled something off the consent calendar, then suddenly we're 2 hours into it on a hearing. It just means that particular item might need some further discussion. So there's actually a variety of ways we could dispose of cases. It could be on the consent calendar, which is one vote for the entire group. It could be an item that's pulled off. We think we need a little bit more discussion for it, but maybe not quite a hearing. And then ones that might actually need its full hearing, right? So I think those are a variety of ways, and cases I think we can determine where they kind of belong. The other thing because I forget who brought it up, I think we need to be cognizant of it, is how this may impact our reconsideration thing, right? We don't want reconsideration to become the new default hearing thing, right? Because reconsiderations alone take 2 hearings, right? It's the first one that says, I want reconsideration, and whether or not we grant it. And then if we do grant it, now it's another hearing on top of that. So if we put some process in place and a lot of people don't like it, and we leave the door wide open for reconsideration, everything we would have initially heard, now we're hearing just as a reconsideration matter, and we're back to a backlog. It's just now we have 50 people who want a reconsideration on their matter. So I think as we work through this, we have to be very careful that we don't make reconsideration the new way to get a hearing, if that's what we're trying to prevent, is a hearing on every single item, right? And some of them, very well might need a hearing, like I said, but I just want to make sure, like for instance, I think something I've thought of, and I know has come, before us before, is, should members be able, or members of the public be able to request their item to be heard without them being present, right? And I think there's a compelling case for that. There's nothing that requires members of the public to be present for their hearing. But at the same time, I think if we do kind of go down that road, we need to say, okay, we don't get to send it to us, say, I don't want to come. But then if they say, if they don't get the result they desire, then say, well, now I wanted to reconsider because I wasn't there, right? I think it needs to be, they need to share in some responsibility. So if they say, hey, go ahead and hear this case without me, maybe they also agree that, they have to accept as final decision we make with them not coming. Something along those lines. I just don't want us to try to work on this on the front end and then the backlog just shifts to a different place in our process. So just some additional thoughts. So do we have any other comments on this? Do we want to take some action? Do we want to have someone write up a more formal proposal? Maybe we take some public comment.
Well, I know that David Pilpel wants to speak. So,
well, I was just going to say, could we have Member Stein answer Member Naper's question about sequentially building up?
Yeah, I mean, I think we were talking about, how can we review it? How can we review packets before we even go into a meeting and see if there's a critical mass to go in one direction or another? But I think the idea there was that you would get some sense of what another member's perspective was, and you would be able to lay out your argument or your perspective or respond to that. All of this, I think, would be public documentation that anybody could look at. But the idea was just, from my perspective, to get a sense of where, how other people were analyzing the case as well. So you're not just looking at it in a vacuum and you have no idea what anybody else.
So are you suggesting that you get agenda packets like a week before the actual posting so that the committee members can review it, or somebody?
No, I don't think we really thought exactly about the timeline. I think we were just thinking, could we come to some, could we have some number of people that would be in some kind of random rotation, or maybe you would also have a situation where you might say, one journalist, one person who understands disability issues, or whatever the mix might be, but that you just weren't entirely in a vacuum and then kind of putting all your stuff together and discussing it in a meeting, that you would have the ability to respond to issues that might be raised by other members as well.
I'll just, in response to that, since this is my question, I think that's probably where one of the reasons it's exciting to me is that's how we do academic assessment a lot.
Well, I think that came a little bit from my background there too, right? And just when you're,
one of the things we do with those 3 members is it's not always the same 3 members, right?
No, we wouldn't expect it to be, yeah.
So people are always rotating through those roles and they're in different configurations. And I like the idea that becomes in a way almost like a clearinghouse for what happens next. Do we open a file? Like, here's this complaint. Do we open a file with it? Does it go to committee? Does it go to consent calendar? Can we just make an order of determination now? Do we need to have a hearing? Does the person want to have a hearing? So there is that group of people that are making that decision at the front end and then moving it into the appropriate place. And those folks are all of us, and we're rotating in and out. Maybe that's a kind of a committee that people step in and step off on. I don't know how it would work or how we would do it as a group. But to me, it seemed actually very democratic. It seemed like an opportunity to keep people really fresh, keep folks looking at cases in really fresh ways. And I think, having people kind of work from their strengths in some of these different places as well. So I thought it was an exciting plan. I was excited to read it.
So I guess one of the things you're suggesting is perhaps a list of questions that would be maybe addressed to petitioners and respondents. Are you requesting a hearing? What specifically is the issue in this case? A whole list of options that people can fill out when they submit their complaint. What exactly is it that they're looking for? How can we help them? Am I correct or am I wrong?
I think that's an idea that's being discussed. I'm not sure it was in the original, but I do think this idea of letting people specify whether they even want to go through a hearing process or whether they want a quicker determination made is an interesting one. I don't think it's in the proposal as it stands, but it's definitely a very interesting idea that's been put out there.
Yeah.
All right, I see Member Hill's hand up, so I want to make sure he has the opportunity to jump in here.
Thank you. Just really quickly, I'll very much in favor of having things come to the full board with either, being on consent and or having a recommendation that comes with it to shorten the process of our full meetings. I guess one of the thoughts, I do also understand that like it's nice to sort of like rotate and everybody get a chance. But I also think it might be nice, I don't know if it's something to be considered, that like it seems like to me that there are some things that are related to like public meeting process. There's some things that are related to like records process. There's some things that are related to like someone adhering or, compliance to their, to them just generally adhering, like a group generally adhering to, records retention or something like that. Like, I didn't know if that would be like a consideration, that, if it's related to public meetings, that could be something that, just for example, like I could focus on and because I am kind of focusing on that, could make like maybe a more trusted recommendation to the full committee, versus just sort of like rotating around, just sort of like random complaints. Just something to think about, maybe it could be that like groups of us are kind of focusing on certain areas, and then that allows us to sort of like dig in. For me, I'm trying to, I'm just like drinking from a fire hose with like, state rules and city rules and whatever rules, and trying to do the best I can. Where I think that like if I were able to like focus in a committee setting on, things that are related to a certain topic, that might actually help streamline things a little bit as well.
Thank you, Member Hill. Let's see here. Why don't we move to public comment, if that's okay? So let's go ahead and do that and get some public comment in here too before we finish up our discussion. So if you are a member of the public and would like to make public comment on this item, please press *3 and we will call on you.
I'm meeting David Football now.
Okay.
I'm still here. I'm still alive. I'm not sure how or why. All right. So in my, I hate to admit it, nearly 30 years involved with this, which is like more than half of my life. Never mind. This is not a new topic, as old as the hills. So besides the Ethics Commission and the courts, there is also the Supervisor of Records option, and I want to encourage that where it makes sense. Some of the things that I'm thinking about here, and I'll be brief unless there are questions, the full task force could meet more often. You could try going to twice a month until one of the committee meetings for a while and see what effect that has. All complaints could go to committee first. I don't know if the current practice is that they all go to committee or some do, whatever. Anyway, you could say that they all go to committee first. You could ask committees to come up with a one-page summary of each thing and assign that out to a committee member during the meeting and say, okay, who of the 3 or 4 members on the committee wants to take this one and do a write-up? We've got a template for it, and that one-page write-up could include specific findings that both sides agree on. City planning is a department. It is subject to this person asked for blah, blah, blah. They got blah, blah, blah on this date, whatever, and possibly recommendations from the committee, all of which could be put on a consent calendar so that you minimize the amount of time that cases take at the full task force. You could try to limit the number of complaints from any one person. I suggested limiting it to, the best complaint they can come up with, 1 a month, and it can have multiple parts, but, like pick your best one, not, 12 a month per person, whatever. I suggested that idea a few times, and some people did not like it. So there is no easy, good, or obvious solution here. I agree strongly with Member Schmidt and hope the task force makes time for more EOT work, legislative work, the website, other proactive work. I think that the complaint stuff, although some of it is interesting and gets to a good place, much of it is just tedious, and I'm not sure to what end. You know, if it's a record related thing, did you get the stuff? And if not, can we figure out what the stuff is and get you the stuff? And once you got the stuff, you're good, right? We got you the stuff. Okay, cool. I'm sorry it was late. Whatever. Here's the stuff. Next. And just at a very high level, it seems like the world is like literally falling apart every day with shootings and wars and craziness and COVID and all that. And meanwhile, the task force just plods along. Thank you. Plods along slowly without a whole lot of sense of urgency or prioritization. That, you know, there's some stuff that really matters here, and a lot of this stuff doesn't matter quite as much. And if you can sort of separate that out and say, you know, we really want to focus on this. This is very real, and this other stuff, not quite as much. Unless you have questions for me, I will shut up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pilpel. Okay, so it's back to us members. I see Member Hill and Member Neighbors. Oh, not Member Hill. I see Member Neighbors then.
We might close public comment. Close public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we'll go ahead and there was no one else, right? In public
No,
comment?
nobody else is in. There's no other hands raised. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, we'll go ahead and close public comment.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so Member Neighbors.
One thing I've just noted in all of our conversations is that we've kind of got two sides, two necessary partners, but they're also, I think they're equally important, and some of us are emphasizing one side more than the other. One part of that is about the backlog and clearing the backlog. And the other part is about what I saw as more of kind of the heart of the proposal, which is not necessarily about the backlog, but about making this process not just more efficient, more authentic, more open to people to participate in a meaningful way. And so I just wanted to point out that we need to do things. Both of those things are true. But often I think we're hearing from the members who have been around longer being like, this is not new, or this has happened before, blah, 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 blah. And it's all of that is true, and the backlog solutions are important. But I think we're getting fresh ideas from newer members that haven't been here as long, and they're bringing fresh eyes to the ordinance, to the process. And I just don't want this, I wouldn't want this to become just about clearing the backlog, because I think the vision that's been brought forth here by Member Schmidt and by Member Stein, but also primarily by the public who informed this proposal, was just a better way of us doing things. And in some ways, Mr. Pilpel gets to that as well when he says, thinking about what's important. We can't pick and choose what are the most important files, but we can make a process that maybe supports those things that are most urgent and timely. Supports us in making decisions so that people can seek justice and having themselves equipped with our decision in a timely fashion. That's all.
Thank you, Member Neighbors, and I see Member Schmidt.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate just people really did look at this. You're taking it seriously. I totally I love it. I love it. When I'm going through all this, one thing I was thinking is, don't start like adding to people's time burden. We've got our time is valuable, and so don't start saying do more. Let's try to work with we got about this much time that we devote here. And so you got two things that I thought needed to improve. One is the backlog and two is getting outside of our like all complaints all the time thing and go do those other things, policy, et cetera, et cetera. So both of those, well, something is going to have to balance out. If we do better at those, we're going to have to cut somewhere. We're going to have to cut somewhere. I don't think we want to necessarily, we don't want to cut what's important, but I'll bet there's a lot that even though we do need to change certain things, I think, and some of it may hurt a little, but I think we have to figure out, well, what's the real core that's important here so that we can preserve like the real valuable essence of what this whole thing is supposed to be about. So that's sort of, after hearing what other people said, that's kind of what it comes down to for me.
Yeah. Can I just do the old fashioned?
Member Stein?
Yeah, I kind of view it very much the same way. Like I don't, I would be very behind rethinking our processes, even if there were no backlog at all. Even if we only had 4 cases a month or, whatever it was, because I do think, I actually do think this is a great brain trust, and that brain trust can be applied to a lot of different issues around freedom of information and access to public meetings, not just processing the cases, right? I feel like I wish we could get out there and do more education, do more training, do more bulletins, maybe go out and speak to community groups about what's here and what kinds of things they might get through making sunshine requests or whatever it might be. There's so many different ways that we could be raising the profile of the Sunshine Ordinance and getting the word out about it, and using our brain trust for policy issues and all kinds of other things than just these cases, and especially in instances where these cases can be decided in a more efficient way.
Thank you, Member Stein. I see Member Wolf.
Yeah, Dean and Laura, don't get me wrong. I appreciate all this really good work and the work with members of the public. We're always going to have proposals that come to try and do something to help things out, and it's always good and always has been good. This is a work in progress. It's not set in stone. So, of course, change needs to happen, when it needs to happen. As Lori elucidated, there are multiple different things here that can be done. And I think Dean, you were also alluding to this, is that, maybe we should try 1 or 2. Let's tackle those, because we don't want to tax our time either. We're volunteers here. We're already putting in a lot of time. And if we have to spend extra time, the question is whether each one of us could actually afford to do it. So, whether it's time or money, that kind of thing, just in work time. I frequently have to do some of this work during my work day. So, I'm just wondering if there might be, like, there's a handful of things that we talked about that are part of the puzzle. And we can try, working on 1 or 2, see how that goes, see if we can optimize it, and see if it helps, and just keep rolling with it until we find a set of processes or tools that seem to be helping.
Member Stein, I'd be willing to work with you on maybe a chart or list, as I spoke of earlier, of things that petitioners are expecting, what they need, what they want, and how they think the task force can provide them with either guidance or a definitive answer. Just a thought. You're on mute.
This was actually Member Schmidt spearheaded this proposal, so I don't want to cut him out of whatever,
sorry.
whatever happens. Yes.
Yeah, Dean, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I absolutely. Although I think I'm sort of like tapped out. I think I've said everything that it's in the papers. We could, other things are fine to be considered, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know how we go about, like considering a 6-part proposal where we have 10 people. Like, do we look at individual items? Do we say, let's make a motion and throw in a bunch of items? There's different ways, that we could do this. And I don't want to necessarily say, let's do something tonight, because I think that we needed to have a discussion at least here tonight. And maybe, we kind of could think about it. I don't know who likes what. It might be that nobody likes what anybody else likes, et cetera, et cetera. We don't know. So that's going to be kind of like a process of figuring that out. Yeah, let's, whatever you guys want, whatever you want to do. I know that I can't impose anything on you. Member Stein and I, we're putting it before you. I know I've put a lot of time into thinking about this. And, I just kept going back to the ordinance itself. And I think that's really what I keep coming back to in my mind is the voters passed this thing, and whatever it said to the voters, they voted for it. And I don't know if this is exact. I think that what has come about in terms of like kind of I'll call it cumbersome process, it doesn't necessarily match up with that initial intent in my mind, especially if you have this level of cases coming through here. It's dizzying. That's all.
Yeah, as I said, it seems like there is most of our discussion has been around points 1, 2, and 5, right? This idea of kind of rethinking what's happening in the committees, possibly having a consent calendar that can be, expanding our consent calendar so that it's something that can be suggested through committees. And then 5 being, thinking about allowing petitioners to waive hearings or to have matters heard in their absence, which is 2 kind of very different things. But it seems like maybe we can try to, based on this discussion tonight, come back with something focused around those as a beginning, or 1 or 2 of those, but I see them as somewhat connected. That would be one way to go forward.
Thank you, Member Stein. I see Member Highland.
Yes. So it looks like we're getting close to maybe picking 1 or 2 of the the recommendations and maybe trying it out, which is exciting. I think one of the things that we've done better, both the subcommittee and certainly at the full task force, is the chairs of the subs of the full task force is taking a more active role in filtering, looking at the case, making sure all the information's there to even, have it come up. Like a couple of times recently, we had a couple of cases that the information was either inaccurate, incomplete, and we killed it on the spot and not wasted more committee time. So, could the chairs be that arbiter of whether a case makes it to their subcommittee as a first step? That be a fair start. And again, all these chairs are different. It's all rotating. We're all using different parts of our brain trust to make that first determination. I also like Anonymous's suggestion about the order of the meetings, and it kind of builds on this. The chair should have made that first determination. There should be a really good presentation by that chair. Everyone should have done their homework. We should dive right in with our pertinent questions and then allow perhaps first the respondent 3 minutes and then the petitioner. I agree that the order is wrong. Petitioner first and then respondent, because then they get to build on what the petitioner said, et cetera, et cetera. So there's some really good things in there. And then, we're talking about A and B in Sullivan. I like a lot of the meat of that. So those are the three things that I'm pulling out of this. I think it would be worth us trying to maybe agree on three things that we do or consider further if we're going to continue this matter, to kind of try and distill and say, what are the best three things we want to pull out of this and try as a pilot, program for, let's say, 6 months. That would really good. That would be really good if we can get there, in the next meeting or two. Thank you.
Okay, Member Wolf and then Member Neighbors.
Chris, you just triggered something for me, and maybe for you too, is what you just explained that the chairs be responsible for. Sounds like what the summary, I hate to use, probably that's not a good word to use, but the legal memos that we used to get from our legal counsel. And that really, to me, helped a lot, because some cases they're either the complaints aren't written well, or the information, there's just too much information to be able to get through within 3 days of a meeting to understand what's going on. And so be able to scan that legal memo, and on top of that, have legal research be done, because sometimes there's case law we've never heard of that applies to it. Or there may be some superseding law that overrides it, that we may not even know about. And we're not all lawyers here, except for one of us. But but I'm just wondering if that's even possible. But so I'll just stop there.
Just to respond to Member Wolf's point, I think Victor's helping us write some background now, in new cases, but the chair could work with Victor because he has great institutional knowledge as well. And it just really it doesn't have to be exhaustive, but just enough to focus that subcommittee onto, okay, here's what I think are the salient points. This case has the apples and the oranges. We have enough here to make a determination. That alone would be great. And, the index that we have, do we have the original complaint? Do we have all the responsive documents? Do we have all the petitioner's documents? Is all that really there? That would at least merit that a case should go to the subcommittee, for that, full attention. I think that's very valuable. And that's the kind of beginning of the looking at everything very carefully, making sure it's then ready for the next stage, or if it's ready. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, Member Neighbors.
I think that's really interesting. I wanted to talk about something else, but I will say, we talk about policy being this, having two necessary components: the actual legislation piece and then the culture shift. And it's like, I think for us, there's going to be some struggles with the culture shift for moving quickly. I haven't seen us really do that very much. It'd be interesting to see with added parameters or guidance if we can then move quickly instead of continuing kind of our slower moving speed. So I'm curious about that. Our next Rules Committee, Chair Yankee had asked us to consider on our agenda articulating the process around the consent calendar pilot that we've been running for bylaws inclusion, and to bring it back to the full group, of course, to say, okay, this is how we're articulating it and capturing it. This is what we're thinking. But we could also use that as an opportunity for, if you're thinking of like 2 or 3 things to explore from here, we can definitely in rules explore the consent calendar and bring that back and bring some structure to a discussion for that. If that sounds good to everyone.
That sounds great to me.
Yeah, I was going to add, up until this point, the consent calendar has basically only been used for instances when the respondent basically, says that, I'm admitting either no contest or admitting to the violation, either through some type of form that we've emailed them, or when they came to the committee and stated such on record and basically, asked that. But maybe, we kind of, include a third component, which is a committee deciding to put it on the consent calendar, since I think that's part of that. And since we're going to have that discussion coming up in rules, and that would kind of expand even more so that use of the consent. And so maybe that's a direction we start going down, since we've already kind of started down that path a little bit and kind of just build upon it. What do you think? Maybe as a way to keep this discussion going, maybe we could have rules come up with even a more comprehensive proposal, and we can bring it back to us and discuss it that way. What do you think?
I feel like we have the right stuff for that.
Member Schmidt?
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm a little hesitant about taking something that we produced in our committee and sending it to another committee. That feels like, okay, that's the whole purpose for what we're trying to do here is to stop kind of having everything be going round and round and round. So, I mean, we looked at it. We looked at it. And so it's, I mean, either if someone wants to come up with an alternative way, that's fine. But I don't think we need someone else to like go back through it and redo it.
Oh, no. I think at least what I was thinking is not as much as try to rehash the idea, but actually to formalize the idea that you have, to write the rule that we can then adopt so that it becomes reality, right? Not rehash the idea again, but actually, how do you get pen to paper? So we have all these concepts that we talked about. How do we now put that in our complaint procedure, put that in our bylaws so that it's official and ready to be adopted?
On at least one point here, Anonymous wrote it. Read what Anonymous wrote. He wrote up a proposed language. And, some of these may be more specific, some less specific, but I just used that one thing where, he's talking about the consent calendar, and he gave us the whole, everything. So like that one, it's written. Now, some of the other ones, yeah, maybe they could be a little better written. It could be more specific. But take a look at how and including some of the detail that's set forth in both Anonymous, what he did initially, and then some of the stuff I kind of worked off of it. So,
Member Highland?
Member Schmidt, we'll be happy to drop into your committee and help hash out things. It doesn't matter to me where it comes out of. I'm just wondering though, for our bylaws, ultimately, would rules have to send it to the full task force, or could the complaint committee send it because it's about complaints? That's maybe something that someone else could answer, or it doesn't matter, which would be great. And you're right, there are a couple of fully fleshed out paragraphs in there which are ready for production. I think so. I agree. So what I'm trying to say is, out of the beautiful work you guys have done, let's try and take 3 or 4 of those paragraphs, launch it as a pilot. That's where I'm trying to get to. And I think it's all there, but it probably would be good to have a vote with all of us now that we're here to say, okay, which are the ones we want to flesh out and launch as that pilot. I think Chair Yankee is saying the same thing as well.
Yes. I mean, I was just saying, and that's fine. We know if it makes more sense to move the consent item to complaints and have you finish it up, in your committee, Dean, that's fine too. I just don't want to have rules working on something with consent and then you working on something with consent. That's duplicative work, and that's what we're trying to get rid of. So I think we need to figure out, okay, we need to come together, have like how many of these we want to pick, and then actually figure out, okay, not just conceptually discuss it, but let's make it real, right? Let's actually make it our new procedures, which means I think we need to have some committee come back with the actual final proposal that we can say, this is exactly what we're adopting and we're putting it in our rules, and that's how we're going to go forward. So we can point everyone to. I mean, I think I'm saying the same thing. I don't want to go round and round with the conceptual ideas. I think we actually have to make it a reality.
Well, I say I like numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, you got my vote figured out already. So maybe we take some kind of doodle, one of those doodle polls or something like that. Who likes what kind of thing?
I'll just say I said 1, 2, and 5 because to me that's the big picture issues, and the others are like smaller mechanics of how it gets done, right? Like maybe you take one more meeting per month or whatever it is. To me, that's like the smaller issue. That the real big picture issues to think through are what's happening in the committee. Are we going to let people waive their, say that they don't need a hearing? Are we going to have a consent calendar that can also come out of committee? To me, those are the big issues.
Yeah,
I like them all too, but
I think the one that might be the most, and I think you led off with this, Member Stein, is the one that dealt with individuals doing kind of work on their own, and I can see just a lot more questions that would bring about. Like, what if someone were to give us a 30-page versus a 1,000-page, dump of documents, right? Going through something that's 1,000 pages, we can distill that down really well in a committee. Whereas if you just have 1,000 pages worth of PDF and trying to figure out how to make heads or tails of it, that could be kind of difficult. And then, all of our time commitments might be different. I think there's serial meeting issues to consider. How many people look at it, how we do it. Does the public have the ability to make public comment? So I think that one just might have a lot more questions. And so I guess my suggestion was, since I think we kind of started down the road initially and seems everyone's kind of given some level of support for the consent idea, maybe that's the one we start with, and then add additional items from this list to them as we go. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out something that we could walk away from this meeting with to help make it become a reality.
Consent is number 2. I believe that Chair Yankees referring to number 2. And that one is the most sort of, even though it incorporates another document, my memo incorporates what Anonymous said. It already has the language. So that's number 2. I mean, I don't know what other people would like, but Chair Yankee said that one. At least he thinks that there's votes for that one.
Yeah, I love number 2. I think I like a lot of the other ones too, but I think number 2 might get us the furthest along in the shortest possible time.
May I make a comment?
Oh,
Chair
sure.
Yang- Yeah.
And then Member Highland.
This is just, been my own experience. And when Chair Wolf was chair, when Member Wolf was chair, and now that Member Yankee is now chair, I've asked about the issue of the number of supportive records that the petitioner and the respondent can provide. And I don't know if this is in line with what you're talking about, but my issue is, as Chair Yankee said, I often get 650 pages worth of records, and it is a waste of time to look at 650 pages of records if only 10 of them are actually applied to what the argument is by the petitioners or respondent. And so one thing I was considering and asked Victor about his feeling on it, and he thinks that if we just wrote 1 or 2 sentences, when we notice the parties that there is a complaint, that we also say something to the effect of, we request that you submit just the records that support your claim. You don't have to give us tons and tons of pages of redacted records to make your point. So maybe some kind of language could be considered in that respect too.
All right, thanks, Cheryl. I want to make sure I get everyone with their hands up. So I see Member Highland, Member Neighbors, Member Wolf, Member Hill. So, not Member Hill. All right, so if I called your name and you really didn't want your hand up, can you lower it? Okay, so I see Member Highland and Member Wolf now.
Okay, so just want to make sure, Member Schmidt, when you say part 2, you're talking at on page 788, right?
It starts with the anonymous proposal. That's the number. That's the number 2.
Anonymous proposal is the sound one.
788.
788. Okay. I like that one. I also like anonymous 7, which I think is earlier, where he talks about changing the order. I like that one too. Those are my top 2. Throw it out there.
Yeah, so I want to pick up what Cheryl was just talking about. I was thinking the same thing, or for that moment, around the compendium of records for the complaint. It's hard because we're kind of in a judicial role, so people feel that there's a need to get as much of the kitchen sink as possible. And if there was something that they didn't include that then all of a sudden shows up later, then it could be, it can pose a lot of process problems for one or the other parties. So, I don't know, Dean, you could probably speak to this. If a party, submitted a compendium of paper, and then later on in the middle of the case decided that there was more evidence that they wanted to present, they would have to make a motion to have that brought in and be included. And I mean, it creates a whole new process unto itself. And we have our deadlines as far as, when your paperwork has to be in. So folks just start throwing all that paper at us. And yeah, it's hard to figure it out, because if we're talking about email threads, you're getting duplicates of, you don't know where one begins and one ends. And that to me is a really bad problem. When I first started, we didn't have online agendas. They all came in hard copy. I used to get delivered to me sometimes 600 pages. That's 1,200 pages of reading. I mean, and I had to go buy a binder for every month. But what I could do with that though is I could create dividers, and I could mark those dividers, and I know where everything is and break things down. It was so much more manageable than dealing with what we're dealing with now. It's so much, having everything all in one streaming PDF it's just so cumbersome. I can't understand anybody. And if you use Adobe, there is a way to create a binder like with separators. And I often wonder about us moving to a similar type of system. So, but the thing is what if, now getting back to the point, what if, as I think it was either Laura or I don't remember who just mentioned it, you just start off with whatever the complaint is, whatever the primary evidence to that particular complaint, and then let the committee ask for more documents. And then if the one or the other parties at that point says, well, I have these other extra documents that support like this one document, like you can't have this one document without having these 3 other documents, then at least you have a little bit more control. I'm just concerned about having more process creates more time. And the more time we spend, the more the complaints just keep coming in, and we end up with back to backlog. So I'm just trying to, in my mind, how do we create a balance? So, and I know we're talking about streamlining here. So that's all I just wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. In the spirit of streamlining, I'm just going to point out that we're coming up on 11 o'clock, and this is going to be one of our later meetings. So maybe we can either come up with something or maybe just continue this. I know there's just so much information. We could probably spend hours on it. I just want to make sure we don't fall into our own trap of over discussing something without tangible results. So is there something we want to move forward with at this point? Or do we want to continue this item next meeting? Do we want to piece parts of it out to committees to come back with a written proposal? Or what's everyone think?
Well, I'd be interested in moving the that third prong of the consent calendar. I think that's a great idea. I'd like to try that.
I like that idea a lot too.
Number 2, right?
Yeah, that'd be number 2. So we could either, if everyone agrees, we could either ask rules to formalize that in a rule, or Dean, if you wanted that to go instead back to your committee, we could do that also. What are your thoughts?
I think it's that one. I think is, unless someone wants to take a look at the wording and they have, some like you want to change a word or something like that. That wording is ready. I think that's the one where you look back at what Anonymous said. It's like perfect. Sorry, I'm acting like a certain ex-president. Perfect.
Yes, it's genius.
I mean, I take a look at that language, and but I think that's what we work for, is that language, because it's really good what he did, and I wouldn't change a thing to it.
So much of it is there. Okay, member neighbors.
I would want to take a closer look at it only because I remember when we first piloted the consent calendar, some of us were more used to consent calendars as are typically used in the Board of Supervisors. And that was a new concept for some folks. And I see in this, in what's written here, there is still this piece of like the consent belonging to the petitioner, as opposed to consent being where the voting members are voting on consent among a batch of items that they're hearing. So I would want to make sure we're taking a close look at that, and just to make sure that it's clear. I would just, as somebody who follows Roberts, I'd want to I noticed that you cross-referenced it there. So, I mean, if you want to do it and bring it back, that's fine. I think there are some pieces I might think are still up for debate and maybe not as perfect that could still be discussed. And that may not be a popular opinion, but I mean, more discussion's good, right?
Take it, do whatever you want with it, but I'm done with it. It's, to me, again, it's perfect. It's perfect.
I'm getting mixed messages.
No, I just wanted to say that I, as a general matter, it seems weird to me that something goes through a committee and then it gets sent back to another committee. It's like, what? You know, it's like we kind of had a committee meeting and we had 2 meetings and we give it to you.
Maybe that's something I think we would need to rethink what a rules committee does. Because typically what a rules committee does is they do take people's thinking and the votes and then they just make changes to the bylaws and they make sure things are articulated in a way and that they can go in the bylaws and that everybody agrees about that. That's just usually what a rules committee does.
Yeah. Member, I wasn't thinking, Member Schmidt, that we're going to rehash the ideas or the thoughts behind this, but I think someone needs to, and I don't think we can do it in this setting right here. We have a lot of people, and I think we need to have, a final written proposal, just like we do when we do bylaws, right? We have to have something we give Cheryl, post it, say we're noticing this. Here's where it fits. It's article, whatever. Here's how it looks. We make sure there's no grammatical errors. That's what I'm seeing the rules do in this case, not rehash your ideas. I think we've done that. We're not sending it back to committee to redo the idea part. We've done the ideas, but someone needs to, make it formal. Member Hill, do you have your hand up?
I think I was actually going. I was suggesting the same thing. Like, we've got these proposals. It has some this is where it came from. Sullivan points out, and this, that, or the other. But there's no there's 1,000 permutations of motions that could be on the floor about what we're actually going to be doing. So I would love, and I will participate in this if I'm mentally able, to come back to the full group with these are the motions that we want to make, or these are the actions that we want to take. This is where it's going to be affecting, and this this particular. I think I'm saying the same thing that you just said. I just can't act on anything that I'm seeing here because it's all narrative plus proposal, and I would just love it if it were just we just took the narrative out and just had the proposal.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. I think so. So let's do this. I will make a motion to send proposal number 2 to the Rules Committee with the request that they come back with a specific motion that we can finally pass to formalize it.
By consent calendar?
Yes, that's the consent calendar item.
No, you want the proposal to come back to the task force as a consent calendar?
No, the proposal will come back as an agenda item, but
okay.
It's the consent calendar proposal.
You're moving to send the proposal to the Rules Committee that we can pass as a. I'm trying to get the language here.
Right, I would send proposal number 2 regarding the consent calendar to the Rules Committee so that they can formalize and bring back to the full task force a final motion for us to consider on that item.
Move to send the proposal to the consent calendar of the consent calendar to the Rules Committee.
Okay, sure. Proposal number 2 regarding the consent calendar to the Rules Committee for them to formulate a final motion to bring back to the task force for implementation.
Second it.
So hopefully what they can do is they can come back after, rules meets, and we'll have one, like Member Hill was saying, one actual motion to consider. And we can say, yes, we like that, let's do it. And it's done.
And it's just complete and concise and in one place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm starting to get a little fuzzy here because it is almost 11 p.m.
Yep. You can listen to the audio.
All right, I'll listen to the audio.
I second that. Member Wolf.
Okay, second by Member Wolf. Any discussion on that item? If not, I'll open up to public comment. If anyone would like to make public comment on that motion, they could press *3. Last call for public comment.
No hands are raised.
Okay, I am not seeing any hands being raised. So we'll go ahead and close public comment. Any last minute discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that then.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt. Member Schmidt.
Aye. Sorry, I was muted.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member, excuse me, Padmanabhan. Member Padmanabhan. Member Padmanabhan not present. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill.
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. 1, 2, 3. 8 in favor.
I think you missed someone.
Member Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Aye.
Gotcha.
Okay, so I think we're 9 ayes and 1 absent now, which adds up to the 10.
Mm-hmm. It does.
Okay, good. Okay, and then I guess more broadly, we can bring this back after we consider that. If we want to do other items, just let me know and I'll put it back on a future agenda.
Oh, I was gonna say, could I make a motion to do 2 other items?
Oh, sure. Yes. You want to? Yeah.
Like I would like to make a motion that we send items 2 and 5, and most particularly kind of this idea of petitioners being able to waive hearings, and then thinking through a little more what that would then look like if that gets handled in committee. If we take that back to the complaints committee and bring a more complete, just discrete proposal back to the full board.
Member Stein, can you give us a page reference here?
Oh, it's just on page 788 is number 1. I think I said 1, right? I meant
You
One
said
and
2.
2 and 5.
I'm sorry, I meant 1 and 5. So so page 788 and 789. So this taking the idea that if a petitioner wants to waive the hearing, what that would then look like in, how that would get handled in committee, and bring that back as a proposal.
Second, this is Member Neighbors.
Is it just that, Member Stein, or is it also one which is talking about the independent reviews?
Yeah, well,
both of them.
One list independent reviews as a possible method, but it's not necessarily going to be in the final proposal.
Okay.
So it's taking the idea of handling, streamlining some of the decision-making processes, or allowing committees to make determinations that then don't have to go to the full board, in conjunction with having an opt-in for that by the petitioner.
Okay, so that was your motion and seconded by Member Neighbors, right?
Yeah, I want to make sure I got this right, Laura. Move to send items 1 and 5 regarding the idea of petitioners being able to request no hearing or wants to waive the hearing, and how that would be handled in committee.
Yeah, just petitioners being willing to waive a hearing in the full task force, and just specifying the process for handling that in committee.
Okay, any other discussion on that item? Member Wolf?
Yeah, I'm just a little confused by the waiving part, because the ordinance already gives the choice to the petitioner whether they want a hearing or not. It's just that the petitioners either don't know that, or they don't know what might happen to their complaint if they do waive.
Right,
And
but
I think they need to have some, assurance of what that is. But the right to waive here, it's not even a right to waive it. It's really a choice whether to have one. It starts out with no hearing, and then the petitioner gets a choice of whether to request one. They may request a hearing. That's the way the language goes. So there's no waiving of a hearing. It's their choice whether they want to have one or not. The question is can they be assured of that they're going to get a just process?
right. So we can talk about it in terms of, I mean, I have to go back and look at that language, but that would be part of our proposal then. Like whatever we bring, we might, we'll have our way of, we might say that they are given a choice of whether to have a hearing in committee, and we would outline what that process would look like, and think about how the committee would handle it, and then we would vote it up or down.
Sure.
And I see Member Schmidt.
Yeah, the actual language of 21E is that the Sunshine Task Force may conduct a public hearing.
Read before that.
It says when requested by the petition.
Right, where requested by the petitioner.
Yeah, the Sunshine Task Force may conduct a public hearing.
Right, if it's not requested by the petitioner, then the task force doesn't have to have a hearing.
And even if it is requested, that doesn't mean that you get a hearing, according to my reading of the sentence. So there may be a different interpretation going on here, but that's where the may becomes important. What does may mean? And again, looking at our proposal number, let's see, number three, just this is number three, sort of like going by the wayside here, but that's not about meetings. That's just about documents. And so we don't have any kind of process around the Brown Act type stuff because it's not written into the ordinance. So when I talk ordinance, it's just language that has to do with documents.
Right. So I'm basically requesting that we draw up a more formal motion, basically, in the complaints committee about how we would want to implement 1 and 5 sort of together, and then we could vote on it, bring it back to the full task force.
Sure.
Okay. Any other discussion on that? Let's call for public comment on that item then. *3 if you'd like to provide public comment on that motion. Okay. And
we do have one person.
Okay.
I will unmute them now, Mr. Philippou.
Oh, anyone? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm still marginally here. So is the current motion or proposal to take some version of item 1 and item 5 and futz with that further in committee? Is that what I understood?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Go talk about it at committee. This has been like 2 hours of I'm not sure what. Wonderful listening to you all, but yes, thrash it out at committee, bring it back to the full task force, have fun. You have my blessing. Go with it. Yay. Whatever. Great. Thanks.
Thank you.
You don't have to say that exactly in the minutes, but whatever.
Okay. Any other public commenters?
That concludes the queue.
Okay, great. So public comment is closed. Let's go ahead and vote on that.
Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan? Member Padmanabhan absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye.
Okay, I see member Highland's hand up.
I also want to make a motion. And I think the best part to look at this is number 7, but look at the version on page 795, where we get Anonymous's actual words, which is consider the changing the order of a hearing. So the motion would be to consider a change in the order of our hearing process, and to bring something back that we can vote on based on number 7, i.e. start with a presentation by the subcommittee chair, questioning, discussion by SOTF members, then basically a 3-minute rebuttal, first by respondent, then by petitioner. Formulation of a motion, public comment, and a vote.
Can you read that back? Start with
Sure.
a presentation from the subcommittee chair.
Right. So presentation by subcommittee chair, discussion by the committee, questioning and discussion from the SOTF members, a 3-minute rebuttal, petition, respondent first, petitioner last, possible further discussion, formulation of motion or not, public comment, vote on motion.
Okay, you're speaking a little quicker than I can type.
Right.
Rebuttal.
Maybe you can grab that from the audio.
Yeah, and Cheryl, this is all on page 795, item number 7. It's all laid out there. I'm just reading from that. So this work's already been done. So,
and which committee, member Highland?
Open to that. Whoever wants to take it on, but I think that will improve each and every hearing we have. I think this is a huge change. I think it will help us.
Who wants the second?
You could send it to us with the others.
Okay, so to the complaints committee then.
Would you like to second it so that we can send it to you?
Well, put me on the spot. Yeah, second, please.
All right.
Okay, moved by member Highland, seconded by member Schmidt to send that proposal to the complaints committee. Any further discussion on that particular item? Okay, not seeing any public comment on that item. *3 to unmute yourself.
There are no hands raised.
Okay, go ahead and close public comment and move to a vote. Cheryl, when you're ready.
Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member Hood, aye. Member Padmanabhan? Absent. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Okay. Any more motions?
So what's the vote on that, Cheryl?
1 no and 9 in favor.
Uh,
absent.
don't think so because that we have member Padmanabhan absent.
Yeah, I know. So 8 in favor. Sorry.
So can you restate it? So it's 8 in favor, 1 no, and 1
And
absent.
1 absent.
Okay.
Right.
You got that one right? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that.
Perfect. Okay. Any other motions on this item before we move it along? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and call the next item.
Item number 12, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Okay, so members, anything for this item? And I think some people have hands up already, so can you double check? I see member Stein, member Schmidt, member Highland, member Wolf all have their hands up.
No, that's accidental.
Member Hill also. So, okay. Member Wolf.
I'd like to invite San Franciscans for Sunshine to come back to the task force and to committees, whichever committees, to discuss their amendments proposal for the Sunshine Ordinance. There's been some developments with regards to that, and it's time now for the task force to start thinking about it. So I want to see about getting that on a future agenda.
Sure. I would also add that since we're looking at some of the things that Anonymous had submitted, I recall that Anonymous had submitted a comprehensive set of potential amendments, and if we're going to be considering, submitted amendments, maybe we make it a broader and consider everyone who submitted amendments and kind of have a good discussion. I think it's helpful, just as we saw in this past item, to borrow from different groups and individuals who decide to take the time to submit those to us.
Mm-hmm.
So I can put, an amendments to the ordinance item on, and we can invite all those individuals who have submitted them to come and speak to us. That sound?
It's going to be a long discussion, so we might need a special meeting, a one item meeting.
Members, would you be interested in having a special meeting on this, or would you rather it be coupled with another short meeting, perhaps? Member Neighbors?
I wonder if everybody, before we dive into this, if everybody is familiar with what San Franciscans for Sunshine is. I know some of our newer members may not, but for me, one of my, I've been following the groups for groups for years, and one of the things that, kind of stands out is that they do accept money. So they are a group that takes financial donations over the internet. So I would just want to be alert to them as a potentially lobbying group, kind of where that puts us, to make sure that we're okay with that. And then the other piece of it is that we've got a couple of our members now, I think, who are members of that group. So, I just think we need to be upfront about folks who have participated in that, or at least a couple. I think maybe members Schmidt, Wolf, and Wong have all been participating members of that group. And then the other members are largely former members of this task force as well. So I just think as we're stepping into that group, to get really more clarity on who the group is, who the members are, how they make their money, kind of what the history of the political work they've done before, And I think that's especially important given that one of those amendments that you brought forward last time so greatly impacts those of us on this task force who aren't in designated seats for one of the organizations that are endorsers of San Franciscans for Sunshine. That, you know, one of those amendments is that those endorsers are the next generation of members, and those of us who aren't in those organizations and wouldn't, unless we were nominated by one of those organizations. Yeah, I think so. Or they're maybe not endorsers. I maybe you weren't clear on who the groups were, but they had to be organizations. So I just think, you know, it's a political group. It's a group that takes money. And I just think that we need to be really careful about that, and in terms of our own integrity. So I just would hope that we could get honest framing about it, and that folks would really be upfront about their own interests and their own affiliation with it.
Thank you, Member Neighbors. Member Hill, did you have your hand up?
For a different comment.
Oh, okay. For this item though? Oh, I got you. Okay. Member Wolf, is your hand up again, or is that from before? Okay. So the other thing I wanted to bring up for this one is I know that the complaint committee heard a lot of the redistricting task force complaints. I'm thinking that it might make sense to put all those. I know it's a pretty hefty group of them, but I think they got through them, and a lot of them are very related. And to put those on the next agenda, just because of the urgency, the fact that some of these task force members, as we discussed before, may or may not still be part of a task force that may or may not still actually exist. And I think the longer that we wait, the more likely it is that these records might disappear permanently. Ordinarily, I wouldn't want to throw so many complaints on an agenda and have them kind of jump to the front of the line, but in light of the particular nature of these, I kind of wanted to throw that out there as an idea and see what all of you thought before I do that. Member Schmidt?
I have to respectfully disagree about urgency. I think that it's gone. I mean, there's no like advantage, like if we do it now and they're going to be there and they're going to give the documents versus 2 months from now. I mean, this has already been 4 months. I don't agree. I think it should be treated like any other case. As to whether we hold them together, I think we actually may have put several into we recommended that they be in a consent calendar. Didn't we? I think we did.
Yeah, I was looking at the meeting minutes and it looked like that was mentioned on just one of the items. So I wanted to talk, more about that with you when it's time to put them on the agenda.
Okay. But
I think it's a draft set anyways.
My main point being, I don't feel like they're any more urgent than any of the other cases.
I don't know, other members, do you agree, disagree? I mean, I know the redistricting task force has been kind of a hot topic now. Will it, if, knowing that we have 100 and some complaints, this might, if we don't bump it to the front, not get heard until next spring or next summer at best. Will it even be relevant then? Or is this something that does have some level of urgency to it, even if the records themselves may not make it out? Member Wolf?
Yeah, I listened to that meeting, and there's some pretty serious issues with regards to that, of whether you do it now or wait till later. Is to various aspects of that. So I would prefer that it be done sooner than later, because but I don't know, it's hard to tell. I think it demands a little more discussion. It's a hard one. I'm sorry, that I had nothing. I thought I had something more constructive to say, but I'm thinking I really don't.
Member LaHood?
I'm just going to stop.
I think when that many members of the public go through the trouble to make complaints, that we should be responsive. And I would put it to the front of the line.
That's kind of where I was too. The fact that these came from a variety of sources, they're very related. I'm inclined to go ahead and bump this one kind of to the front of the line and try to get this on the next agenda for us. So Member Schmidt, I'll probably try to reach out to you if we kind of work together over the next couple of weeks and see how we want to do it, if we want to do some type of consent or group them together, or how it makes sense to present it, because I want to make sure we get through them as efficiently as possible. And I think it's like 8 or so, and that would be a real full calendar for us. So,
something like that. One, I think they didn't show up.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Any other things for this item? If not, I'll move to public comment for it. Okay, let's go ahead and open up public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, Member Wolf.
I had one additional item, and this is just more of a experience. The last complaint committee meeting, I'm new, so I'm kind of, my schedule is getting readjusted because I'm not being chair anymore and moving into a committee schedule. The announcement or the notices of the meetings for WebEx have changed in the way it used to be with MS Teams. And I missed that meeting because of the way it was noticed, which is different than the way this meeting was noticed. And we need to get consistency. I felt really bad about missing that complaint committee meeting because of that subject matter. And I really had planned on being there, but I have a very impacted schedule. So if I don't get a message that looks familiar to me, then it's not going to get into my calendar. The message that was sent to me for that complaint committee meeting was sent almost a month in advance, and it was a message to join the meeting now. It wasn't a message to join a meeting in the future. And here's the contact, here's the information on it. I did a huge deep dive into my email box. That was the only email I got. So there needs to be some consistency. And I kind of half thought that if I didn't show up to a meeting, or anyone didn't show up to a meeting, like they're not logged in 15 minutes or 10 minutes before the meeting, then it'd be like, uh-oh, we should check in on that person because we may not have quorum or something like that. Never got a message. So I just wanted to make sure that we have some consistency around that, and just wanted to mention it, my experience. Thank you.
Okay. Member Highland?
I agree with Member Wolf there. Also, I see someone mentioned Joe Atkins. I'm guessing he's maybe an IT person within SF.gov. Maybe he can provide some guidance, Cheryl, so that you can subject matter line and everything is more pertinent, and send the meeting notice maybe 3 days before, not just get them all off your desk 3 weeks in advance and then we forget we even got them.
It's the one that sends them out, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, he might be the person that can help you with that, because he's referencing there. It's like it's coming from his account. It's how it reads to me. I don't know.
I'll do what I can.
Okay, Member Hill, did you have anything, or is your hand still up?
Thank you, Chair Yankee. No, I actually had a separate comment, and I know it's 11:15, and I feel like that if I didn't think it was important to talk to at least discuss, I wouldn't bring it up. So please bear with me. In an effort to try to head off what I see might be like a next wave of potential complaints coming down the road, I wanted to bring up something really quick. I'm noticing more and more due to the current situation of the city and the fact that like the city just in general is having a hard time finding employees. I'm noticing more and more that they're contracting services out, particularly to nonprofits. Recently, I'd just like to share a quick just story of something that I saw personally, but I'm seeing happen more and more. There's a nonprofit. I'm a president of my neighborhood association, also in addition to this, and we've been working with city departments, and all of a sudden these nonprofits start showing up because they're the ones that are responsible for providing these services that are being contracted to them. I started getting requests from members of my neighborhood about public records and public meetings as it relates to the nonprofits that are providing these services. And this is in regards to 12L, and it's a very confusing topic for a lot of folks. I've seen articles in the paper from folks like requesting all kinds of like deep public records from nonprofits, but the nonprofits actually, as we all probably know, they have a different set of rules that they do have to comply with, but they're a different set of rules. So I was talking with one of the nonprofits, in this case it was Urban Alchemy, and reached out to the one of the main contract leads from Homelessness and Supportive Housing, and had a conversation with one of those folks about the nonprofits that they work with and their compliance with 12L. And this contract lead responded to me, what is 12L? So upon sort of further investigation, we had realized that there were a number of contracts that are out there with nonprofits that didn't have the language in their contracts, and ultimately the nonprofits didn't even know that they needed to comply with this administrative code. This was I saw this coming. Because a bunch of folks in the citizens in the neighborhood were like sort of getting together to start just to get ready to to sort of pounce on this. I reached out to that particular nonprofit and just offered my help to sort of help them understand 12L. And literally within like a couple of days, they went from not knowing anything about it to putting a public notice out, sending a public notice to the clerk of the Board of Supervisors. So for the first time, they had their first public meeting a couple of weeks ago, and actually they ended up inviting me to come to that, which I did, and attended that, and they had a number of questions just about like how to run a public meeting in the first place. I guess the point that I'm making is that like, and I think maybe I'm creating work for myself, but that's okay. As a part of like the Education Outreach Committee, I feel like that if we're not careful, this might be a next wave of potential like complaints because more and more of this work is being doled out to nonprofits. So I just wanted to bring that up to the group because I feel that with a little bit of education, sort of like what I did by going, showing up for that public meeting, and actually ended up like as a person that was just a member of the public, that committee ended up, or that board ended up like asking me questions about 12L, like how they get go through good faith efforts to get members on the board, who are part of the community that they serve, for example. I feel like with that little bit of education, it's going to head off a lot more problems that we would see in the future. So I would just wanted to put that out there so that folks can just be aware of the fact that I think that like we might want to do a little bit of outreach to nonprofits and to the departments explaining what 12L is all about.
I see a future head of the EOTC.
Thank you, Member Hill. Member Wolf?
So that's a very good point, Member Hill. But I've had to do this, I don't know, for the past 15 years with affordable housing nonprofit providers, because most of them in the city all get city funds for one reason or another. The 12L3C is really important to read and understand because that really delineates the difference between whether it's a nonprofit that provides a service that the city would normally provide, like so it becomes outsourcing, versus receiving a grant for that own organization's mission, for its own work. And 12L applies for the latter. It doesn't apply to the former. Nonprofits or any commercial entity that's like virtually hired by the city would be under the full force of the Sunshine Ordinance. And there's provisions in the ordinance for that. So I just want to mention that because I've had this same thing as what you're doing, is sit down and having to go through it meticulously with a lot of folks.
Thank you.
Probably pause before we get too much into 12L conversation, since that's not an agenda item. Going into details on that. So any other things for this item? All right, I don't see any hands. We'll go ahead and open up public comment for this. Ms. Perkinson, is there anyone for public comment?
It's Mr. Pilpel. I'm still here.
Okay.
I just go ahead. Is Cheryl ready?
Just go ahead.
All right. So several thoughts at this point, other than sleep. As I suggested, it seems like hours ago, with the 5 committees and the full task force, I still think it would be worthwhile to create some kind of a list of things that are being talked about and sort of where they are and all that, because I frankly got lost with the last item and which of those subparts got sent to which committee for further discussions to come back to the full task force to change. Anyway, there are a bunch of things that you're talking about doing. That's all great. I couldn't keep track, and it would be worth somebody figuring out which stuff is where for the future. As to 12L, wow, going back to more deep recesses of my brain, there are at least 3 city departments that are critical there: city attorney, controller's office, and OCA. As I recall, the city attorney was ultimately responsible for including language in contracts with nonprofits that essentially referenced 12L and said that if you are receiving $250,000 a year and meet the other criteria, et cetera, that you may be subject to 12L, blah, blah, blah. There was a lot of work that the controller's office did years ago about capacity building and training with nonprofits to ensure that when they did compliance reviews with those nonprofits, that they knew that they had to put their financial packet together and respond to other requests, blah, blah, blah. Some of those people have moved on. The whole world has moved on. I guess George Bush isn't president anymore. Oh, yeah, I heard about that. Anyway, so there's probably some re-education, re-outreach, retraining that needs to occur. So I'm happy to help with that. Back on the redistricting task force complaints, yes, I would suggest hearing those sooner rather than later. I was in touch with Joe Fitzgerald Rodriguez, who was unable to participate that night at that hearing, but he was interested when the thing comes to the full task force, et cetera. And for tonight, Jessica, who has been handling public comment with Cheryl in Victor's usual role, she's got a hearing at 10 a.m. tomorrow and has to prepare beforehand. So the sooner this ends, the more likely she and the rest of us and everybody can get some sleep. And I'm totally in favor of that. So thank you all for your good work. And that's it for me for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Popel. Okay, any last comments on this item, members? Okay, seeing none. Shell, can you call the next item?
Item number 13, adjournment. I have
Move to adjourn.
11:26.
Okay, who moved to adjourn? Member Wolf moved to adjourn. Any second?
Second.
By Member Stein. Those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Hearing none. Okay, this meeting is adjourned.
Good night.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night.
Bye.
Stop. Jessica?
Yes, hello.
Jessica?
Thanks, Cheryl.
Hello. We do not have any,
Jessica, the meeting is over. I need to stop the recording.
I'm hanging up both of you.